Charlemagne's empire, at the height of its power, stretched across a vast portion of Europe. Its lands reached from the Ebro River in Spain across what is now France, Belgium, and the Netherlands to the North Sea, from the Atlantic coast in the west to the Oder River in the northeast, and down toward the Danube in the southeast. In the north, its boundary touched the Danish frontier, while in the south it extended deep into Italy. If one imagined a circle drawn from the city of Basel, the outer edges of this immense realm would nearly mark its limits. Yet authority across this enormous territory was not equally strong everywhere. The degree of imperial control depended largely on distance from the political centre and on the character of the populations who lived there. Along the eastern borders lay a wide zone inhabited mostly by Slavic and other non-Germanic peoples. These groups were kept in a state of partial submission through fear of imperial power and the presence of Frankish military forces nearby. They occasionally attacked frontier regions and were punished by military campaigns, but they were never fully integrated into the empire. They were neither Christian nor culturally Germanic, and their legal traditions were not treated as equal to those of the Franks. Their relationship to the empire resembled subjection rather than genuine membership. If these outer regions are excluded, the empire's true eastern boundary appears much closer to its core. It followed a line from lands north of the lower Elbe, down toward the middle Elbe and the Saale, then along the Danube Valley, toward the southeast, including the Bavarian frontier territories. From there, it turned southwest, encompassing regions such as Carinthia and Carniola, before reaching the Adriatic coast. This boundary held particular historical importance as it formed a lasting division between Germanic society and the Slavic world. Throughout the early medieval period, this frontier remained a zone of tension, gradually advancing eastward as German culture and Christianity slowly expanded into neighbouring lands. From the Adriatic coast, the imperial border followed the shoreline southward and then crossed the Italian peninsula, reaching the Mediterranean coast and continuing westward toward the region near Barcelona. From there, it extended north toward the Bay of Biscay, and then followed the Atlantic and North Sea coasts up to the Danish frontier. Within these borders, the political and cultural life of medieval Europe would unfold. The population of this vast realm was divided by a broad cultural line running roughly from the mouth of the Seine to Basel, and onward toward the Adriatic. On one side stood the Romanic peoples, shaped by the traditions of the Roman world. On the other stood the Germanic populations, who preserved their own languages, customs, and institutions. Compared with the earlier Roman frontier along the Rhine and Danube, this division revealed how far Germanic influence had advanced over the preceding centuries. Regions that had once belonged entirely to the Roman world now operated under political, social, and legal systems largely shaped by Germanic traditions. The history of the 4 centuries preceding Charlemagne tells the story of Germanic migrations, from the northern plains of Europe into territories once ruled by Rome. Over time, the Franks emerged as the dominant power among these groups. From their original homeland near the rivers Maas, Scheldt, Somme, and the Lower Rhine, they gradually expanded their authority. They subdued neighbouring Germanic tribes in the east, defeated the Alemanni in the Upper Rhine region, conquered the Visigoths in southern Gaul, brought the Burgundians under their rule, absorbed the Lombards in Italy, and extended their control over the Bavarians, Saxons, and Frisians. By the time Charlemagne came to power, most of these diverse peoples had been united under Frankish leadership. Through exceptional military ability and administrative skill, Charlemagne transformed these scattered territories into a single political structure. Despite ruling through conquest, he allowed many regions to preserve their local laws and administrative traditions. This balance between firmness and tolerance helped persuade conquered peoples that cooperation with Frankish rule served their interests. Rather than pursuing endless expansion, he focused on uniting the Germanic peoples of continental Europe into a Christian empire guided by Frankish leadership. The empire rested on three foundations: a shared Germanic identity, adherence to Christianity as recognized by Rome, and the political authority of the Frankish rulers. The formal beginning of this empire came in the year 800, when Charlemagne was crowned Emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo III in Rome. The meaning of this ceremony has long been debated. Some argued that the emperor's authority derived from the Pope's act of coronation, while others believed the ceremony merely gave religious recognition to power that already existed. The events of Charlemagne's reign suggest that his authority did not depend on papal approval. His position had already surpassed that of a traditional king through his conquests and leadership, and the imperial title simply expressed the reality of his power. Charlemagne himself clearly distinguished between his roles as king and emperor. Laws issued after the year 800 required all inhabitants of the realm to swear loyalty to him as emperor, even if they had previously pledged allegiance to him as king. These measures aimed to create a sense of unity across the empire's vast territories and to establish direct dependence on central authority. To administer this enormous realm, Charlemagne relied on a system of general laws known as capitularies. These were enforced through royal envoys who travelled throughout the empire to ensure that imperial commands were obeyed. Working in pairs, usually a bishop and a noble official, these representatives supervised local authorities and corrected abuses of power. Their instructions emphasized justice, protection of the weak, and adherence to Christian principles. The aim was not merely to control the population, but to promote order, fairness, and moral conduct across the empire. Although Charlemagne sought to strengthen central authority, he did not attempt to destroy local institutions. His objective was to ensure that local systems functioned according to law, Christian values. Written law was emphasized over oral tradition in order to create consistency and stability. Despite his efforts, however, he made little provision to guarantee the long-term survival of the system he had created. One of the greatest challenges facing any Frankish ruler was the question of succession. Following long-standing tradition, power was often divided among sons, a practice that had previously led to conflict and instability. Despite being aware of these dangers, Charlemagne chose to follow this tradition. In 806, he issued a decree dividing the empire among his three sons. Each was assigned a region to govern, and detailed provisions were made to regulate relations among them and to prevent conflict. The decree reflected the emperor's concern for stability and peace, yet it also revealed the limits of his political vision. The territories assigned to each son were not organized along clear ethnic or geographic lines, and the arrangement risked future disputes. Moreover, the decree made little reference to the imperial title itself, leaving uncertainty about whether the empire was to remain united or divided. Events eventually rendered this plan unnecessary. Two of Charlemagne's sons died before him, leaving only Louis to inherit the imperial authority. In 813, Charlemagne formally crowned Louis as emperor in a ceremony conducted without papal involvement, demonstrating that imperial legitimacy did not depend solely on Rome. When Charlemagne died in 814 after decades of rule, Louis became the sole ruler of the empire. He inherited immense power and a complex political system created largely through his father's personal strength. Yet the stability of these institutions depended on continued strong leadership, and Louis lacked the force of character that had defined Charlemagne's reign. Louis possessed administrative ability and genuine piety, but he struggled with consistency and decisiveness. His deep religious devotion often made him susceptible to the influence of advisors, both clerical and secular. In a political environment where strong personality was essential, his hesitation and lack of firmness weakened imperial authority. Early in his reign, he attempted to reform the imperial court, which he believed had grown morally corrupt. He ordered investigations into misconduct and removed individuals he considered unworthy. However, he also dismissed many of his father's trusted advisors, creating resentment among the aristocracy and fostering opposition to his rule. He faced the same problem of succession that had confronted his predecessors. With 3 sons of his own, he sought to divide responsibilities among them while preserving unity. His eldest son received authority in one region. Another was assigned a separate territory, and the youngest was prepared for future responsibility. This arrangement, intended to maintain stability, would eventually contribute to rivalry and conflict. The empire that Charlemagne had built stood at a turning point. Its future depended on whether the unity created through conquest and administration could survive under weaker leadership. The tensions that emerged during Louis's reign would soon reveal how fragile that unity truly was. Louis's early years as ruler were largely taken up with securing the empire's borders and strengthening connections across his vast realm. After 816, however, political and religious tensions began to intensify rapidly, especially concerning the relationship between imperial authority and the papacy. Louis had assumed power without formally consulting the Pope, raising an important question. How would the papacy respond to this precedent once a more assertive leader occupied the Roman See? At the same time, uncertainty surrounded the emperor's influence over papal elections. 2 powerful institutions now stood side by side, each seeking authority over the other. Pope Leo III, who had crowned Charlemagne and permitted Louis to assume the imperial title, died in 816 and was succeeded by Stephen IV. Although Stephen's election took place without imperial involvement, he immediately informed Louis and announced his intention to travel across the Alps to meet him. Louis prepared a grand reception at Reims, and within weeks the new pope arrived. Their brief meeting was dominated by intense negotiations, largely focused on preserving papal influence in Italy through cooperation with the Frankish ruler. The most significant moment of the visit was the ceremonial recrowning of Louis by the Pope. The ritual symbolically linked Louis to both the Christian legacy of Constantine and the royal tradition of Clovis, suggesting that imperial authority carried sacred legitimacy. While Louis had already ruled as emperor independently, this act provided later supporters of papal authority with grounds to argue that imperial power depended upon papal approval. Soon afterward, a major imperial assembly convened at Aachen. Its purpose was to reorganize and strengthen the empire, with particular emphasis on reforming monastic life, which was viewed as a foundation of social and moral order. Detailed regulations addressed the discipline of monasteries, their obligations toward the state, and the management of their extensive properties. Similar measures imposed stricter control over the secular clergy. These reforms reflected Louis's determination to reinforce religious institutions as pillars of political stability. At this same gathering in 817, Louis introduced a new arrangement for governing the empire after his death. Unlike Charlemagne's earlier plan, Louis emphasized preserving the unity of the empire as a sacred duty. After a period of fasting and prayer, he declared that divine guidance had designated his eldest son, Lothair, as co-emperor and future successor. Lothair would inherit supreme authority, while Louis's younger sons would rule subordinate kingdoms. Pippin received Aquitaine and surrounding territories, and Ludwig was granted Bavaria and neighbouring regions. Although these younger rulers would bear the title of king, their authority remained limited under the senior emperor. The arrangement imposed strict obligations on the younger brothers. They could administer local affairs independently, but were required to consult Lothair on major decisions. They were expected to visit his court annually, seek his approval before waging war or conducting diplomacy, and obtain consent for their marriages. If one of them died, his kingdom would remain intact rather than being divided among heirs, thereby preserving the overall unity of the empire. Through these provisions, Louis attempted to balance dynastic inheritance with centralized authority. Despite its intention to maintain unity, the settlement created deep resentment. Pippin and Ludwig felt disadvantaged by their limited territories and subordinate status, while Lothair became the representative of imperial centralization. This tension between unity and equal division shaped political conflicts for decades. Religious leaders generally supported the idea of a unified empire under Lothair, whereas emerging regional identities favoured greater independence. The stage was thus set for prolonged struggle between competing visions of political order. The arrangement also affected Italy, where Louis's nephew Bernard ruled. The new plan effectively reduced Bernard to a subordinate position, provoking him to rebel. His uprising attracted limited support, and Louis swiftly suppressed it by securing key Alpine routes. Bernard was captured, tried, and condemned to death, though the sentence was commuted to blinding. The punishment proved fatal, and Bernard died shortly afterward. Later accounts portrayed him as a tragic victim of harsh rule, but contemporary evidence suggests a calculated response to rebellion. During Louis's reign, the boundaries of his son's territories were repeatedly altered. Between 817 and 840, at least 6 major redistributions occurred, reflecting constant political maneuvering. A significant turning point came with Louis's second marriage, and the birth of another son, Charles, later known as Charles the Bald. His mother, Judith, actively promoted her son's interests, and the emperor soon granted him substantial lands, carved from Lothair's territory. This decision intensified rivalry within the royal family and weakened the earlier principle of imperial unity. Lothair reacted with hostility and was temporarily confined to Italy, losing his central role in imperial governance. New proposals for dividing the empire emerged, some resembling earlier plans that treated the sons more equally. Yet these arrangements never fully materialized. Instead, shifting alliances and rebellions produced repeated cycles of conflict. At one point, Lothair and his brothers united against their father, forcing humiliating concessions from him. Soon afterward, however, Louis regained power and again promoted Charles's claims, redistributing territories to strengthen his youngest son's position. The death of Louis in 840 triggered open warfare among his heirs. Lothair claimed supreme authority as emperor, but his brothers Ludwig and Charles resisted. Their rivalry culminated in the Battle of Fontenay in 841, where the allied forces of Ludwig and Charles decisively defeated Lothair. This conflict was not merely a dynastic struggle, but also reflected deeper cultural divisions, as German-speaking and Romance-speaking regions increasingly asserted in distinct identities. The following year, Ludwig and Charles formalized their alliance at Strasbourg. In a remarkable demonstration of political awareness, each ruler addressed his troops in the language they understood, acknowledging the growing importance of linguistic and cultural differences. They swore mutual loyalty and pledged to oppose Lothair's claims. These oaths represent some of the earliest recorded examples of emerging Romance and Germanic languages, revealing how cultural divisions were shaping political realities. Continued negotiations eventually led to the Treaty of Verdun in 843, a decisive moment in European history. The empire was divided into 3 major regions: Lothair retained the imperial title along with a long central territory stretching from Italy through the Rhine Valley to the North Sea. Ludwig ruled the eastern lands, forming the basis of the future German kingdom. Charles governed the western regions, which would evolve into France. Although the imperial title survived, it held little practical authority, and real power rested with the regional rulers. Lothair's Middle Kingdom proved unstable. Its vast length, diverse population, and lack of shared identity made it difficult to govern effectively. After his death in 855, his territory was further divided among his sons, accelerating fragmentation. Subsequent partitions eventually eliminated the Middle Kingdom altogether, with its lands absorbed by eastern and western neighbours. These divisions contributed to long-term rivalries over border regions, conflicts that would shape European politics for centuries. By the mid-9th century, the once unified Frankish Empire had transformed into separate political entities that would gradually develop into modern European states. The imperial ideal persisted only as a symbolic memory, while regional identities and local power structures became the driving forces of political life. The divisions established during this period laid the foundations for the future map of Europe and marked the transition from a universal empire to a continent of competing kingdoms. From the late 9th century into the early 10th, Western Europe enters a stretch of history that feels like a map being redrawn in real time. It is not a clean story of one throne passing smoothly to the next. It is a story of exhaustion, sudden deaths, rival claims, and regions that start to behave as if they are countries in their own right. If the focus were only on royal family trees, this era could seem like a tangle of names and short reigns. But the deeper pattern is clearer. The large Frankish world created by earlier conquest begins to fracture into smaller political bodies, and the rules of legitimacy begin to shift under pressure. After the agreements that rearranged the old Carolingian lands, the leading rulers in East and West survive only a few more years. The emperor who had ruled in Italy dies without sons, and the imperial dignity becomes a prize that can be fought over rather than an inheritance that simply continues. One Western king secures the imperial title, helped by papal support, and a major conflict with the Eastern ruler seems likely. Yet it dissolves almost immediately when death removes the rival. What follows in the East is a familiar disaster. The territory is split again among sons, and although they attempt to cooperate, the arrangement is fragile. Each division has its own interests, its own dangers, and its own nobles, who expect to be heard. Italy becomes the first great testing ground. An eastern prince moves south and appears ready to establish real authority there. But events turn against him. The western contender withdraws and dies on the return journey, and the papacy reacts sharply to the rising influence from beyond the Alps. The Pope travels north, crowns a new Western king, and tries to shape the balance of power. Yet the new crowned ruler does not last long. He dies quickly, leaving behind children and the certainty of another partition. The wider Carolingian family, already weakened by decades of internal strain, begins to vanish at a startling pace. The problem is not only that heirs are young or unhealthy, it is that the dynasty's political quality is fading. Bodies fail, judgment fails, and authority becomes easier to challenge. One region is especially ready to break away. The valleys tied to the Rhône and the Saône had long been difficult to hold with a firm hand from distant royal courts. Local magnates, bishops, and monasteries had their own networks of loyalty and wealth. When central leadership stumbles again, a powerful nobleman seizes the moment. With the backing of regional aristocrats and strong support from church leaders, he has himself raised up as a king. This is not a normal succession. It is a public act of political creation. A new kingdom takes shape around rich bishoprics and strategic corridors, and the papacy lends recognition in ways that signal approval. The result is a precedent that cannot be undone by lectures about tradition. Once a kingdom can be made this way, others will consider doing the same. For a brief moment, however, the Carolingian world seems to pull itself together. Several of the remaining rulers agree that new breakaway kingships are a threat to everyone, and they coordinate action against such experiments. They even manage military pressure in contested zones and attempt to crush the most audacious usurper. Yet that cooperation collapses as soon as one member of the alliance gains a prestigious prize in Italy. The moment personal ambition is satisfied, the shared front breaks apart, and each ruler returns to defending his own immediate interests. At the same time, the Western Kingdom is battered by external attack. Scandinavian raiders strike repeatedly, and defending against them drains resources and morale. In the East, death removes one ruler after another until the surviving leadership is thin and unstable. In the West, a young king wins fame by defeating raiders and becomes the hope of his followers, only to die suddenly through misadventure. His brother lasts only a short time, showing little ability to stabilize anything before dying as well. Politics begins to resemble a stage on which the main actors keep disappearing mid-scene. By the mid-880s, only one legitimate Carolingian remains, with a claim broad enough to matter across the old empire. He ends up ruling a realm as large as Charlemagne's, at least on paper. But the size of the inheritance turns into a liability. What the moment requires is a leader capable of concentrating force and coordinating defense, especially against the continuing raids. Instead, the ruler is viewed as weak, hesitant, and physically unfit for the demands of war and government. Confidence collapses further when he chooses negotiation where his people expected defiance. A major northern assault is met with a deal that many see as humiliating. A heroic defense is rendered meaningless by political surrender, and the raiders are effectively encouraged to move onward into wealthier regions. That decision breaks something fundamental. It convinces many nobles and warriors that loyalty to the central ruler is no longer a duty when the ruler cannot protect the realm. When a challenger rises in the east, he is not a perfect candidate by blood, but he has what matters in a crisis: proven energy, military credibility, and powerful supporters in key frontier regions. He advances rapidly toward the heartlands, and instead of meeting stiff resistance, he is welcomed. The reigning emperor is abandoned and asks only for a quiet end. The challenger is acclaimed king by the eastern peoples. At first, it might look like the old empire could be reassembled under this new leadership. In reality, the moment for a single Frankish kingship has passed. Over the decades, landholding and local military obligation have created many smaller centres of power. Lords, bishops, and regional dynasts have built their own followings and expect to negotiate rather than obey. Once the central figure is removed, these local powers do not wait. They assert themselves. New kingdoms and rival kingship projects appear quickly, as if the collapse of one pillar has released pressure everywhere at once. Italy demonstrates the pattern with brutal clarity. Leading noble families compete for the crown. One claimant is elected and crowned in the traditional royal city, invoking older memories of kingship. Another arrives with armed support, forces recognition, then overturns the settlement through battle. Within a short span, Italy ends up with two kings at once, each too weak to master the nobility that supposedly serves him. One of them manages to compel papal cooperation and even receives the imperial title. But the honour does not create unity. It simply adds another layer of rivalry. In the Western Kingdom, a new kind of candidate rises. Not a direct heir, but a war leader whose reputation has been earned through defence. the count who saved a major city from siege becomes the obvious choice when the old emperor is cast aside. He is elevated as king with strong support in the north, while the south remains less certain. In Aquitaine, regional strength and local leadership continue to matter more than distant crowns, and a surviving child from the old royal line becomes a useful symbol around which later coalitions can form. The politics of the age is not simply about who is right by birth, but about who can attract allies, secure territory, and survive long enough to matter. Between Italy and the Western lands, the breakaway kingdom in the Rhone corridor continues under a young heir. Even there, legitimacy is complicated. The heir's position rests on recognition and local acceptance rather than on a universally respected rule of inheritance. North of that region, another Burgundian realm takes shape, centered on strategic routes and mountain passes. A leading magnate is raised to kingship, and his supporters imagine expansion into neighbouring borderlands. The old map is being replaced by a patchwork. Within months, the single empire that once provided a framework for European politics has effectively become a set of independent kingdoms. The method used to justify power also changes. For generations, rule had been treated as something inherited and divided like family property. Now, leaders are chosen because they seem capable, because they have armies, because they have allies among churchmen and nobles, and because circumstances demand action. A legitimate emperor is removed for incompetence. A legitimate child is overlooked. A ruler of imperfect birth is elevated because he appears strong enough to lead. Yet even as these new kingdoms assert independence, a lingering idea remains. Many of these rulers still want acknowledgement from the strongest king in the East, not because a title alone matters, but because a central authority can provide arbitration and support in emergencies. They are not looking for a master who governs every detail. They want a higher power that can legitimize, mediate, and occasionally intervene. That expectation shapes what the empire will become later. Not a fully unified state, but a political centre that claims precedence and offers a court of appeal. Out of this turbulent period, one long struggle becomes visible: election versus inheritance. When monarchies regain strength, they try to secure succession by blood, binding offices and crowns to family lines. When local powers dominate, they insist on the right to choose, using election as a weapon to limit the crown. This tension becomes one of the defining engines of medieval politics. It appears most sharply in moments of crisis, when no obvious heir can command obedience and the elites must decide whether to accept a dynasty or select a leader. Over time, the habit of choosing, once broad and unstable, becomes more organized and concentrated among a smaller circle of decision-makers, shaping how kingship and empire will function in the centuries ahead. During the Carolingian age, the Bishop of Rome was no longer just another senior churchman. Over time, Roman primacy grew into the strongest institution in Western Christianity, shaping politics and belief for centuries. This did not appear fully formed at the beginning of Christianity. It emerged gradually through pressure, opportunity, and careful argument. By around the early 3rd century, Rome's bishops had begun to sense their importance. Rome was the leading church of the Western Mediterranean, located in a city whose name still carried the weight of empire. Roman bishops increasingly spoke as if they held a special position among Christian leaders. Yet that claim was not universally accepted. In the Eastern Christian world, other great centres did not recognize Rome as a superior authority. Even in the West, respect for Rome often meant prestige and seniority, not the right to command. Rome's standing did not grow only from ambition. In turbulent times, the Roman Church often looked steady when other institutions collapsed. After imperial government shifted away from Rome, the city's bishop sometimes acted as an organizer, a mediator, and a source of public order. In a society shaken by conflict and uncertainty, practical leadership mattered. But practical leadership can be forgotten, challenged, or replaced. If Rome wanted lasting authority, it needed something stronger than reputation. That stronger foundation was built on a story of origins. The Roman Church emphasized the tradition that the Apostle Peter had led the Christian community in Rome and passed down a unique authority. The logic was simple and powerful. If Peter was the foremost apostle, entrusted with a special role, then the church that inherited Peter's legacy could claim a special position too. If Peter's authority could be traced forward through a line of successors, Rome could present itself not just as influential, but as the rightful centre of the Western Church. Over time, this Petrine claim spread widely in the Latin West. Several forces helped it. The Germanic invasions weakened older structures of local government that might have resisted Roman leadership. Many of the new rulers in Western Europe were initially outside the mainstream of Roman orthodoxy, and when they shifted toward orthodox belief, Rome could present itself as the safest guide. Gradually, the idea took hold that Rome was the place where doctrine and discipline were guarded most faithfully. By the end of the 6th century, the papacy appeared not only as a religious office, but as a coordinating power. Under Gregory the Great, Rome's bishop acted across borders, negotiated with hostile forces, directed missionaries, and managed church administration on a broad scale. This period shows a version of papal leadership that looks energetic and practical, yet not openly absolute. Other ancient Christian foundations could still be treated as honourable and significant. The papacy could appear as a guiding hand rather than a monarchy of the Church. After Gregory, however, survival became the dominant concern. The papacy's most urgent problem was the Lombards, who threatened Rome and surrounded much of central Italy. In theory, the natural defender of Rome was the Roman Empire in the east, whose government was based in Constantinople. Italian administration operated through officials, and one of the most important posts was located at Ravenna. Yet distant rule often meant heavy taxation without reliable defence. Italians experienced imperial demands, but not imperial protection. Rome's bishops found themselves squeezed between local danger and distant indifference. Under this pressure, the papacy looked for a new protector. It found one in the Franks. Among the major Germanic powers of the West, the Franks stood out for one key reason. Their rulers were tied to Orthodox Roman Christianity rather than rival interpretations. This did not necessarily mean the Frankish elite was morally transformed. Early Frankish society could be brutal, and the story of their politics includes violence, betrayal, and ruthless competition. Yet the Church remained the one institution capable of carrying learning, administration, and moral language across generations. As Frankish power grew, the Church within Frankland also became stronger, and with strength came the possibility of a partnership with Rome. Over time, the Frankish Church began to take on a more organised form, and one figure is central in that process: Boniface. His work in reforming and structuring church life connected the Frankish hierarchy more closely to Rome's influence. It was not simply local improvement. It strengthened a sense that Rome was the reference point for order, discipline, and legitimacy. This mattered when political and military needs aligned. The papacy needed a champion against Lombard pressure. The Frankish leadership needed religious legitimacy. In the mid-8th century, a powerful Frankish ruler sought to replace a weakened royal line. The Pope's approval helped sanctify that transition, and in return Frankish arms defended Roman interests in Italy. The alliance became official, and its consequences were enormous. Under Charlemagne, this relationship reached its most impressive form. His reign looked like a long campaign on behalf of an organized Christian society. War and conquest were repeatedly framed as acts of religious and political expansion at the same time. Meanwhile, assemblies that had once been irregular and improvised became major gatherings where decisions on both church and state were made and recorded. The result was a new kind of government, energetic, structured, and deeply involved in religious affairs. Charlemagne spoke with reverence toward the apostolic seat in Rome, and his public language often sounded humble before St. Peter's authority. Yet, his actions show something more complex than submission. He behaved like a ruler who believed he had responsibility for the church within his realm. After becoming emperor, he extended that sense of responsibility to the whole empire. In his view, Rome was within imperial territory, and the Bishop of Rome, like other bishops, required a temporal protector. The emperor's role was not merely to defend, but also to supervise, at least to some extent. This created a fundamental question. If a new Western Empire existed, what did it mean for the papacy? Charlemagne had taken protection seriously, especially compared to the Eastern emperors, who were often absent or entangled in their own disputes. But protection carried an implied claim. If the emperor guarded Rome, could he also regulate Rome? Two competing theories hardened over time. One view argued that the empire owed its status to papal coronation, and therefore should obey papal direction. In its sharpest form, this argument extended beyond the emperor to all secular rulers, claiming that spiritual authority could direct temporal power because it was higher in nature. The opposing view argued that the emperor inherited the rights of earlier Roman rulers, and therefore could exercise oversight over Rome's bishop just as earlier emperors had done. These positions could not fully coexist. If either side pushed its theory to the limit, the other would be reduced to a dependent. To understand why the conflict kept returning, it helps to recognize that the papacy was not a single, simple office. It combined multiple roles that did not always fit together. First, the Pope was the Bishop of Rome. In that capacity, election and accountability were local matters. The clergy and people of Rome had traditional claims in choosing their bishop, just as in other cities. Second, the Pope became the sovereign of a territorial state. Lands donated to the Roman Church grew steadily, and eventually formed a more concentrated bloc around Rome. By the Carolingian period, it made sense to speak of a papal territory governed as a state. Frankish rulers confirmed these possessions and added to them. Once the Pope was a political ruler, local elites cared intensely about who would hold the office. A pope was no longer only a teacher of faith. He was also a lord of land, revenue, offices, courts, and armies. Third, the Pope stood as the leading authority of the Western Church. In practice, this leadership had been accepted for centuries, but the meaning of it could vary. At its highest pitch, it turned into a claim that Rome held the purest apostolic inheritance, and therefore could judge disputes everywhere. This idea gained strength during centuries when Western Europe lacked other reliable centres of learning and guidance. People accepted Rome's leadership because there were few alternatives. The problem was that these three functions constantly collided. A pope who worked well as a spiritual leader might be poorly suited to govern a complicated state. A capable political manager might be a weak moral guide. A pope determined to press universal authority might neglect local Roman interests and provoke hostility at home. These tensions shaped many of the sharpest crises in medieval church history. No issue revealed the conflict more clearly than papal elections. If the Pope was only the Bishop of Rome, local election made sense. But if the Pope ruled a territory, the nobility and officials of that territory wanted influence. And if the Pope was head of the Western Church, many outside Rome felt they had a stake in the choice. As the papacy's reach expanded, the fight over who controlled elections became one of the most persistent sources of instability. During Charlemagne's lifetime, these tensions were muted by his personal authority. He was too powerful, and his service to church and order was too great for open confrontation to succeed. After his death, the situation grew more complicated. Under Louis the Pious, imperial oversight continued in practice, especially regarding Roman politics and papal elections. When a pope died, Rome did not always wait for formal imperial involvement before choosing a successor. Yet newly elected popes often felt the need to send messages north, explaining that the election had followed proper procedures and asking for confirmation of privileges. This reveals an atmosphere where Rome's leaders understood that an emperor might claim a right to judge whether an election was valid, even if he was not directly present at it. Louis's eldest son, Lothair, became a key figure in enforcing imperial authority in Rome. When he travelled there as an imperial representative, the papacy sometimes pressed him to accept coronation and anointing, strengthening the idea that imperial status required papal sanction. But imperial visits could also show the opposite. A ruler arriving to investigate Roman disorder, regulate officials, and assert oversight of law and government. A major example of this imperial push came with an important legal settlement issued under Lothair. Its purpose was to restore order in Rome and clarify the relationship between papal rule and imperial supervision. One of its most striking features dealt with law itself. The decree called upon inhabitants to state under which legal tradition they wished to live. This seems strange in modern eyes, but it matched the Germanic idea that law was personal rather than territorial. Under that view, a person carried his legal identity as a mark of birth and peoplehood, and governments were expected to judge him according to that inherited law. Roman tradition had taken the opposite approach. One empire, one law, binding citizens across a shared territory. Rome had long preserved the older Roman legal spirit, more strongly than many regions conquered by Germanic powers. The new imperial policy signalled that Rome's government would now recognise the mixed population of the region and the realities of a society shaped by conquest and settlement. It was also a reminder that imperial authority could reach into Rome's most ancient assumptions. At the same time, the settlement affirmed the Pope as the lawful executive ruler in his territory, while reserving for the emperor the highest supervisory role. The emperor stood as the supreme guardian of order and the final court of appeal. Jointly appointed agents were expected to report regularly on administration. Complaints were to be addressed first within papal structures, but imperial intervention was available if abuses continued. Even if later writers differed on precise details, the broader pattern is clear. Rome was not treated as fully independent. The empire still asserted a right to oversee. As the Carolingian world fell into dynastic conflict, the papacy became entangled in struggles that were not purely religious. The reign of Gregory IV offers a vivid example. In the fierce disputes between Louis the Pious and his sons, Rome's bishop did not appear as a commanding judge who could impose peace by spiritual force. Instead, he was drawn into the conflict as a useful symbol, especially for factions that benefited from papal presence. When Lothair moved against his father, the Pope travelled north in an attempt to mediate and prevent bloodshed. Yet mediation failed. The crisis ended not through moral authority, but through political manoeuvring and desertion. On the night before battle, Louis's supporters slipped away in large numbers, leaving him powerless. The place gained a reputation for betrayal, and the Pope returned to Rome with little to show for the journey. Frankish church leaders criticised his actions, and the episode demonstrated a reality that would repeat many times. Papal prestige could be enormous, but turning prestige into effective control over kings was far more difficult. Across this entire era, one trend stands out. The claims of Rome kept expanding, often without a clear, consistent principle guiding every decision. The papacy's authority was growing, but it grew inside a world of shifting alliances, rival dynasties, and competing legal traditions. Sometimes Rome appeared as a stabilizing centre. Sometimes it looked like a player caught in the current of Frankish politics. What remained constant was the direction of movement. The papacy was collecting arguments, precedents, and expectations. When conditions became favourable, those accumulated claims would be pressed more boldly, and the medieval struggle between spiritual supremacy and imperial sovereignty would enter its most dramatic phase. By the middle of the 9th century, the papacy was still operating in a world where emperors and kings could try to supervise Roman affairs. But the city of Rome was also learning how to push back. That tension shows up immediately in what happens after the death of a pope in the 840s. A new pontiff is chosen quickly, and the election is carried through without waiting for the imperial court's approval. On paper, this kind of speed and independence could be treated as a violation of the rules that had been laid down earlier, and it was not something the emperor's family intended to ignore. The response comes from Italy. An imperial prince, acting with his father's authority, moves toward Rome with armed support and demands to know why the normal procedures were bypassed. The Pope receives him politely and stages the kind of ceremonial welcome Rome does best. But the welcome comes with a condition. Before entering the most symbolic church in the city, the prince must promise that he has no intention of harming the rights of the Roman Church. Once that guarantee is given, the imperial party proceeds to do what really matters. The election itself is examined, questioned, and reviewed, and the imperial representatives declare themselves satisfied. The message is clear. Even if Rome tries to move quickly, imperial oversight can still be asserted. Yet the limits of that oversight appear just as clearly. The prince tries to go further and secure a personal oath of loyalty from the Pope and the Romans, not to the emperor in general, but to him as ruler in Italy. That request is rejected. The Pope insists that loyalty is owed to the emperor alone, not to an Italian kingship as a separate political authority. What follows is a compromise in ceremony, rather than a surrender in principle. The prince receives a royal coronation connected with Italy and the Lombard tradition. But Rome refuses to be treated as a normal piece of the Italian state. It is an early version of a theme that returns again and again in European history. Rome may accept protectors, but it resists being absorbed. Then comes a shock that exposes how vulnerable the Holy City can be. In the mid-840s, raiders from the sea strike Roman territory with terrifying effect. The attack is not only a military disaster, it is a psychological one. It demonstrates to the Christian world that sacred places can be plundered, and it reveals how weak local defences have become. Effective resistance does not come immediately from emperors or kings. Instead, the most serious long-term response begins along the coast, where maritime cities, increasingly wealthy and increasingly confident, cooperate to fight back. Their fleets defeat the raiders near the mouth of the Tiber, and that victory creates the breathing space needed for new fortifications. A new defensive zone is built to protect the great church district near St. Peter's, and the fortified quarter takes on a name that preserves the memory of the Pope associated with that construction. But politics inside Rome does not become calmer. If anything, the crisis accelerates internal division. Many Roman nobles are happy to use imperial failures as an argument for greater independence. At the same time, Another group forms that still sees value in imperial connection, either for protection or for leverage against local rivals. Between these factions stands the papacy itself, trying to preserve its own interests and survival. In practice, the papacy often becomes the object of struggle rather than the master of events, pulled and pushed by Roman families on one side and imperial agents on the other. That conflict bursts into the open in a contested election. After the death of a pope, one faction chooses a candidate and informs the emperors, presenting the announcement as part of long-standing custom. But the opposing side moves faster and plays a harder game. It promotes its own candidate, wins over key messengers, and brings its man into Rome with outside force. Control of the major churches becomes a political prize. Two rivals appear at once, each claiming to be the rightful bishop of Rome, each waiting for the street politics and alliances of the city to decide the outcome. What breaks the deadlock is not theology. It is the unexpected firmness of Roman public opinion. When the population refuses to accept the imperial choice, the imperial officers retreat, and the Roman candidate is installed. The attempt to impose a pope fails, yet the episode shows how fragile papal independence can be when armed power enters the city. A few years later, a new pope takes office whose reign becomes a turning point. This pontiff does not treat the papacy as merely a prestigious bishopric inside a larger imperial system. He thinks of the Roman See as a divine court with authority over the whole Christian world, able to judge disputes, correct abuses, and summon rulers and bishops alike to account. Under him, the papacy's claims appear in multiple arenas at once: relations with the Greek-speaking East, authority over regional churches in the West, and intervention in moral crises involving kings. The Eastern question is the hardest and the most explosive. In the Byzantine understanding, Rome is still part of a single Roman imperial order centered on Constantinople. The idea that there could be two Roman empires feels absurd to many Eastern officials, and the idea that a Western ruler can carry the imperial title is tolerated only when the Eastern state is too weak to prevent it. That old assumption has a direct consequence. If there is one empire, then Rome's church leadership should ultimately stand under imperial authority from the East. Meanwhile, the papacy in the West has grown stronger not because of abstract arguments, but because it has provided leadership, organization, and legitimacy in a region where imperial power often feels distant or unreliable. Now, a pope appears who is ready to claim that the relationship has reversed. In his view, Rome is not a dependent church. It is the head of Christendom, and it has the right to speak on Eastern affairs as well as Western ones. The immediate trigger is a struggle for control of the leading church office in Constantinople. An elderly patriarch known for strict morals is pushed out through a palace revolution after refusing to tolerate the openly scandalous behavior of a powerful figure close to the throne. In his place, a layman of enormous intellect and reputation is elevated rapidly through clerical ranks, ignoring the normal steps that church rules required. The deposed patriarch appeals to Rome. For a pope determined to assert universal authority, this is the perfect opening. Roman representatives are received in Constantinople, sometimes respectfully, sometimes with hostility, yet always with caution. Eastern leaders understand that Rome can influence opinion in the West, and that influence is dangerous. The conflict becomes so sensitive that when a particularly sharp statement is sent from Rome, extraordinary measures are taken to keep it from reaching the capital. Beneath the surface dispute lies something larger than one office. It is a test of whether Rome can claim jurisdiction beyond the Western world. At the same time, other long-running divisions push the churches further apart. One dispute concerns religious images in worship. Early Christian suspicion toward images had gradually softened, and many churches became richly decorated. Later, a fierce backlash emerged in the East, turning into campaigns to destroy images as a form of idolatry. In parts of the East, the controversy becomes entangled with court politics, with emperors at times encouraging repression and at other times restraining it. In the West, the Roman Church tends toward a practical position, allowing images as aids to devotion. The difference is not a minor detail, it becomes one more marker separating Eastern and Western religious culture. Another fault line is territorial and missionary competition. Along the lower Danube and in the Balkan world, a newly Christianizing kingdom becomes a battlefield of influence. Missionaries from Constantinople have already made progress there, and the local ruler has been baptized and tries to pull his people into the new faith. Then, Western agents arrive and argue that the teaching received from the East is incorrect. The ruler, anxious about salvation and legitimacy, turns to Rome for guidance. Rome responds with a massive set of instructions, treating the inquiry not as a polite consultation, but as evidence that Rome's authority should extend into that region. The eastern side answers with its own claims. The region lies within the orbit of the Eastern Empire, and church connections, it argues, must match political reality. Doctrinal and disciplinary disputes are thrown into the argument, each side presenting the other as dangerous and misguided. In practice, geography, power, and cultural difference make a Western victory unlikely. The struggle hardens resentment and helps push the two churches toward a deeper separation. While these Eastern quarrels develop, the same Pope is also reshaping the West. One of the most famous confrontations involves a king who wants to end a politically arranged marriage and replace his wife with a long-time partner. The king and his circle attempt to make the divorce look lawful by using the legal habits of the age. Public accusations, staged confessions, and the ritual tests that people believe reveal divine judgment. A churchman serves as champion in a dangerous ordeal, and when the result supports the queen's innocence, the king refuses to accept the outcome and keeps her under control anyway. Later, a new hearing is arranged, and the queen is pressured into a confession that supports the king's plan. Councils are convened with friendly bishops, neighbouring rulers are managed through concessions, and publicity is used as a weapon. On the surface, the system appears to function. The king seems to have the clergy behind him, and the road to a new marriage looks open. Yet not everyone cooperates. A leading archbishop outside the king's control refuses to attend the staged proceedings and produces a devastating legal critique that exposes the abuses and procedural fraud. Even with that criticism circulating, the king continues, secures clerical approval from his own supporters, and celebrates new marriage. At this point, Rome intervenes decisively. The Pope frames the case as a moral emergency and a question of justice for a wronged woman. Legates are dispatched to investigate, and a council is called to judge the issue. The king manipulates attendance and floods the meeting with loyal bishops. The queen is absent, and her absence is interpreted as guilt. Worse, the Pope's own representatives are bought off. The council endorses the king's plan and sends high-ranking churchmen to Rome, expecting confirmation. Instead, Rome turns the tables. The Pope receives the envoys coldly, delays them, then denounces them publicly and strips them of office. The king's allies rage and attempt to mobilize imperial pressure against the Pope, but the effort collapses amid illness and political calculation. Inside the Frankish world, fear spreads. Excommunication and deposition are no longer abstract threats. They have been used, and they have worked. A papal agent is sent north with sweeping authority, negotiating alliances with other kings and closing in on the central target. Facing the prospect of isolation and hostile coalitions, the king yields outwardly. The legitimate queen is restored, the rival partner is expelled, and the Pope's authority appears to triumph. But the story does not end cleanly. The king continues his relationship with the excommunicated woman and pressures the queen into new petitions designed to reopen the case. After the Pope's death, his successor tries to keep the same line. An uneasy meeting is arranged in Italy, where the king seeks relief from penalties and a new settlement. To prove innocence, the king demands a ritual purification through the most solemn act available in that religious culture. He swears that no forbidden relationship has continued and receives the sacrament as a public sign. Many attendants swear similarly. The immediate result is political. The threat of punishment is postponed, and the king leaves believing the danger has passed. Then reality intervenes. On the return journey, a deadly fever strikes the party, and the king dies on the road. Contemporaries naturally connect the timing to divine judgment, and the story becomes fuel for the belief that Rome's will cannot be defied without consequence. A modern view can point to environment and disease rather than miracle. But the political effect is the same. The papacy's moral authority grows, and fear of spiritual penalties becomes a factor rulers must calculate. A third conflict shows the same pope pushing against regional church power. A bishop in northern Gaul quarrels with his metropolitan over discipline and procedure. The bishop appeals to Rome. The metropolitan tries to stop the appeal by arresting him and keeping him under control. The Pope responds by ordering that the bishop be restored or allowed to come to Rome for judgment. The king, needing papal support for his own plans, forces compliance. The bishop reaches Rome, and after delays designed to display authority, the Pope declares him innocent and threatens direct restoration if the metropolitan does nothing. When resistance continues, Rome restores the bishop anyway, sending him back under the protection of a papal agent. The message is unmistakable. Rome claims the right to act not only at the top of the hierarchy, but deep inside local church structures, even against powerful archbishops. This matters far beyond one quarrel. It shows how papal power can weaken national church leadership and, by extension, unsettle royal influence as well. If Rome can intervene in any dispute and define it as religious, then almost any political conflict can be pulled into its orbit. Compared with the era of Charlemagne, the distance travelled is enormous. What once looked like cooperation under a strong emperor now looks like a papacy learning to command through legal claims and spiritual penalties. That shift also pushes the papacy toward a different need: a more formal legal foundation. Earlier generations relied on broad arguments about tradition and spiritual authority. As conflicts multiplied, it became useful to have documents, collections, and written precedents that could be cited as law. Over time, church legal collections gather canons from councils and texts attributed to the apostles, alongside official letters issued by bishops of Rome. These compilations elevate papal letters into the same category as conciliar decrees, turning papal decisions into standard sources of law for the Church. But even those collections have limits for a papacy that wants to claim timeless authority. If papal legal power seems to begin only when Christianity gains official recognition in the Roman state that can appear to tie Rome's authority to political circumstances rather than to divine origin, a papacy that sees itself as founded directly by Christ naturally wants its legal record to reach back to the very beginning. The problem is that early documents of the kind later ages desire are not available in the needed form. In an environment where the institutional goal is considered sacred and urgent, the temptation arises to fill the gaps, creating texts that look ancient, speak with confident authority, and provide exactly the legal foundation later claims require. The result is a new phase in papal history, where power is justified not only by influence and fear, but by an expanding architecture of written law that appears to anchor Rome's authority in the earliest age of the Church. In the middle of the 9th century, a set of documents began circulating that would reshape the balance of power inside Western Christianity. They claimed to preserve ancient rulings from Rome, reaching back beyond the age of Constantine and even into the era of the earliest Christian leaders. If those texts had been authentic, they would have offered Rome an unbreakable legal foundation for sweeping authority. They were not authentic. Yet for centuries, they were treated as if they were. The first clear signs of this collection appear during a tense conflict involving Pope Nicholas I and a powerful church leader in the Frankish world, Hincmar, as they argued over the treatment of a bishop named Rothad of Soissons. In the middle of that dispute, references emerged to an impressive archive of early papal decisions. Exactly where the collection was produced has been debated, but a strong line of modern scholarship places its creation in the Frankish lands. The likely authors were not acting randomly. The texts strongly favoured a particular agenda, strengthening individual bishops against secular interference, tightening the bond between local bishops and Rome, and limiting the power of regional church superiors who had long acted as the gatekeepers of discipline and appeals. By the standards of later centuries, the collection was a large-scale fraud. That conclusion is no longer controversial. Even within Catholic scholarship, the documents are recognized as fabrications. The real argument has never been only about whether they were false, but about why they were written and how their creators justified the act. Medieval culture did not treat forgery the way modern scholarship does. When religion was involved, many writers believed that serving a sacred cause could excuse methods that would otherwise be condemned. In that mindset, questioning the authenticity of pious-looking documents could feel less like careful investigation and more like a kind of irreverence. The collection was published under a respected name, one that suggested connection to a famous church compiler. That branding gave it instant credibility. It also allowed the new documents to blend into existing legal tradition without raising obvious alarm. Inside the collection were large numbers of supposed papal letters from the earliest centuries and invented decisions of councils that had never occurred. The tone was consistent. The clergy, and especially bishops, were portrayed as a protected order with rights that could not be overridden lightly by kings, local nobles, or even regional church authorities. In its most generous interpretation, the project can be described as an attempt to elevate the moral standing of church leadership and give bishops greater power to restrain violence and disorder in Europe. A world filled with feuds, raids, and political instability could easily be imagined as needing a stronger spiritual police. The authors may have believed that reinforcing the dignity and immunity of bishops would strengthen the Church's ability to discipline society. But the collection did more than protect bishops. It quietly shifted the centre of gravity toward Rome by presenting the Pope as the ultimate source of episcopal authority and the final court of appeal in nearly every serious dispute. That second feature is what made the forged texts so historically decisive. Most people in the 9th century did not spend their lives debating legal theory. But legal theory mattered whenever conflicts erupted between Rome and local powers. In struggles over depositions, elections, appeals, and discipline, the papacy could now point to a library of venerable texts that appeared ancient, authoritative, and unquestionable. Those texts consistently favoured Rome's right to intervene, to judge, and to reverse decisions made elsewhere. From a modern perspective, it is tempting to ask why opponents did not simply expose the fraud immediately. The answer lies in the intellectual climate. The habit of close textual criticism was weak. The instinct to doubt was even weaker. Many people assumed that the older and more mysterious a claim sounded, the more likely it was to be true. There was also a deep reluctance to challenge religious authority by questioning documents that claimed to speak in the voice of early saints and bishops. In that atmosphere, the person demanding proof could appear more suspicious than the person providing grand-sounding proof. As a result, the forged decretals were accepted, copied, cited, and used as legal ammunition for generations. They remained influential until the 15th century, when European learning began to change. Scholars started to compare language, style, and historical context more carefully. When that light finally fell on the collection, its flaws became hard to ignore. The documents were not only fabricated, they were often careless, anachronistic, inconsistent in ways that became obvious once people began asking the right questions. Yet by the time serious doubt took hold, the damage or the achievement, depending on one's perspective, had already been done. For hundreds of years, these texts helped Rome present its authority as ancient law rather than recent ambition. They helped shift the legal foundations of church government. Earlier, Christian authority could be grounded in multiple sources: the teachings of Jesus in the Gospels, apostolic writings, the decisions of major councils accepted across Christendom, and the interpretations of respected early theologians. Another category also existed: responses given by older churches to newer communities, including letters attributed to bishops of major apostolic centres. Among these, Rome's letters held special prestige, but they were still one type of authority among several. The forged collection changed the proportions. It encouraged the idea that papal letters carried weight equal to the highest sources of Christian teaching and law, and in practice they soon threatened to outweigh them. Once a system treats papal decisions as the most reliable legal tool in difficult cases, the rest of church authority gradually becomes secondary. This marked the rise of a new model for church governance, one built around written papal rulings and appeals to Rome. In this model, law does not primarily flow from broad councils representing the whole church. It flows from the Pope's decisions, which are treated as the decisive interpretive voice. This was not the only possible direction. A council-centered church could have imagined the Pope as the chief administrator of rules, shaped by the wider agreement of Christian communities and their leaders. Such a structure would have made the church more representative, with councils acting as the main legislative and judicial authority. Another alternative, argued by reform-minded voices at many points in history, was to base authority almost entirely on the text of the New Testament. That approach left little room for later institutional claims, not firmly anchored in early documents. But in the 9th century, the council-centered model clashed with Rome's claims, and the strictly scripture-centered model offered no support for the sweeping theory of papal supremacy that had already been forming for centuries. The forged decretals strengthened the papal model at the very moment when political circumstances allowed it to expand. By the time Pope Nicholas I died in 867, the medieval concept of papal supremacy had largely settled into a recognizable shape. Later, popes would not invent the idea from scratch. They would apply it. The immediate successors of Nicholas were capable leaders, and Europe lacked any single power strong enough to force Rome back into a narrower role. Popes continued to be elected in Rome without formal consultation of the emperor, and the omission was often handled through polite apology and ritual reassurance. The pattern suggests that Rome was pushing outward, while still avoiding open confrontation when it seemed risky. A striking glimpse into this evolving relationship appears in a letter associated with the Emperor Louis II, written in response to sharp criticism from the Eastern Emperor in Constantinople. The Eastern ruler argued that the imperial title belonged only to the line that inherited it directly from the ancient Roman state. The Western Emperor's response did not rest primarily on armies, lineage, or Senate tradition. Instead, it leaned heavily on sacred legitimacy. The letter framed imperial dignity as something granted through papal consecration. It argued that kings who had received anointing and coronation in Rome held a higher status than those who had not, and it portrayed the Western Empire as the true protector of the Holy City and its spiritual leader. Whatever the letter's exact authorship, its meaning is clear. It represents a major shift in how imperial authority could be explained. The emperor's title is presented as dependent on papal action. The crown becomes, in theory, a gift conferred through religious sanction. That concept weakened the old claim that emperors inherited ancient rights to supervise the church. It also gave the papacy a powerful argument. If the pope could make an emperor, the pope could also judge emperors. This change was soon tested in practice. After Louis II died in 875 without a direct heir, the imperial throne did not pass smoothly as it had in earlier Carolingian practice. For the first time in a clear way, rival Western powers competed for the imperial crown. A French king, Charles the Bald, wanted the title even though his record as a ruler was unimpressive. Across the Rhine, German rulers and princes possessed stronger political foundations and could claim equal right to the honour. The vacancy created leverage for Rome because the crown could now be treated as something that required papal approval to become fully legitimate. Pope John VIII moved quickly, favouring the French candidate and calling Charles to Rome for coronation. Charles responded as expected. He raised money, crossed the Alps, and accepted the crown with speed. In doing so, he reinforced the idea that imperial dignity was granted through the Pope. This appeared, at first glance, to be a triumph for papal supremacy. But the victory carried a hidden cost. A distant emperor who was obedient in theory might be useless in practice. Italy faced external threats, including raids and pressure from forces beyond its borders, and Rome still needed protection. A crown that produced prestige without security could leave the papacy exposed. Even worse, by choosing sides, the papacy intensified rivalry between major powers and invited their competition into Roman politics. John VIII proved energetic and resourceful. He worked to organize Italian resistance, sought unity among quarreling regions, and even took an active role in military measures. This shows a papacy willing to act not only as a spiritual authority, but also as an Italian power among other Italian powers. Yet that transformation was dangerous. The moment the papacy behaved like one competitor in the peninsula's political game, it risked losing the aura of being above politics. Once the papal office became a prize in factional struggles, reverence could turn into bargaining and coercion. The weakness of the imperial protector became obvious when Charles the Bald was summoned again to defend Rome and briefly appeared as a champion, only to retreat as soon as German opposition threatened him. He abandoned the situation and died soon after on the journey back across the Alps. His death reopened the question the papacy had tried to control. Should the empire fall to a strong ruler who might resist Rome, or to a weaker candidate who might obey but fail to protect? German influence grew in northern Italy, gathering supporters and building networks inside Rome itself. John VIII, facing pressure and intrigue, sought breathing space abroad and turned to diplomacy in multiple directions. Yet no solution produced lasting stability. Eventually, German rulers agreed to push forward a new imperial candidate, Karl the Fat. The appearance of papal freedom of choice remained, but the reality was different. Rome crowned the man it could not successfully refuse. The outcome was bitterly familiar. The new emperor gained the title and then withdrew, offering little support against Italy's dangers. The papacy was left to navigate threats and internal opposition largely alone. When John VIII died, the bright revival that had begun under Nicholas I faded. Years of political manoeuvring had helped diminish imperial independence, but the papacy discovered a recurring lesson. Weakening the emperor too much could backfire. A strong empire might threaten Rome's autonomy, but a weak empire often left Rome vulnerable to enemies who offered no grand ideal of order, only raw local power. The story opens on two frontiers at once. Germany is trying to become a more unified kingdom, and Italy is sliding into a crisis that drags the papacy down into local power struggles. In the north, Henry's rule reaches a turning point during a Hungarian attack. The raiders split into two columns. One group tried to push in through the west, aiming to break into Saxony by way of Thuringia. That force ran into coordinated resistance and was wiped out in the fighting. The other group drove forward more directly toward the king, moving to meet him near Merseburg on the Unstrut. Henry understood what frightened the Hungarians and what did not. Their style depended on speed, distance, and avoiding a heavy clash. They did not want to be pinned down by armoured riders. Henry used that fear. A screen of infantry moved out first, drawing the enemy in and tempting them to commit. When the Hungarians finally saw the heavier formations prepared behind the trap, they broke off and fled. The pursuit was long and exhausting, but the very speed that made the raiders dangerous also made them hard to punish. Henry's cavalry chased for miles and still caught few men. Even so, the result mattered far beyond the casualty count. The victory raised Henry's reputation sharply. The northern raids began to ease, and German leadership suddenly looked more credible to neighbouring rulers who wanted stability on their borders. Henry never carried the imperial crown, but the aura of an emperor began to gather around him in the eyes of admirers who saw order returning under his command. Not long after, Henry's health failed. Before his death, he tried to secure the future by turning succession into a public act. At Erfurt, he gathered leading men from the different German peoples and asked them to accept his son Otto as king. The assent came, but it was not unanimous in spirit. A younger brother believed he had a claim, arguing that he had been born while their father already held royal power, and that this changed the rules. The argument had no firm legal foundation, because Germany still lacked a settled hereditary system. Yet the very fact that such a claim was made shows something important. Ideas about legitimacy and dynastic right were starting to take root among elites who had once treated kingship as more negotiable. When Otto moved toward kingship, the ceremony chosen for his coronation was a message in itself. The location was Aachen, a place loaded with memory, tied to Charlemagne and the older Frankish world. Otto's father had relied on Saxon strength and then forced recognition from others. Otto wanted the reverse. A formal endorsement from all the major German groups, staged in a setting that linked the new ruler to the grandest traditions available. This was not only about style. It was about announcing what kind of kingdom Otto meant to build. The church took a leading role in the ritual. A senior archbishop presided, even as other great churchmen disputed precedence. Otto was presented not merely as a successful Saxon leader, but as a ruler chosen by God, named by his father, and acknowledged by the princes. The crowd answered with loud acclaim. Then came the symbolic heart of the ceremony. the handing over of royal insignia at the altar. The language attached to the sword, the cloak, and the staff framed Otto's power as both protective and moral. He was told to defend the Christian people, restrain enemies, preserve peace, and show disciplined care for those under his authority, especially the vulnerable. The goal was clear. Kingship was not being described as simple command. It was being framed as a sacred office with duties as well as rights. After worship, the ritual continued in a more political register. The dukes of the major regions served the king in traditional ceremonial roles. These were not random tasks, they were the old household offices of personal service, providing the ruler's quarters, overseeing the table, presenting the drink, managing the horses. Long ago, these had been menial jobs, but in a court they became honours precisely because they placed great men close to the ruler's person. In Otto's coronation, the great dukes performing these roles signalled submission and hierarchy. The meaning was unmistakable. The Saxon king was being staged as the superior lord of all the German lands, with the regional powers functioning as his servants and agents, rather than as semi-independent rulers. From the start, Otto's political idea differed from his father's. Under Henry, Germany could look like a coalition held together by personal authority and constant negotiation. Under Otto, the aim was to turn that coalition into a kingdom with a real centre, where duchies were not partners, but instruments. Otto did not seek to erase the regional structures, he sought to master them. The next years would test whether the duchies would accept that vision or resist it. Resistance came quickly and repeatedly. Family rivalries provided convenient banners for wider discontent. A half-brother with a contested status and a younger brother with wounded ambition became focal points around which dissatisfied nobles could gather. What followed was not a heroic civil war with clear sides and noble ideals. It was a long grind of rebellion, betrayal, threatened violence, and shifting alliances. The period is full of broken oaths and temporary reconciliations that collapsed as soon as circumstances changed. Yet through that chaos, Otto achieved something lasting. Over time, the duchies stopped looking like powers that existed on their own terms and began to look more like positions shaped by royal decision. Dukes, who once seemed rooted in local tradition, increasingly became figures who owed their authority to the king's favour. Otto only rarely tried to rule a duchy directly for long. More often, he preferred to place loyal men or relatives in key posts, turning the regional leadership into an extension of his own household and strategy. By the midpoint of his reign, the pattern was becoming visible. Bavaria ended up in the hands of Otto's brother after years of conflict, a sign that even bitter enemies could be absorbed into the royal system if they submitted. Swabia was linked to the royal family through Otto's own household and heirs. Lorraine was held by a major noble tied to the king through marriage. Saxony and Franconia lay under Otto's immediate influence. After years of tension, the duchies were concentrated within one ruling circle, creating the impression that German unity might finally be secured through a family network backed by royal power. While Germany was being pulled toward a stronger centre, Italy was moving in the opposite direction. At the end of the Carolingian era, the papacy had spoken as if it stood above all secular rule. It had claimed the right to judge kings, to define imperial legitimacy, and to decide political questions that affected the whole Christian world. It had also played an active role in Italy's defence and diplomacy. From a distance, it could look as if Rome was on the verge of becoming the supreme referee of European affairs. But the papacy's strength depended on more than legal arguments. It depended on the ability to remain universal rather than merely local. If Rome wanted to act as the head of Christendom, it needed broad support and a political partner capable of projecting order across Europe. In practice, that partner could only be the empire. Yet the papacy had pursued a strategy that weakened the imperial office by treating it as something to be controlled rather than reinforced. When imperial power collapsed into weakness, Rome lost the one external structure that could protect papal independence from local factions. The consequence was harsh. The papacy was drawn down into the city's internal struggles and became a prize in Roman politics. After an emperor was crowned in 896 by a forceful pope who favoured alliance with German power, the opposing Roman faction struck back. With his death, the city plunged into chaos. Popes rose and fell rapidly, often through violence. In the most notorious episode, a dead pope was exhumed, dragged into a church and subjected to a grotesque spectacle of judgment. The body was stripped of its honours and thrown into the river. The scene was not simply scandalous. It revealed how completely the papacy could be captured by local rage and rivalry when it lacked a stable external protector. A brief counter-movement followed. The disgraced pope's body was recovered and buried with ceremony, and a new pope tried to stabilize Rome by leaning on the Italian imperial claimants, who still existed in name, even if they lacked real strength. Rules were announced that aimed to bring imperial oversight back into papal elections. Not because emperors were strong, but because Roman factions were worse. For a moment, it looked as if Pope and Italian emperor together might impose order. That hope died quickly. The Italian claimant died by accident, and rivals rushed in. Northern Italian nobles and regional lords treated the royal title like a tool, inviting outside princes and shifting loyalties whenever it suited them. Another young ruler was brought in and crowned, but he proved unable to tame the turbulence. Popes continued to be made and unmade in rapid succession, and the records become a blur of upheaval. Out of that blur, one thing becomes clearer. Powerful Roman families were rising above the chaos and learning to control it. Wealthy houses near Rome began to dominate offices, patronage, and street-level power. The papacy, instead of standing above the city, was increasingly shaped by the city's strongest networks. In this environment, one pope stands out as unusually capable. John X acted less like a distant spiritual judge and more like a hard political operator. He tried once again to strengthen his position by crowning an Italian emperor and using imperial prestige as a lever against Roman factions. The partnership also enabled a rare moment of coordinated military action. Italy's princes were drawn into a joint campaign against a remaining Saracen stronghold in the south. Even the Eastern Empire contributed naval support. The campaign succeeded and improved security in central Italy. But victory had a price. Each time the papacy behaved like a regional Italian power, it gained practical influence and lost universal dignity. Leading coalitions, bargaining for troops, granting land, and directing warfare could protect Rome, but it also made the Pope look like one more prince among princes. The spiritual authority that came from being above faction was weakened when the papacy visibly depended on faction. At the same time, Roman society itself was being reshaped by a noble elite, whose titles echoed the ancient world but no longer carried its meaning. Words like consul, senator, and senate survived as labels, yet they described not a republican constitution but the dominance of a small aristocratic circle. Within that circle, influence could be held not only by armed men but also by women who controlled alliances, marriages, and patronage. One family in particular became the centre of gravity. Through marriage ties connecting Rome to the leading houses of Spoleto, Tuscany, and the Italian royal line, a formidable noblewoman, Marozia, rose to a position where she could shape the city's politics for years. Her husbands and allies supplied military power and territorial reach. Her household supplied continuity and strategy within Rome itself. As these local forces tightened their grip, the wider Italian kingdom drifted into weakness. The northern rulers who claimed the crown struggled to secure broad loyalty. Nobles, who could not settle their disputes, invited foreign intervention, repeating a pattern that would haunt Italy for centuries. One rival was murdered, another challenger took the field, and bargaining over titles continued as if the kingdom were a prize to be traded rather than a state to be governed. For a generation, even the imperial title effectively vanished from Italy's political reality. In its place stood shifting kings, imported claimants, regional lords, and Roman factions. A ruler from Provence eventually entered Italy under favourable conditions. Welcomed by a northern power broker and by a pope looking for help against Rome's internal enemies. Yet in the capital, the faction tied to Marozia had become so strong that it could imprison a pope, install rivals, and decide outcomes by force. John X, despite his talent and his successes, was overcome by that machinery. He died in 929, and his fall marked the grim logic of the age. Personal ability mattered, but control of Rome itself mattered more. In the long view, these decades explain why Otto's Germany and the papacy would later collide and cooperate so intensely. Germany was building a stronger centre. Rome was trapped in local struggles. The stage was being set for a new bargain, one that would eventually pull the German king into Italy, restore the imperial title in a new form, and reshape the relationship between crown and papacy for centuries. After the collapse of centralized Carolingian authority, the old empire fragmented into separate political units. Italy fell under the control of regional rulers. Burgundy formed its own power centre, and the western territories divided among competing kings. Aquitaine and Provence followed different leaders, each claiming legitimacy but exercising authority only within limited boundaries. The idea that the empire of Charlemagne could remain a unified structure disappeared. Although some of these rulers sought recognition from the German king Arnulf of Carinthia, their actions show that they did not truly regard him as their superior. Arnulf himself showed little desire to enforce universal authority. His primary concern was survival. The borders of his realm faced pressure from many directions, and the security of Germany required constant military effort. A decisive victory over northern raiders in the region of Lorraine demonstrated the effectiveness of coordinated German resistance and halted further attacks in that area. Yet another danger emerged on the eastern frontier, where a powerful Slavic state had risen. The Moravian realm expanded across Central Europe, bringing together numerous Slavic peoples under a single political structure. Its influence stretched across the frontier of Germany and represented something close to a united Slavic power. Although Christianized in its own manner and once loosely connected to the Frankish world, Moravia had taken advantage of internal divisions among the Franks to assert independence. Its ruler refused to recognize German authority, forcing Arnulf to respond with military campaigns. These expeditions devastated the land, but failed to secure decisive victory. Only the death of the Moravian ruler and the division of his territory prevented the state from becoming a dominant force in medieval Europe. Soon afterward, Moravian power declined rapidly and disappeared under the pressure of new invaders. The defence of the northeastern frontier rested largely in the hands of the Saxons. In the northern regions, this people had developed strong political institutions and military traditions. Since their conquest by Charlemagne, they had maintained internal cohesion and built a solid base of regional power. Their strength would later help reshape the political life of the German kingdom. Arnulf himself trusted their ability to defend the frontier and rarely interfered in their affairs. To the west, Arnulf adopted a different strategy. He placed his illegitimate son in charge of Lorraine, creating a semi-independent kingdom intended to act as a buffer between Eastern and Western powers. This decision did not strengthen unity. Instead, it added another division to the already fragmented political landscape. The new ruler proved ineffective and unpopular, and after Arnulf's death, the leaders of Lorraine rejected him and restored the region to German control. Once his borders were relatively secure, Arnulf turned toward the traditional dream of universal empire. The Pope invited him to Italy to receive the imperial crown, hoping for strong protection from a powerful northern ruler. An initial campaign achieved limited success, but resistance forced Arnulf to withdraw. Later, with stronger support among the German peoples, he launched another expedition. He reached Rome after overcoming fierce opposition, entered the city with military force and received the imperial crown. Yet success was brief. Illness struck him suddenly, and he returned north without securing lasting control. This marked the first attempt by a German king to dominate Italian politics, and for decades it would also be the last. In his final years, Arnulf continued defending his kingdom, but faced a new and terrifying threat. From the eastern plains came the Hungarians, a nomadic people who had moved gradually across the Eurasian steppes into Europe. Skilled horsemen and swift raiders, they resembled earlier invading peoples who had once shaken the Roman world. After settling in the lands of the Middle Danube, they began launching devastating raids across Europe. Hungarian armies swept through Italy, Bavaria, and the German territories, destroying armies and plundering settlements. Their mobility and unconventional tactics made them extremely difficult to defeat. Traditional methods of warfare proved ineffective against them, and the defensive system of the old Carolingian Empire had weakened significantly. Military responsibility had become concentrated in a narrow warrior class, leaving the wider population less prepared for collective defense. At Arnulf's death, his only legitimate heir was a young child named Ludwig. The German nobles nevertheless supported the boy as king, partly because his weakness allowed them to strengthen their own regional authority. During his reign, powerful regional duchies emerged as the true centres of political power. Bavaria, Swabia, Franconia, and Saxony each developed strong local leadership and distinct political identity. Bavaria, situated along the Danube, had long traditions of independence. Its warrior nobility defended the eastern frontier against invasions and developed strong internal unity. After suffering catastrophic defeat against Hungarian forces, the Bavarians rallied around local leadership and restored their own ducal authority, effectively re-establishing regional independence within the larger German kingdom. Swabia followed a similar path. Governed previously by royal officials, it developed a strong and ambitious nobility that resisted central authority. Rebellion and political conflict weakened royal control, and local leaders eventually dominated the region despite attempts to suppress them. Franconia, located in the central Rhine and Main valleys, contained the wealthiest cities and most influential bishoprics. Rival noble families struggled for control, and although one faction gained royal support, the result was not stronger monarchy but greater regional independence. In the north, Saxony presented a different development. The Saxons retained strong traditions of social structure and military organization. Although they had been converted to Christianity and incorporated into the Frankish world, their independence remained strong. Their leaders defended the frontier against Slavic neighbours and gained increasing political authority. Among their leading families emerged a powerful house whose influence would shape the future of Germany. When the young king, Ludwig, died without heirs, Germany faced a decisive moment. Rather than restoring the old Carolingian order under a foreign ruler, the German leaders chose their own king. Conrad of Franconia was elected by representatives of the major regions, marking an important step toward a distinct German political identity, independent of the broader Frankish tradition. Conrad attempted to strengthen royal authority by suppressing the power of the regional dukes, but his policies provoked resistance. Supported by church leaders who favoured strong central authority, he tried to impose royal control through force and harsh punishment. These efforts failed. Regional identity had grown too strong, and opposition only intensified. On his deathbed, Conrad recognized the limits of his policy and recommended that the crown pass to Henry of Saxony, a leader widely respected for his strength and influence. Henry accepted the kingship but rejected ceremonial coronation rituals associated with clerical authority, preferring support from the warrior nobility. His rule marked a turning point. Henry pursued a different strategy. Rather than crushing regional power, he recognized the authority of the duchies and bound them to the monarchy through cooperation and mutual interest. The German kingdom became a federation of powerful regions united under a single ruler, primarily for defense and stability. His greatest achievement lay in military reform. Facing constant threat from Slavic and Hungarian raiders, Henry reorganized the defense of Saxony. He strengthened fortifications, established protected settlements, and created a more effective fighting force drawn from the rural population. These measures prepared Germany for the next wave of invasion. In the early 10th century, Rome slipped into one of its strangest political moods. After a period when almost nothing is recorded beyond a pope's name, the city's power struggles returned in dramatic form. A strong local faction, tied to an ambitious noblewoman named Marozia, pushed her own son into the papal office. For Rome, this was not simply a church appointment. It was a move in a larger contest over who truly controlled the city. A new opportunity appeared when Marozia's second husband died. She was now free to form a fresh alliance, and one man was ready to take advantage of it. Hugo of Burgundy, already wearing the crown of Italy. Hugo's ambitions reached higher than the Italian throne. He wanted the grand title that still carried prestige, even when its substance had grown thin. Before attempting to secure that prize, he removed threats around him with ruthless efficiency, including a brutal act against a powerful relative in Tuscany. With obstacles cleared and his own position strengthened, he moved toward Rome. There was, however, a personal problem that could have blocked the marriage he wanted. It was solved without much hesitation, because the authority needed to approve exceptions was already sitting in the papal chair, held by a young man who owed his position to Marozia. The marriage went ahead, even though many Romans resented it. Hugo's behaviour across Italy had already made him enemies. Offices and lands were being handed to followers from outside the peninsula, and local elites saw their influence shrinking. That same mistrust shaped Hugo's conduct in Rome. He stayed inside the fortress of St. Angelo, where the wedding took place, as if he knew the streets beyond could turn hostile. The real turning point came from inside Marozia's own household. Her son Alberic, forced into humiliating service under his new stepfather, was publicly insulted by Hugo and responded with something Rome understood well. He turned personal outrage into political revolt. Alberic rallied the faction that presented itself as the defender of Roman independence and pushed the city into open rebellion against foreign dominance. The speed of the uprising suggests that anger had been building for a long time. Hugo was driven out before he could transform his Italian kingship into something larger. Marozia herself was swept aside by the momentum she had helped create. She was imprisoned by her son and disappears from public life. The Pope, John XI, was placed under tight supervision in the Lateran, controlled but treated with the formal respect his office demanded. For a moment, Rome appeared to reclaim something it liked to imagine about itself, that it could stand alone, governed by its own will, answerable to no outsider. It was a familiar Roman dream, returning like a tide. This time, it produced a surprisingly stable arrangement. Alberic became the recognized leader of the city's political life, and for more than 2 decades, Rome experienced an unusual stretch of internal order. The details of Alberic's administration are often unclear, but scattered evidence points to a real concentration of authority. Documents and coins show him acting not as a temporary strongman, but as the acknowledged head of the Roman community, described with titles that emphasized civic rule rather than subordination to emperors or kings. The idea behind this system was direct. The Roman population and its elites claimed the right to choose their own ruler, rejecting the notion that a king, an emperor, or even a pope should dictate Rome's political direction. Alberic invested heavily in the city's defense. The militia was reorganized, and Rome held firm against repeated attempts by Hugo to return. Alberic also leaned on a rising force that was changing religious life across Europe: monastic reform. A powerful reform movement associated with strict discipline and moral renewal was spreading from Burgundy into Italy. Alberic supported it not as an abstract spiritual project, but as a tool for restoring public order and encouraging a more serious religious culture in a society worn down by faction and corruption. Under Alberic, the papacy's position resembled something older than medieval kingship. It was protected and supervised without being crushed. John XI lived several years under this arrangement, and seems to have accepted the limits imposed on him. His successors, chosen under Alberic's influence, cooperated with the civic regime and carried out policies aligned with it. For much of this period, the papacy functioned less like a pan-European institution and more like the local bishopric of Rome, its wider voice muted by the political realities of the city. While Rome kept itself stable, Italy beyond its walls remained unsettled. Hugo of Burgundy was not a man to retreat quietly. He repeatedly tried to force his way back into Roman affairs and repeatedly failed. Elsewhere, he used intimidation, manipulation, and marriage alliances to bind Italy to his control. He married into influential houses, arranged strategic matches for relatives, and worked to block rivals before they could mature into threats. Yet every move created more resentment. The more aggressively Hugo pursued dominance, the more enemies he produced. Events in Burgundy complicated his ambitions even further. When the Burgundian throne became vulnerable after the death of its king, Hugo moved quickly, marrying into the ruling family and trying to secure the region for himself and his line. But the heir from the previous dynasty found support in the rising power north of the Alps, the German king Otto. That protection blocked Hugo's attempt to fold Burgundy into his sphere. In Italy, resistance finally took a decisive form. The Lombard elite, weary of Hugo's dominance, looked for a leader. Berengar of Ivrea, carrying his own dynastic claims and political skill, had previously taken refuge at Otto's court. When the time was right, he returned with armed backing and was welcomed by cities and nobles in the north. Hugo's position cracked. In desperation, he tried to preserve his family's hold by stepping aside in favour of his son Lothair, hoping the Italian public would accept a new face while the same power structure remained. Italy's elites did what they often did in times of uncertainty. They supported one ruler, then another, using rival claimants as tools to keep any single master from becoming too strong. The result was years of instability until Lothair suddenly died. leaving Berengar free to seize the crown and push his own son forward as co-ruler. At this point, Italy had a chance to stabilize under a strong local kingship, potentially in balance with Rome's civic regime. Instead, the pattern that had shaped the peninsula for generations repeated itself. The most influential forces turned again toward the north. Lothaire's widow Adelaide became the centre of the next crisis. Berengar tried to force her into a marriage that would legitimize his dynasty. When she resisted, she was imprisoned. She escaped and sent urgent appeals for help across the Alps. Rome's Pope, anxious about the safety of papal territories, also sought protection. Discontented nobles and churchmen in Lombardy joined in. A German intervention began to look not only possible, but necessary to many. Otto was now in a position to respond. Germany had grown stronger under his rule, and its resources could be moved beyond the mountains. Before Otto committed fully, his son Ludolf attempted an advance into Italy, likely hoping to secure a role for himself. The effort failed, and the ground had to be prepared by Otto personally. In 951, the German king crossed into Italy with ease and reached Pavia without serious resistance. Berengar avoided direct confrontation, and Otto did not chase him into the countryside. Instead, Otto acted like a ruler who expected recognition. He spent the winter in the old Lombard capital, issued grants, and behaved as a king already in command. Adelaide reached safety after a difficult flight, and Otto offered both protection and marriage. The wedding took place in Pavia, binding Otto to Italy through a powerful symbol. In theory, this alliance could have softened hostility among those still loyal to the previous dynasty. In practice, Italian politics rarely moved through loyalty alone. Power was built through force, bargaining, and reward. Otto understood this and used all three. With a crown in Italy and a new queen at his side, Otto's attention naturally turned toward the most prestigious prize, the imperial title. But Rome's leadership did not want another master. The Pope, who had asked for Otto's help, refused to move toward an imperial coronation. The refusal likely reflected the civic policy Rome had followed under Alberic. Keep all outsiders from gaining a legal foothold that could be turned into domination. Otto chose not to gamble his German base for a title he could not yet secure. He withdrew to the north, prepared to wait. Back in Germany, Otto faced internal turmoil. Rivalries among powerful families and duchies erupted into rebellion, and the conflict was tied to the ambitions and grievances of Otto's own relatives. Chroniclers highlight dramatic betrayals, family quarrels, and shifting loyalties. But the deeper story was political. Otto was still building a royal structure strong enough to hold a diverse kingdom together. Meanwhile, another danger haunted the whole region: renewed Hungarian raids. These attacks swept across Bavaria and beyond, reaching deep into the west. Monasteries and towns suffered repeated plunder, and local rulers sometimes made cynical deals with the raiders against their own enemies. In 954, as Otto's kingdom was distracted by civil conflict, news spread that a massive Hungarian force was moving up the Danube again. The invaders pushed westward through vulnerable regions with little resistance. The threat helped force reconciliation among Otto's rivals. Negotiations through the winter ended with Otto reasserting control. He reorganized the duchies, weakening the power of unreliable relatives and placing strategic regions in hands he trusted. He also strengthened church leadership along the Rhine, ensuring that key ecclesiastical centers supported the crown. These measures were not only about domestic order, they were preparation for war. The next summer brought the decisive test. A vast Hungarian army crossed into German lands and began the siege of Augsburg. The city's defenders held out with desperate effort. Its bishop became the symbol of resistance, working to strengthen defences and rally morale. The besiegers, reluctant to assault strong walls, tried to force their own men forward, even driving them with whips. Then word spread through the Hungarian camp. Otto was coming. Otto had not marched with an overwhelming force at the start, but as he moved south, the contingents of most German regions joined him. For the first time, a truly united German army formed for a common mission. Yet the structure of that army revealed the truth of the age. Regional identity still mattered. Units were grouped by their homeland and leaders, and loyalty often ran first to duchy and only then to king. Near the Lech River, the Hungarians tried a familiar tactic. While Otto pressed toward a direct battle, a Hungarian detachment slipped around to strike the German rear, attacking baggage and a force assigned to protect it. The moment was dangerous. A collapse in the rear could have spread panic through the whole army. The crisis was met by decisive counterattack, led by a key commander, and the raiders were driven off. Otto then pressed forward with full force. The heavy charge of the Germans smashed into the Hungarian formations, and the battle turned into pursuit. The invaders were hunted down as they tried to escape, and their defeat echoed across Europe. It was not simply a battlefield victory. It signaled that the age of unchecked Hungarian raids was ending. In the years that followed, the Italian situation changed again. Rome's civic regime weakened after Alberic's death, and a new pope, young and politically inexperienced, found himself squeezed between Roman factions and external threats. Berengar, still active in Italy, pressed his advantage and alarmed many Italian leaders. The pope appealed to Otto, and the request matched Otto's long-term ambition. This time Otto was ready. Before heading south, Otto secured Germany's future by arranging his son's coronation as king, ensuring continuity of rule. Administrative responsibilities were assigned to trusted church leaders, and border regions were strengthened. With the kingdom stabilized, Otto crossed into Italy again in 961 and advanced into Lombardy. Negotiations began with Rome, shaped by mutual suspicion. Otto promised to respect papal rights, while remaining alert to Roman unpredictability. His arrival in Rome was outwardly warm, but his personal security measures revealed how fragile trust was. The imperial coronation followed quickly. After decades of dormancy, the imperial title was revived in a form that would shape medieval politics for centuries. Otto and Adelaide both received imperial status, and the relationship between empire and papacy re-entered European life. Almost immediately, the old question returned: who controlled whom? Otto presented himself as protector of the papal state, but he also demanded influence over papal elections and Roman governance. Agreements and decrees were issued that reinforced imperial involvement, justified by earlier precedents from the Carolingian past. Otto did not claim to reduce papal independence in theory, but in practice he insisted that Rome could not choose a pope and consecrate him without imperial oversight. The new order faced its first crisis as soon as Otto's attention shifted. While he was occupied with Berengar, reports reached him that the pope had returned to reckless behaviour and political intrigue, including contact with Otto's enemies. Otto marched back to Rome, no longer seeking a crown but acting as a judge. A council was summoned with Roman clergy and nobles as well as representatives from across Italy and the empire. Charges were presented against the Pope that painted a portrait of scandal and criminality. The Pope refused to submit to judgment and threatened excommunication. The council proceeded anyway and chose a new Pope. The selection was controversial because the chosen man was not originally a cleric, but the process was hurried through, creating a weakness that opponents would later exploit. Otto's intervention shattered his rivals. Berengar was captured and removed from Italian politics. Yet Rome remained unstable. Once Otto left the city, the deposed Pope's supporters regained confidence, expelled the imperial candidate, and restored their man. The restored Pope soon died suddenly in circumstances that fueled public rumour and moral storytelling. Rome then elected another Pope and demanded that Otto accept the choice. Otto refused. For him, the papacy's authority now rested on imperial force, and he was not willing to abandon his candidate. He returned, blockaded the city, and forced surrender. The new Roman Pope was deposed and exiled. The message was unmistakable. At this moment, the empire controlled Rome's highest office through military power. This revived empire invited comparison with Charlemagne's earlier creation, but the resemblance was limited. Charlemagne's authority had been supported by a broad Frankish realm and a stronger sense of unified military obligation. Otto's empire drew its real strength from Germany alone and operated in a world where local powers were becoming permanent and feudal relationships shaped every major decision. Charlemagne inherited and completed an older political tradition. Otto built his authority by constant struggle against entrenched regional identities. Charlemagne could often command obedience by reputation and structure. Otto relied repeatedly on force, negotiation, and the balancing of competing powers. The imperial title had returned, but it had returned in a different world. The final decade of Otto's long rule is remembered less for dramatic conquests than for the way imperial authority tightened its grip on Rome, and for how firmly the Saxon dynasty secured its place at the top of German politics. When Pope Leo VIII died in 965, the Romans did not try to dodge the emperor's role in papal affairs. Instead, they sent a message north, sounding out whether Otto might allow the return of Benedict, who had been forced into exile earlier. The problem resolved itself before it could ignite another confrontation. Benedict died at the crucial moment, removing the most awkward option and sparing both sides a fresh round of conflict. Rome then accepted the candidate the emperor preferred, a Roman churchman who carried respectability in a society that had seen far too many unworthy figures rise quickly. He was chosen and installed as John XIII. The pattern, however, did not change. A faction inside the city refused to accept an imperial pope, rose against him, and forced him out. John XIII fled to a new kind of protector, one whose influence was beginning to reshape central Italy. This was the Duchy of Capua, led by a Lombard prince named Pandulf. With his brother Landulf ruling in Benevento, Pandulf's family commanded much of the region between Rome and the southern coasts. Their position raised a larger question that mattered to every power on the peninsula. These Lombard princes were tied, at least formally, to the Eastern Empire, which still controlled parts of southern Italy and, at this moment, was ruled from Constantinople by an unusually energetic leadership. Would the Lombards remain anchored to the eastern sphere, or would they attach themselves to the rising force from the north, the Saxon emperor who now carried the imperial title in the west? Italy's politics were shifting, and the answer would decide who set the rules for the next generation. When Otto heard that Rome had expelled his pope, he moved quickly. It was his third crossing of the Alps, and the timing underlined the new reality. The emperor was no distant figure who could be ignored when the city turned violent. As Otto advanced, Pandulf escorted John XIII back toward Rome. Imperial control had rarely looked so visible. Otto entered the city and, alongside the restored pope, conducted a harsh reckoning. The rebels were tried and punished in ways meant to terrify as much as to correct. The message was blunt. Resistance to the imperial settlement would be met with iron. Pandulf benefited from this moment. In return for supporting the Pope, Otto rewarded him with significant territories, including strategic zones that strengthened his reach and signalled his new status as an imperial ally. Landulf aligned himself in the same direction. This shift made the conflict with Constantinople unavoidable. A contest that had been simmering over influence in southern Italy was now openly declared. Otto had already attempted diplomacy. He sent envoys east with a marriage proposal, a Byzantine princess for his son, Otto II. At the same time, the Eastern Court was preparing to protect its interests in Italy. A Greek army moved through the Balkans toward the peninsula, meant to coordinate with a fleet already operating in the region. The goal was clear: discipline the Lombard princes and secure the coastal cities that still leaned toward Constantinople. The Eastern Emperor at the time, Nicephorus, was not eager to pour resources into a long and dangerous expedition if a bargain could preserve what mattered most. A deal was floated. The military pressure would ease and the marriage would go forward. But the Western Emperor would have to abandon claims over Byzantine-held Italy. It was a diplomatic attempt to draw a boundary through the peninsula. Negotiations did not settle the issue. In 968, an embassy from Constantinople refused to concede key southern territories and resisted the marriage terms. Otto answered by moving with his Lombard allies into Apulia and placing Bari under siege, pushing directly against the eastern foothold. He also sent a sharp-tongued representative to Constantinople, the Bishop of Cremona, whose account later became famous for its bitterness and its vivid picture of courtly humiliation and cultural hostility. The mission achieved little. The campaign in the south also failed to produce a decisive breakthrough. Then events in Constantinople changed everything. Nicephorus was assassinated in 969, and the man who seized power afterward found it useful to calm tensions with the West. The marriage that diplomacy had struggled to secure was finally arranged. In 971, a Byzantine princess named Theophano was sent west, not the exact bride first demanded, but a woman of high standing linked to the new regime. The marriage gave Otto II a connection to the Eastern Court and provided Otto I with something he valued more than formal promises: leverage. After years away, the old emperor returned to Germany in 972. On the surface, the Italian years had yielded few obvious territorial prizes. Yet the deeper result was structural. The imperial position in Rome had been reinforced. Alliances in central Italy had been reshaped. The succession had been strengthened through a dynastic marriage that carried prestige and political utility. Otto had built a platform that his son could inherit, if the son proved capable enough to hold it. Otto the Great died in 973, in Saxony, at Memleben. His legacy was not simply a crown or a title. He provided the working foundations for what later generations called the Holy Roman Empire, in its German form. He had brought the German regions into a more durable unity, not by dissolving local identities, but by compelling them to cooperate under a ruler who could lead in war and impose order in peace. Yet he also tied this new empire to Italian ambitions. That southern focus would repeatedly drain German strength, create endless crises, and haunt the institution for centuries. When Otto II took power, internal politics followed a familiar rhythm. Regional loyalties, duchies, families, local traditions tested the centre as soon as a new reign began. The difference was that Otto I's hard work had made the royal idea stronger. Resistance still flared, but for a time it could be contained more effectively. Many conflicts mattered less for their drama than for their consequences. Borders redrawn, offices reassigned, and power redistributed in ways that slowly changed the map. The long-term trend under Otto II pushed toward fragmentation at the top level. Large, semi-independent blocks were broken into smaller units that depended more directly on the crown. Otto I had already begun this process in Saxony by granting a powerful role to Hermann Billung in the northeast and by entrusting border defense to loyal commanders. The frontier between the Elbe and the Oder, a home to partially subdued Slavic groups, became a laboratory for expansion, settlement, and military governance. A key moment came after the death of the great border leader Gero in 965. The massive frontier zone he had managed was divided into separate regions. One northern area would later become known as the core of Brandenburg, the seed from which a powerful eastern state would eventually grow. Another section became the Lusatian region, contested again and again by neighbouring powers. A third, centred around Meissen, evolved into the heartland of what later generations would recognise as Saxony in a narrower sense. These zones were entrusted to multiple military governors, creating a layered structure. Each local commander held authority. But the crown stood above them all, distributing power in a way that prevented any single frontier lord from becoming another Gero. Under Otto II, civil conflict became an excuse to apply the same logic elsewhere. Bavaria remained the most volatile centre, as it had been before. It was ruled by Henry, a man remembered for his constant quarrels and for his willingness to test the limits of royal patience. The reign began amid a chain of opportunities. When the Duchy of Swabia became vacant, the emperor chose not to let Bavaria's ruling family strengthen itself through marriage ties. Swabia was reassigned to a young relative connected to the imperial line, reopening the old rivalry between the two southern regions. At the same time, the emperor promoted a rising family in the eastern marches. A leading figure from this house received the frontier land along the Danube that would later form the nucleus of Austria. This was not just an honour, it was a strategic redistribution of military opportunity. Whoever controlled that frontier would command men, land, and war, resources that could either defend the kingdom or challenge it. Henry reacted as expected. He moved from resentment to conspiracy. When discovered, he was imprisoned, escaped, and raised open rebellion. Otto II answered with speed and force, recovering Bavaria and driving Henry into exile. But the emperor did not stop at restoring order. He reshaped the structure that had enabled Bavaria to become so powerful in the first place. Bavaria was handed to the imperial family through a loyal duke, but key border districts were cut away. Northern lands were reorganized and entrusted to the Eastern Frontier family. The Eastern March was confirmed as an independent military command. Southern border regions were pulled out and combined into a separate duchy centred on Carinthia. Church support was purchased in the usual medieval way, with grants of land and privileges that bound bishops to the imperial programme. Resistance did not vanish. Henry found allies and tried again, but the emperor's coalition, built on loyal relatives, regional rivals of Bavaria, and key church leaders, was too strong. By 978, at a major assembly, Henry was stripped of remaining influence, loyal dukes were confirmed in their territories, and Carinthia was placed under yet another Otto from the imperial family network. The balance of power in Germany tilted decisively toward the crown. The deeper significance of these border regions was not confined to German politics. They functioned as engines of expansion and as magnets for ambitious warriors. Frontier commanders could promise land, plunder, and status to men willing to fight. Over time, those eastern marches would shape the future of the region beyond Germany itself. The contests around Brandenburg and the Danube frontier were not side stories. They were early chapters in the making of Eastern Central Europe. For a long time, Many people assumed that medieval Europe lived under a single crushing expectation, that the year 1000 would bring a world-ending disaster. That idea used to explain almost everything historians noticed in the period. Why ascetic living spread, why the church gained such power over imagination, why learning advanced so slowly, and why so many people seem to turn away from ordinary life. But closer study has softened that picture. Apocalyptic fears certainly existed, yet they were not the one master key that unlocked the whole century. What looks more convincing is something less dramatic but more constant. An ongoing Christian sense that the world could collapse at any time. A background tension that made fasting, renunciation, and fear of judgment feel natural. In that sense, the year 1000 works less as a literal countdown and more as a useful marker, a point where several long-running pressures can be seen converging, especially the growing collision between imperial power and the church. Those pressures were already visible during the early years of Otto III, whose reign began almost before he could speak. Otto II's frontier reforms, designed to strengthen the eastern borderlands, were tested immediately after Otto II's death. Otto III was only 3, yet the Saxon dynasty still had enough authority and habit behind it to keep the succession from collapsing. That did not stop Bavaria from trying. Henry of Bavaria, remembered as a relentless troublemaker, emerged from confinement, seized the child, proclaimed himself regent, and began acting as though the crown might be within reach. The Saxon leaders resisted quickly and decisively. The boy was transferred into the guardianship of his mother, Theophano, who proved herself not as a ceremonial figure, but as a capable political manager. Her regency was consumed by danger on the eastern frontier. Slavic groups who'd been bound by tribute and pressure took advantage of the transition and rose in widespread rebellion. The new border system did not deliver an easy victory, but it prevented catastrophe. The defensive line did not permanently shatter, even though German influence in the region weakened for a generation and many areas slipped into practical independence. After Theophano's death, Otto III briefly lived under the careful supervision of the older Empress Adelaide and the Archbishop of Mainz, and then, still a teenager, began to rule on his own. Otto III matters less for battlefield triumphs than for an unusual mental world. His idea of empire was not simply inherited, it was imagined, studied, and performed. Charlemagne had built authority through a Frankish people and a warrior tradition. Otto I had revived the imperial title with a distinctly German foundation, relying on force, alliances, and control over church appointments. Otto III grew up differently, raised amid imperial symbolism, shaped by a Byzantine-educated mother, and trained in the best learning available. He began to picture himself not as a German king who wore an imperial title, but as the Roman emperor in a universal sense, the head of Christian order, tasked with restoring a grand, all-embracing authority. His education fed this vision. Unlike Charlemagne, who remained above all a soldier, and unlike Otto I, whose power rested on practical strength and personal command, Otto III absorbed stories of ancient Rome as models to imitate. He wanted an empire that looked like an empire, not a travelling court built around a battlefield tent. That dream collided with reality in the city that symbolized it most: Rome. After Otto I, conditions in the papal world had declined again. Corruption, violent factions, and crude local power struggles dragged the papacy into a reputational swamp. Northern churchmen increasingly spoke of Rome with open disgust. In France, leading voices protested the habit of appealing to Rome as if it were automatically a court of higher wisdom. They argued that Rome could not demand obedience while it offered scandal instead of example. A broader message emerged from this criticism: a growing belief that national churches had rights of their own and that papal authority depended, at least in part, on moral credibility. Amid this decay, Rome itself remained a battlefield between local clans. The Crescentian group tried to dominate the city, but without the disciplined administration that earlier strongmen had achieved. The papal office, instead of functioning as a steady centre of Western Christianity, became entangled in street-level politics and family power. That instability drew Otto south. The Pope at the time, John XV, was pushed out in factional fighting and appealed for help. He died before Otto arrived, but the vacuum created an opening. Roman envoys met Otto in northern Italy and asked him to name a new pope. It was a striking request because it treated the papacy as something that could be set in order by imperial decision. Otto responded by choosing his cousin, Bruno of Carinthia, a young man in his mid-20s. A northern German candidate was now placed on the throne of Peter, an event that signalled a changing principle. The papacy was no longer viewed as merely a Roman prize. If it truly claimed to represent the universal church, then, at least in imperial thinking, it could be filled by any suitable Christian. Bruno took the name Gregory V, a name heavy with historical resonance. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that emperor and pope, both young, related, and intensely committed to a shared ideal, might fuse their energies into a single program. Otto was crowned emperor. Crescentius and his circle were tried. Crescentius received a sentence of exile, softened at the Pope's request, and Otto returned north to handle frontier pressures. The pattern repeated with brutal speed. As soon as the emperor left, the Roman faction regained its footing, expelled the Pope, and reclaimed the city. Otto crossed the Alps again, restored Gregory, and ended the challenge with open force. Crescentius, cornered in a fortress, was captured and executed as a traitor. Rome had been resolved, but only by revealing how fragile Otto's arrangement was, without an emperor's army close by. Then, Gregory V died. Otto chose a second pope, this time not German, but perhaps even more significant. Gerber of Aurillac, the best-known scholar of his age, a man with rare technical learning and hard political experience. Gerber had risen from humble origins, educated in monastic settings, then pushed outward into elite circles by patrons who recognized his talent. He studied in the most advanced schools he could reach, including those connected to Christian Spain, and gained a reputation for mathematical knowledge so uncommon that it stirred the medieval suspicion reserved for people who seemed to know too much. Gerbert's career had already placed him at the centre of French power struggles. As a church leader, he was drawn into the conflict between declining Carolingian legitimacy and the emerging Capetian reality. He backed the side he believed represented the future, paid for it with exile and lost office, and in the process developed strong arguments against Rome's interference in local church affairs. His letters and public positions fed a larger European trend: the rising insistence that national churches had their own dignity and autonomy, and that papal authority was not a blank check to command everywhere without restraint. Yet Gerbert's story contains one of the period's great reversals. When he became Pope as Sylvester II, his earlier language about limiting Rome vanished. The new Pope defended papal supremacy with vigour. Otto III's universal imperial dream found its mirror image in an equally ambitious papal vision. Instead of promoting local independence, the Pope asserted centralized authority, as if the cure for Rome's degradation was not humility, but stronger control. This shift was helped by dramatic changes in the eastern lands. Otto's prestige rose when Christian expansion seemed to succeed beyond Germany's old frontier. On a journey eastward around 1000, Otto visited Poland and honoured the memory of a missionary bishop who had died violently while preaching among pagan groups near the Baltic. The Polish ruler Bolesław received Otto with lavish ceremony. Otto responded by granting symbolic honours and, more importantly, by supporting the elevation of a major Polish church centre into an archbishopric. That meant the Polish church could be organised under its own high authority, covering present and future conquests. Such a reordering required papal consent, because it affected the older claims of established German sees. The event showed how papacy and empire could cooperate when expansion and prestige aligned. Even more consequential was the transformation of Hungary. After the defeat of Hungarian raiding in the mid-10th century, the Magyar world began to change. Settlement grew, power consolidated under a ruling house, and Christianity advanced steadily. Missionaries came from both east and west, but Hungary's long-term choice tilted toward Rome rather than Constantinople. Around 1001, a Hungarian ruler, known after baptism as Stephen, sought recognition as king and asked Rome to sanction the organization of his kingdom's church. Rome welcomed this intensely. A crown was sent, and the new monarchy entered Western Christendom with formal ties to the papal centre. The Danube corridor, now safer under Christian rule, became a major route for travellers and pilgrims moving toward the holy places of the East. Those pilgrimages were themselves part of the age's moral climate. As ascetic ideals deepened, journeys to sacred sites became acts of penance and self-repair. More pilgrims meant more awareness of Jerusalem and the wider Eastern world. Long before the Crusades, the mental groundwork was being laid. The idea that Christian society might one day mobilize across borders for a religious cause. Even if no immediate campaign followed, the concept was taking shape. While Sylvester II strengthened papal claims, and while Christianity expanded eastward, Otto III pushed his imperial dream toward theatrical reality. He believed a true empire required a true capital, and only Rome could play that role. Earlier rulers had moved constantly, ruling from wherever they happened to be. Their courts were practical and rough. Authority was personal, direct, and close to the military life that sustained it. Otto III wanted something else: ceremony, distance, and grandeur. He built a palace in Rome, adopted the clothing and etiquette associated with Byzantine imperial culture, and surrounded himself with elaborate offices and titles. The language of bureaucracy and court ritual replaced older simplicity, even when the institutions behind those titles were thin or imaginary. A new administrative structure appeared in Rome, blending papal and imperial officials. In theory, the Pope governed the papal state, while the emperor protected it. In practice, the emperor's presence threatened to make the Pope look like a subordinate. Otto confirmed papal lands and privileges on paper, but the kind of empire he envisioned sat awkwardly beside any expanding doctrine of papal independence. The result was predictable. These were brilliant ideas built on symbols more than on power. For a moment, Roman crowds could be stirred by the romance of a restored world empire. But Rome's factions had their own instincts. As soon as Otto tried to make the dream operational, the city's political forces turned on him. The same energy that once welcomed him pushed him out. The emperor who imagined Rome as his throne found himself suddenly homeless, drifting, attempting to recover authority with too little force and too little patience. Back in Germany, suspicion grew. German princes and bishops watched a policy that seemed obsessed with Italy and inattentive to the needs of the realm. Internal opposition revived. The empire had limited strength. What it spent on distant theatre, it could not spend on holding order at home. Otto III, increasingly driven by intense religious feeling, withdrew to Ravenna and fell under the influence of a hermit famed for extreme discipline. Instead of acting like his grandfather, either returning north to secure loyalty or marching decisively to retake Rome, he lost time in fasting and self-punishment. When he moved again toward Rome, his army was inadequate. Italian disease struck him down. In the winter of 1002, not yet 23, Otto III died. Sylvester II lived only about a year longer. With the death of both men, their grand design, an empire remade as a universal Roman order, paired with a pope who ruled the church with renewed central authority, collapsed. Later, emperors would keep the title and continue the struggle. But the specific millennial fantasy of Otto III's circle died with him. His death also reopened a practical question. Who would rule Germany? Marriage negotiations with Constantinople were underway when he died, but he left no adult heir. The direct Saxon line ended, and the princes had to choose a successor through election. For the first time, the process resembled a true contest among rival candidates rather than a simple transfer within a dominant house. One figure could claim a faint dynastic connection. Henry of Bavaria descended from the earlier Saxon rulers through family lines. But inheritance alone did not decide matters. Henry's real strength came from being the leading man of Bavaria. His opponents, such as powerful lords in Swabia and in the eastern marches, presented themselves as proven commanders and regional anchors. One rival was killed early in the struggle, removing a dangerous competitor. Henry secured the crown the way many medieval rulers would afterward, through calculated promises, especially to the church, whose support could tip assemblies and legitimize outcomes. The imperial story moved on, not with the clean logic of hereditary right, but with bargaining, alliances, and the hard arithmetic of power. In the early 11th century, the election of a German king still looked nothing like a fixed constitutional procedure. There was no clear rulebook, no defined voter list, and no single assembly whose decision automatically ended the contest. Power had to be gathered piece by piece, and legitimacy had to be built in public by persuading the right people at the right time. When Henry of Bavaria pushed his claim in 1002, the first priority was not a grand vote, but a crown on the head and a churchman willing to place it there. The Archbishop of Mainz mattered because he could turn a claim into a coronation. Henry secured that support first, then negotiated separately with leading figures in Saxony, Thuringia, and Lorraine, until a more formal ceremony could be staged at Aachen. Only after that did a rival like Hermann of Swabia accept defeat and recognize the new ruler. That recognition, more than any tidy ballot, was what election meant in practice. Some backers were always more valuable than others, but exactly who counted most was decided anew each time, shaped by local crises, alliances, and the balance of fear. Henry II inherited many of the same headaches his predecessors had faced. Restless borderlands, ambitious regional powers, and the constant need to keep Germany from sliding into fragments. Yet his reign is especially revealing for another reason. It sits near the opening of a long, defining struggle between imperial authority and papal reform. Later, writers gave Henry a harsh nickname, painting him as a ruler dominated by clergy and churchmen. The label stuck because his personal piety was real, and because he cared intensely about religious institutions. But reducing him to a caricature misses what made his reign politically important. He lived in an age where religious passion was everywhere, sometimes turning into fanaticism, and he had the practical intelligence to channel that energy into state building. In other words, devotion did not prevent him from pursuing power. It offered him tools. By this point, a hard lesson had become obvious. Germany's greatest bishoprics were not just spiritual centres, they were political engines. They controlled land, wealth, courts, armed followings, and networks of influence. Any ruler who held those offices firmly could steer national policy. Any ruler who lost their support would find it almost impossible to compensate with purely secular resources. Henry's central approach was therefore both simple and dangerous. Stay close to the episcopate, keep it loyal, and use it to strengthen the monarchy, while never forgetting that a strong episcopate could someday push back. This matters because, in the broader conflict that was beginning to form, three demands were rising in the reforming church. First came the drive to end clerical marriage across the ranks, not only for bishops and abbots, but for ordinary parish priests. Second came the insistence that church offices should be filled without bribery or private purchase, a campaign against the buying and selling of sacred positions. Third came the most explosive claim of all, that a bishop's authority should not be granted by any lay ruler, but should flow from the Pope and the Church alone. These ideas would become the battle lines of the next century. The last demand, especially, struck at the heart of the traditional royal role in church government. Henry II, however, continued to act as rulers, had acted for generations. He claimed the right to appoint bishops in Germany and Italy, and he used it without hesitation whenever a vacancy appeared. That practice did not feel radical at the time. It felt normal, almost inherited, stretching back through imperial tradition. Henry filled major sees with men he believed would support his program. Sometimes those men disappointed him. But the point is not whether every appointment worked out. The point is that Henry assumed the crown could shape the church's leadership. There was a catch. By making the German episcopate stronger and more organized, the monarchy was also forging a potential weapon against itself. A powerful archbishop could decide that the church in Germany should follow its own priorities, not the king's. This danger appeared clearly with an ambitious Archbishop of Mainz, a figure with no taste for being anyone's second. His reform idea leaned in a different direction. Strengthen the German church as a coherent body, with Mainz at its head. In pursuit of that, he gathered bishops in a council at Seligenstadt and pushed decisions that effectively limited direct appeals to Rome. The message was unmistakable. Church discipline should be handled at home, not exported south to be overturned by distant authority. Such measures were not necessarily a declaration of independence from Rome, but they were a sharp protest against unlimited Roman interference. Rome did not welcome that kind of resistance, and it did not fit the emperor's own vision of reform either. Henry was already cooperating closely with a vigorous pope, Benedict VIII, whose plans pointed toward a different model, a strengthened papacy working with moral reform movements to impose discipline on a chaotic society. When Rome moved against the Archbishop of Mainz, the response in Germany was revealing. The Archbishop summoned a broader gathering at Höchst, and the German bishops closed ranks. Rather than leaving one man isolated, they declared that if the Archbishop had offended, the German episcopate as a whole stood behind him and asked Rome to reconsider. That stance shows how far German church leaders had already come in seeing themselves as a unified force. The moment was unresolved because both Pope and Emperor died soon after, leaving no clear final outcome. But the pattern was visible. A national church body learning its strength, and a papacy determined not to let that strength set limits on Rome. These German assemblies were not only about resisting Rome, they also pursued reform on local terms. Monasteries, in particular, became a target for Henry's heavy hand. He treated many great religious houses as institutions that should serve public order and spiritual seriousness. while also recognizing that their wealth could support royal power. In some places, he replaced communities he considered lax with stricter monks. Elsewhere, he reshaped or absorbed foundations to bring them under tighter supervision. The result was a reform program with two faces: moral discipline outwardly, and political control beneath it. Even when the spiritual intention was genuine, the crown did not forget the advantage. Meanwhile, another current of reform, the one associated with Cluny, was spreading across Europe with growing influence. At first, German reform did not depend on that movement, but the streams soon met. One reason lay in Burgundy, the region where Cluny's authority was strongest. Burgundy's monarchy was fragile. Kings carried the title, but real power sat with energetic nobles who resisted strong central rule. When the Burgundian king Rudolf III, childless and politically weak, flirted with the idea of making Henry II his heir, it revealed the direction of the wind. Burgundy was beginning to look east toward Germany rather than west toward France. The proposal sparked resistance among Burgundian nobles who feared that such a succession would not be a personal inheritance, but a step toward incorporation into the German political system. Henry attempted to assert authority with expeditions, but these moves produced more friction than results in his lifetime. Even so, the negotiations mattered. Control over Burgundian routes into Italy was strategically priceless. Those passes were among the keys that made continued imperial involvement in Italy possible. At the same time, the papacy itself was shifting. After a long period of disorder, it returned to the influence of a powerful Roman family circle that had produced dominant figures before. Out of that environment came Benedict VIII, a pope who, unlike many around him, aimed at order and administrative competence. He pursued two practical methods: restraining Roman factions and harnessing the ascetic reform energy spreading through Europe as a tool for moral discipline. That second method was crucial. In a society prone to violence and corruption, spiritual reform was not merely a private matter, it could be a political instrument. Benedict's policy also marked a break from earlier Roman strongmen. He sought support not only inside the city, but from the empire. Henry II entered Italy amid papal rivalry and declared he would judge church disputes according to established tradition. He chose to back Benedict and, in return, received the imperial crown. A temporary alignment was formed: emperor, pope, and the ascetic reform movement, pointing in the same direction. If such a coalition could have lasted long enough, it might have reshaped Europe quickly. The real question was whether it could survive the pressures it created. That coalition showed its character in a major council at Pavia in 1018. The reformers aimed at a region notorious for clerical family life. In Lombardy, priests living openly with wives were not rare, and local custom often treated their children as socially recognized, sometimes even granting them advantages linked to church property. The council's decrees attacked the practice directly. Clergy were ordered to abandon wives or face removal from office. Children of such unions were stripped of special protections and could be bound to church service in harsh ways. The council also addressed the buying of church offices and signalled that reform would continue under broader authority. Germany followed with its own enforcement soon afterward at Goslar. Here the emperor's hand appears clearly. Measures were passed that punished relationships tied to clerical marriage, with public humiliation, exile, and severe legal penalties. Officials who tried to declare such children free could lose office, and notaries who helped them secure property faced brutal punishment. No one should imagine that decrees instantly changed entrenched habits. The struggle would last for generations. Yet these actions mattered because they clarified the agenda. By the end of Henry II's reign, the main issues of the coming conflict were sharply outlined: clerical celibacy as a programme, anti-corruption in appointments, and the larger question of who had the right to invest bishops with authority. But every push creates resistance. Even as papacy and monarchy cooperated with ascetic reformers, opposition was growing in ways that few fully recognized. The national instinct, still weak in kingship and often absent in princes, began to appear more clearly inside national churches. German synods that limited appeals to Rome were one sign. France also produced critics who feared outside monastic influence, shaping policy that, in their view, should belong to responsible royal power. Even efforts aimed at peace, like church-sponsored restraints on violence, could be attacked as the work of idealistic monks interfering where a strong king ought to act. The theory was reasonable. The problem was that kings often lacked the strength to do the job. In practice, the ascetic reform movement was one of the few forces pushing society toward discipline and order when royal machinery could not. Henry's reign was also dominated by relentless warfare and border crises. He fought on multiple fronts: Northern Slavic pressures, the emergence of a more organized Polish power, friction along the Adriatic where Greek interests still mattered, and early Norman expansion in Italy. Those pressures limited how far reform could go, because the emperor was repeatedly pulled away to deal with immediate threats. Even so, he largely maintained the upper hand. When he died in 1024, the empire looked stronger and more stable than it had for some time. By then, the imperial idea had settled into Europe's political landscape. That did not mean the emperor truly directed the continent. It did mean the empire had a recognized prestige, and other powers were willing to treat it as an arbiter in moments of need. In Italy, Henry's policy counted as a success in one key sense. He resisted yet another attempt to revive an independent Italian kingship. This time, around a Lombard claimant who attracted support from those who hoped to gain by opposing imperial authority. That movement lacked deep unity and failed to become a true national force. It flickered as an opportunistic coalition rather than a durable project, and then faded. Italy, for the moment, remained tied to the larger imperial system, an outcome that would shape European politics long after Henry II was gone. When Emperor Henry II died in 1024, the shock travelled fast beyond Germany's borders. For years, the empire had looked larger than life, not because its institutions were universally rooted, but because a capable ruler kept them standing. The moment that ruler vanished, the cracks showed. On the eastern edge, Poland's powerful Duke, Boleslav, moved quickly to claim a royal title, signalling that he no longer intended to behave like a subordinate in anyone's order. In northern Italy, Lombard nobles revived an old dream, a king of their own. They sounded out the French court, and when that offer was rejected, they turned to another great magnate, hoping to import a royal name that might legitimize resistance to German influence. In Pavia, the ancient Lombard capital and a symbolic center of Italian independence, anger spilled into the streets. The imperial fortress, a visible reminder of outside authority, was torn down in an act of public defiance. Along the western frontier, the situation looked even more dangerous. In Lorraine, two dukes explored whether loyalty might be transferred to the King of France if the bargain seemed better. Nearby, a formidable French prince watched Burgundy like a prize. Burgundy had been promised, at least in theory, to German rulers. But promises were one thing, and control was another. For a lord with ambition and soldiers, Burgundy was too valuable to surrender simply because a distant emperor claimed a future right. For a moment, it seemed that Henry II's achievements were about to evaporate. Yet the empire did not collapse. Instead, It emerged from this crisis not weaker, but, in some respects, more durable. That outcome was not an accident. It reflected the long struggle waged since Otto I to break the habit of regional defiance inside Germany itself. Those earlier decades of internal conflict had forced German elites to learn a hard lesson. If the centre fell apart, everyone would pay the price. The danger beyond Germany's borders made that lesson impossible to ignore. Henry II left no child and no obvious heir from his own line who could claim the throne on family grounds. That vacuum created something rare, a genuine opening for a broad decision rather than a rushed takeover. Earlier, elections had often followed a familiar pattern. A strong candidate secured one or two major power blocks, then pressured the rest into acceptance. In 1024, the process took a step towards something more deliberate. A large gathering assembled between Mainz and Worms, near the Rhine. Leaders came from across the realm, representing the major regional communities. There was still no tidy system of representation, no formal ballots in the modern sense. The old idea remained. The men who bore arms and held authority had a right to speak on the public future. But the atmosphere was changing. The emphasis was no longer on which region should dominate, or which clan could claim precedence. The argument turned toward competence, stability, and the common interest. Two leading candidates stood out, both named Conrad, both from the same broad Frankish aristocratic circle, and related to each other. Opinion was split. The moment could have turned into a feud, the kind of rivalry that had so often invited civil conflict. Instead, something revealing happened. The elder Conrad approached his younger cousin directly and pressed the case for unity. The empire, he argued, could not afford a split at the top while enemies tested every border. The two men agreed that the result of the choice would be enforced together. Whoever won would be backed by the other. It was a bargain designed to prevent the usual aftermath of a contested succession: rebellion, private war, and opportunistic alliances with foreign powers. The selection fell on the elder Conrad, later known as Conrad II. In temperament, he was closer to the early warrior kings than to the more refined rulers of the late Saxon line. He was not celebrated for scholarship. His strength lay in practicality, an instinct for what mattered, and a readiness to act before enemies could coordinate. That kind of ruler was exactly what the moment demanded. The empire's problems were already taking shape in distinct directions. In the east, Poland remained the immediate concern. Boleslav died soon after Conrad's accession, but his successor refused to lower the banner. He adopted royal styling and prepared to defend independence with force. To make that stance credible, he looked for partners who could squeeze Germany from another angle. A northern alliance with the ruler who controlled Denmark and England threatened to create pressure along both the Baltic and the frontier zones further inland. Conrad responded with speed and calculation. Rather than waiting for a hostile coalition to harden, he negotiated directly with the northern king. A territorial concession secured something more valuable: a stable ally who shared religious and political interests, and who wanted recognition among Europe's leading Christian rulers. The result was not merely peace, but a strategic rebalancing. When Conrad later moved against Poland, the northern flank did not collapse at the worst possible time. The west was more volatile still. Lorraine, stretched across key river valleys and crossroads, had always been a hinge between German and French influence. Two dukes held it, and both resented the outcome of the election. They withdrew from the assembly, and their discontent quickly drew in others. Now, the stakes went beyond personal loyalty. If rulers in Lorraine believed France offered better terms than Germany, feudal custom gave them room to consider switching sides. A French king showed interest. A powerful duke from Champagne offered support, expecting help in return for his ambitions in Burgundy. A younger Conrad, the elected king's own cousin, broke earlier promises and joined the League. Even the king's stepson, a celebrated knight with a following eager for rewards, stood ready to gamble on rebellion. Conrad II dismantled this threat with a single decisive move. Instead of chasing rumours or negotiating with every conspirator, he struck at the coalition's centre. He marched into Lower Lorraine and offered its duke a clear, tempting bargain. Loyalty now would be repaid later with greater authority. If he stood by the German crown, he would eventually hold both parts of Lorraine. The offer worked. The duke's defection left the conspiracy without a focal point. One by one, the other players backed away and sent in their submission. Lorraine stayed within the empire's orbit, and years later the promised consolidation was carried out. It was diplomacy delivered with the credibility of an army behind it. With the eastern and western fronts steadied, Conrad turned toward Italy and the imperial crown. This time, the journey was not sparked by desperate invitations from Italian factions. It was driven by a claim Conrad believed belonged to the German king by tradition: the right to be crowned emperor. Italy, however, looked unstable. The Lombard nobility remained suspicious of German supremacy. An Aquitanian duke had briefly entertained the idea of an Italian kingship for his son, then backed away after seeing the reality on the ground. But the hostility in the north did not disappear with that withdrawal. Conrad's approach was familiar in method, but careful in execution. He understood that holding Italy depended on finding reliable partners inside the peninsula. The Lombard clergy, led by powerful churchmen in Milan, were beginning to cultivate an independence that would later make them useful allies of the empire in its coming struggle with reforming papal authority. By anchoring himself to this clerical network, Conrad gained a secure base. Then he spent time doing what successful medieval rulers usually had to do, enforcing claims with force where persuasion failed. He remained in northern Italy for roughly a year, breaking resistance and stabilizing his position before marching toward Rome. In Rome, the papacy was led by a man whose rise revealed how worldly the office could become. A previous pope from the same dominant Roman family had pursued reform with energy and seriousness. After his death, the family's priority was not reform but control. They promoted a layman closely tied to the machinery of administration. In a single day, he was pushed through the necessary clerical stages, and the city accepted him without major resistance. It was an open reminder that local power networks still treated the papacy as a prize. Yet in foreign affairs, this pope saw the value of alliance with Germany. He formally invited Conrad to Rome and crowned him at Easter in 1027 with striking ceremonial splendor. The event drew other rulers into the scene. The King of Burgundy and the king who ruled across Denmark and England were present, along with a vast array of nobles and clergy from Germany, Italy, and Burgundy. Rome's street politics also played their usual role. Scuffles between locals and foreigners erupted as they so often did, expressing a deep resentment of outside intervention. Resentment that coexisted, paradoxically, with repeated calls for outside force whenever Rome's internal factions spiraled out of control. A major synod followed the coronation, but it did not deliver a sweeping purification of church life. The age's most dramatic religious reforms were not decided in one meeting. Conrad's most consequential achievement lay elsewhere: Burgundy. The idea of bringing Burgundy under imperial control had been building for decades. It began as a dynastic arrangement, agreements between kings, more than a popular movement within Burgundy itself. Under feudal logic, such deals were easy to propose. the strategic benefits for the empire were enormous. Burgundy offered alpine routes into Italy that could reduce dependence on eastern passes. It also provided a buffer against France, much as Lorraine did further north. Its wealth and population promised new resources for a crown that often struggled to fund its ambitions. For Burgundian nobles, the prospect was far less attractive. A stronger overlord meant law, oversight, and limits, exactly what many local lords feared. They preferred weak kings they could manipulate to a powerful foreign ruler backed by German armies. When Burgundy's king died, a French magnate with a plausible claim marched in, hoping to seize the kingdom. In the Romance-speaking areas, he found some welcome. In the Germanic districts, including parts of what is now Switzerland, sympathy leaned more toward the empire. Conrad answered with a blend of diplomacy and pressure. France's king had recently died, and his successor depended heavily on powerful vassals. He could not casually strengthen one of them by allowing an unchecked Burgundian conquest. Conrad offered friendship and a marriage alliance involving his young daughter and the French heir. That proposal reduced the chance of a united French front. Then, Conrad turned military pressure toward the challenger's home region rather than getting stuck in a long Burgundian campaign. With his own base threatened, the claimant hurried to negotiate and abandoned his Burgundian ambitions. The way was cleared, and Burgundy was incorporated into the empire in 1032. For roughly 2 centuries after, Burgundy's political fate became intertwined with German imperial politics. Administrative machinery adapted. Burgundian affairs were handled through their own institutional channels, much as Italy's had long required special management. The empire's expansion also tightened its relationship with the reforming monastic world, centred at Cluny, since Burgundy was one of Cluny's heartlands, and a corridor through which its influence could spread. Conrad himself was not a devotional reformer in the style of Henry II. His interest in church affairs was primarily political. He appointed bishops confidently, asserted royal authority, and preferred church leaders who would not challenge the crown with excessive claims. He also adjusted the distribution of high offices within the empire, shifting key administrative roles away from rival centres toward more dependable hands. Much of his reign, however, was consumed by a deeper project, making kingship in his family more secure. The problem was structural. Feudal society was steadily turning fiefs into inherited possessions, fixing regional powers in place. Meanwhile, the king, in theory the head of the system, could still be chosen and replaced. Conrad looked for a counterweight. He promoted policies that strengthened hereditary rights among nobles on the condition that these rights were extended downward to their own vassals. This could reduce private wars, sparked by contested inheritances, and could bind a broader class of fighting men to the crown. It also offered lower vassals at least the hope that royal justice might protect them from abusive lords. But this policy had a second edge. By normalizing hereditary security for powerful families, it also helped those families become more entrenched. Conrad attempted to balance that risk by building his own family's position through facts on the ground. When opportunities appeared, he took direct control of major duchies and arranged for them to pass into the hands of his son. Over time, he secured Bavaria and Swabia for Henry, and placed Carinthia under a loyal ally who, lacking heirs, would ultimately serve the dynasty's interests. Saxony and Lorraine remained outside this family consolidation, held by strong local powers. Conrad's vision was clear: hereditary stability for the crown and inherited rights for the nobles, but without allowing the great regional identities to regain their older independence. The pattern was familiar in medieval politics. A policy offered as a road to order could also lay new foundations for future conflict. By strengthening the principle of inheritance across society, While trying to make the monarchy itself more dynastic, Conrad helped create a more stable empire in the short term. Yet he also deepened the long-term tension between a central authority and the increasingly permanent power of regional lords, an instability that later rulers would inherit along with the crown. Northern Italy at the start of the 11th century did not only struggle with foreign power and shifting crowns. It also simmered with a harsh social rivalry inside its own warrior class. The tension between powerful lords and lesser nobles had existed for generations. But in Lombardy, it carried a special intensity. Here, the fight was not only over land and honour, it was about who had legal security, who could pass a holding on to a son, and who could be pushed aside at a lord's convenience. At the centre of the storm stood Milan's archbishop, Aribo, a churchman whose position was far more than spiritual. Milan was a political engine, and Aribo behaved like a prince. Earlier, he had supported Conrad II's entry into Italy, and had helped place the imperial programme on a firm footing. But success encouraged ambition. Aribo pressed the rights of his church over much of Lombardy with a confidence that offended a large and growing group of smaller nobles. These lesser vassals, often the men who fought most frequently and endured the most risk, felt trapped between the authority of bishops and the arrogance of the richest lay lords. Lombard society had its own vocabulary for this hierarchy. The great vassals and leading families formed an upper layer that could dominate courts, influence appointments, and shape local policy. Beneath them stood the lower military class, men with obligations and arms, but fewer protections. Aribo, determined to enforce Milan's claims, leaned on the upper stratum as his instrument. That alliance was effective in the short run, but it deepened the resentment below. Meanwhile, across the Alps in Germany, Conrad II had been building support by giving the lower fighting class more reliable rights and more direct access to royal justice. In Lombardy, the same kind of men reached their breaking point. The result was a wave of resistance. Across northern Italy, lesser vassals pushed back against the pressures that had been normal for decades. They demanded stability, inheritance, and courts that did not simply reflect a lord's mood. Their struggle quickly gained political meaning. An emperor who wanted allies in Italy could hardly ignore a mass of armed men offering loyalty in exchange for protection. Conrad did not hesitate. About 10 years after his first Italian campaign, he crossed the Alps again, not merely as a claimant to ceremonial titles, but as a ruler ready to reshape the balance of power. He summoned Aribo to answer before an imperial tribunal. It was a startling escalation. An archbishop, the most influential churchman of Lombardy, treated as a subject who could be judged and removed. Conrad declared him deposed, and then moved beyond symbolic punishment. He openly supported the lesser vassals in their disputes against powerful overlords. The emperor's decision was not sentimental. It was calculated. Backing the lower military class weakened the network of regional magnates who could turn Italy into a hostile battlefield. It also mirrored Conrad's broader strategy in Germany, where he sought loyalty from men who were tired of insecurity. This policy was expressed in a famous set of rules that soon circulated as a guiding statement on feudal rights. Its basic message was clear. The smaller vassal would not be treated as disposable property. Holdings were to be inheritable. A lesser noble's land in fee could not be stripped away on a whim. Legal disputes were to be heard in a court of peers rather than in a rigged forum controlled by an enemy. Appeals to the emperor were recognized, giving men outside the top layer a path to justice beyond local intimidation. The rules also aimed to prevent a quiet trick that could hollow out a warrior's status, converting a landholding obligation into a mere cash tenancy, which might make administration easier for a lord, but could reduce the vassal to something closer to a renter than a partner in arms. The impact appeared almost immediately, because the political temperature in Italy was already high. Aribo, cornered and humiliated, did not accept defeat as a private matter. He tried to wrap his cause in a broader banner. The idea that Lombardy should throw off German direction and revive a more independent political identity. He sought partners beyond Italy, reaching for an alliance that could strike the empire in multiple places at once. The plan that took shape was bold. An external prince would be offered the Italian crown. Pressure would be applied in Lorraine, and Italy itself would become the trap that seized the emperor. Burgundy and Italy, in this vision, would fall together like linked prizes. For a moment, it looked dangerous. The foreign prince did begin to move, but the empire's defensive web held. Loyalty in Lorraine, especially from a key duke, helped smash the western part of the scheme. The would-be invader was defeated and killed, and the Italian conspiracy lost its muscle. Conrad's approach, controversial as it was, had worked as intended. By tying the lesser warriors to imperial authority, he strengthened his position while isolating the local elite, who hoped to make Italy ungovernable. In Rome, Conrad's presence triggered a different kind of movement. The city's population had its own grievances, not identical to Lombardy's, but rooted in the same desire for protection against inherited burdens. A notable act from this period was the confirmation that Romans should be judged under Roman law in their legal disputes. This was more than a technical point. It signalled an effort to relieve Roman inhabitants from legal pressures that had accumulated under earlier rulers and outside administrations. Law here was a tool of identity and a shield against exploitation. By reaffirming this legal tradition, Conrad was not proclaiming a grand philosophical program. He was responding to local demands in a way that strengthened order and indirectly reinforced the administrative apparatus around the papacy. Yet Conrad's dealings with the papacy at this time also show how limited his moral agenda really was. The Roman Church was in a deeply compromised state. A powerful local faction treated the papal office less as a sacred trust and more as a possession to be controlled. After an already disappointing pontificate, the same family network pushed an even more shocking candidate forward, reportedly a child. The contemporary moral outrage is easy to understand, but Conrad did not react like a crusading reformer. He confirmed the arrangement and moved on. His actions suggest a ruler focused on stability and leverage, not on cleansing Rome's inner life. If his legislation in the city served anyone, it served administration, not conscience. The priority was to keep the machinery functioning and to keep Rome aligned with imperial policy. Conrad's sudden death soon after these Italian measures cut off whatever longer plan he may have had for a more tightly centralized empire. Even so, his succession arrangements held. His son Henry, already crowned as king in Germany, faced no serious organized challenge at the moment of transition. Some chroniclers even claimed that expectations for the new ruler were so high that the father's passing produced little public mourning. Whether that judgment was fair or not, it reveals the mood. Conrad was respected as effective, but Henry was anticipated as something different. The contrast between father and son mattered. Conrad had been a hard political operator, a soldier of practical instincts. Henry III had grown up within a stronger culture of learning, shaped by clergy and by courts, where education carried prestige. His mother, connected to the more polished traditions of southwestern Europe, ensured that his training was not purely martial. In an age when serious learning flowed through church institutions, a prince educated at this level could hardly avoid absorbing a sense of how vast the church's influence had become. That background did not necessarily make Henry submissive to clerical power. It did make him attentive to it, and it prepared the stage for a reign in which the relationship between throne and altar would become the defining drama. By the time Henry took power, the empire's reach looked unusually wide. Conrad's diplomacy and campaigns had produced tangible results. In the east, Poland's large state was weakening, showing the familiar problem of unstable unity. In its shadow, Bohemia, now Christian and politically ambitious, leaned toward Germany for support. Hungary was divided between pagan reaction and Christian alignment, and the Christian side looked naturally to the strongest neighbouring force. In the north, Denmark's earlier expansion stalled after the death of its great ruler, and that shift reduced the risk of a heavy alliance pressing Germany from the Baltic and beyond. In the west, France's monarchy struggled against powerful vassals and lacked the strength for major foreign adventures. In the south, northern Italy's armed classes were, for the moment, tied to the imperial order more securely than before. And in Rome, the papacy was so entangled in local faction that it could not operate as an independent great power on the European chessboard. Inside the empire, the position of the crown looked strong as well. The new king controlled key duchies directly, and in several regions there was little appetite for revolt. Only a few areas remained as consistent centres of local identity that could resist central direction. It was a remarkably favourable opening, comparable to the best starts of earlier strong rulers. The first priority was obvious: secure the eastern frontier before turning back to the west and south. For centuries, the eastern border had faced scattered raids, but now the shape of the threat had changed. Larger Slavic groupings had formed, and Christianity, though influential, had not always created deep stability. Earlier missionary structures had produced outward conversions that could be reversed when political order collapsed. Bohemia's duke, ambitious and energetic, understood that religion could be used as a national rallying point. He sought to elevate Prague not only as a capital but as a spiritual centre with its own authority. Such a move threatened older ecclesiastical prerogatives linked to Germany's most powerful church leadership, and it also suggested a political shift. A Bohemia seeking direct recognition from Rome might become less dependent on German kings. In this environment, the early reign of Henry III became a test of where Europe was heading. The empire stood at a moment when its outward influence was broad, its internal structure unusually firm, and its rivals divided. At the same time, the church's reforming currents were growing louder. In one direction stood rulers who treated the church as an administrative partner and a political instrument. In another direction stood voices demanding that the church cleanse itself of corruption, free itself from worldly bargaining, and claim a higher independence. Henry's education and his alliances would pull him into that moral movement more strongly than his father had ever been. The outlines of a larger confrontation were emerging, not as a single event, but as a slow shift in expectations about what kings should do, what bishops should be, and who had the final word in the Christian world. By the mid-11th century, the papacy had reached a level of disorder that shocked even a public long accustomed to Roman faction fights. After the death of a strong pope, control over the office slid into the hands of a single local clan that treated the highest seat of the Western Church as if it were a private asset. The choice of one successor made the problem plain. A man who had been a lay administrator one day could be hurried through the clerical ladder the next, simply so power would remain inside the same family circle. That decision was not just controversial, it announced openly that the papacy was being handled as a political prize. When that pontificate ended, the same approach continued, but with an even darker twist. This time, the family pushed forward a child. The fact that such a plan could be carried through tells its own story about the state of Rome. It also says something about the empire's priorities, because the German ruler of the period showed no urgent impulse to intervene. For years, the broader Christian world complained, but the pressure that might have forced a change did not arrive. At first, the scandal might have remained a scandal of appearances only, if the young pope had been guided by restraint. The deeper issue was always there. The papacy had become a place where spiritual claims and hard political power were fused together, and in a city like Rome, that fusion could easily rot into corruption. In this case, the rot spread fast. Rumours multiplied, and the behaviour attributed to the boy pope crossed a line that Romans were not prepared to accept, even with all their tolerance for elite excess. When it was said that he intended to marry and establish a wife in the Lateran, the city erupted. A rebellion forced him out, and in the vacuum another claimant was pushed into office, backed by money and alliances that did not pretend to be pure. For a brief time, the second claimant held on. Then, the old faction struck back with force and restored its boy pope. Yet even after returning, he seems to have realized that power in Rome had turned poisonous. A third solution appeared, promoted by a different group that wanted stability and a better public face. Their candidate was a respected Roman cleric, known for learning and personal seriousness. But the price of that solution was a bargain that revealed how far the papacy had fallen. The office was effectively purchased. The strange irony is that many reformers greeted this buyer as a saviour. It was not because they celebrated corruption. It was because they believed the only way to remove a public disgrace was to pay it out of the city and replace it with someone who could restore discipline. In that circle stood figures tied to the emerging reform movement, and among them was a young churchman who would later become the central strategist of the entire struggle between papacy and empire. The crisis in Rome was now so extreme that it began to resemble an older pattern from the age of the first Saxon emperors. A papacy trapped by local warfare, and a German monarchy with the strength to intervene. The language of the empire made such intervention feel less like opportunism and more like obligation. A ruler who claimed to lead Christian order could not ignore a spectacle where three men, each backed by different factions, asserted rights to the same office. Accounts from the time describe clerics in Rome protesting the disgrace and calling for outside help. Even without those appeals, the logic of imperial politics pointed in the same direction. The question was no longer whether a German king would come, but what kind of church program he would support once he arrived. The young ruler who marched south had been shaped by a different environment than some of his predecessors. His education and his alliances inclined him towards strict reformers who demanded moral discipline in the clergy and an end to buying offices. Yet he was also a king of Germany, raised within a political system where bishops were pillars of royal government. He could admire reform without surrendering control. That tension would become the heartbeat of the coming century. In late 1046, the king entered Italy with little resistance. At Pavia, a church assembly met in his presence, and the talk almost certainly returned to the disease that was poisoning church life: simony, the buying and selling of sacred positions and influence. But the decisive confrontation came at the edge of the papal territories. There, a council was summoned, and the three rivals were ordered to answer. One claimant arrived and was dealt with first. He was condemned and removed from office, reduced to a monastic life. Another claimant, the man who had acquired the papacy through money, stood before the council and admitted the charge. He argued that the purpose had been good, that the purchase had been meant to rescue the church from disgrace. The council did not accept that logic as an excuse. A dramatic resignation followed, carried out in public as a signal that the office itself needed cleansing. The third claimant did not appear. He had returned to Rome and tried again to hold power by force. That refusal mattered because it forced the king's party to move forward without him. A second assembly in Rome declared him removed as well. In a short span, the three competing claims were dismantled, and the crisis was contained without a civil war inside the city. The procedure was important. It was presented as a lawful correction, not a naked conquest. Yet the reality was just as important. Without the presence of the king, it is hard to see how Rome could have untangled the problem at all. Then came the most delicate decision of all. Who would lead the papacy next? And where would that person come from? Rome's recent record had destroyed confidence in the city's ability to supply a credible pope from within its own factions. The answer followed the direction taken earlier under strong emperors. Candidates would be sought beyond the Alps. Stories circulated that the king first offered the office to an ambitious church leader in the north who refused it. The choice then fell on a German bishop. The new pope's first major act was political and ceremonial. He crowned the king and queen as emperor and empress. Another gesture followed that carried long-term consequences. The emperor received an honor in the city that the imperial side interpreted as confirming the right to shape papal elections. In the moment, it looked like an orderly settlement that restored dignity to Rome. Later, it would be remembered very differently by those who wanted the papacy to stand free from imperial control. From this point on, the struggle becomes harder to reconstruct cleanly, because later, writers fought about it as fiercely as the politicians did. The closer the story gets to the great clash between church and state, the less neutral the surviving accounts become. Every side rewrites motives, every document is debated, even the language of decrees can be surrounded by suspicion. That fog doesn't erase the main outline, though. As long as this emperor lived, the balance of power allowed him to keep papal appointments largely in his hands. Over roughly a decade, a sequence of popes came from the German world. Some ruled only briefly. One ruled long enough to define the age. The pattern is one of history's most striking ironies. Men elevated with imperial support stepped into Rome, touched the weight of papal tradition, and began to act less like imperial administrators and more like independent guardians of a universal church. The power that seemed to owe its position to the emperor started to develop the instincts that would later challenge imperial supremacy. The clearest example is the Pope who emerged as the face of reform, a noble from the borderlands, connected by blood to imperial circles and known for strict clerical ideals. When the emperor offered him the papacy, he hesitated. He accepted only after insisting that Rome itself confirm the choice through public consent. That condition mattered. It was a way of reducing the appearance that the Pope was simply an imperial appointee. It also suggests that this Pope understood the danger of being seen as a creation of the throne. On his journey to Rome, he visited the great reform monastery of the age, and from the beginning of his reign he surrounded himself with men committed to moral renewal. Among them was a monk whose political talent would soon reshape Europe. His arrival in Rome was designed for the public eye. Instead of entering like a triumphant official, he entered like a pilgrim, humble in appearance, signalling that the papacy belonged to the wider Christian world rather than to a single faction or a single king. The city responded warmly. For a moment, the tension between Roman pride and foreign intervention eased. Once installed, the new pope acted as if the office carried a roaming responsibility. The papacy, in this vision, was not a court that waited for complaints. It was an engine that moved through Christendom, correcting abuses. He targeted the most corrosive practice of the age, the buying of church offices and the transformation of clerical life into a marketplace. This was not an abstract moral complaint. In many regions, bishops and abbots controlled wealth, land, courts, and armed followings. If those positions were bought, every level below them could become a cascade of bribery. Reformers believed society itself would decay if the Church did not recover authority and credibility. The Pope's first great demonstration took place across the Alps. He announced a major council in France and made clear that he intended to discipline corruption and enforce standards. The French Church was not enthusiastic. For generations it had operated with wide independence, and it had little interest in a pope arriving as supervisor and judge. Even the King of France hesitated and attempted to obstruct the plan before stepping back. When the council met, the turnout from the highest ranks was weak. Monastic leaders, however, appeared in greater numbers, revealing the fracture between reform-minded religious houses and many secular bishops who feared outside control. The Pope proceeded anyway. He treated absence as defiance. He summoned non-attending bishops to explain themselves, and when they did not respond, he used the harshest spiritual penalties available. He also turned the council into a public reckoning. Leading churchmen were questioned about how they gained office, and notorious offenders fled rather than stand inquiry. Entire regions were warned and ordered to answer in Rome. The Pope did not yet press every reform demand to its limit. Some issues, like enforcing celibacy among parish clergy and redefining who had the right to invest bishops with office, were not pursued with full force at this moment. But the central message was unmistakable. The Pope claimed the right to supervise the whole Western Church and to treat powerful local traditions as secondary. What made this intervention so effective was not universal obedience, but the lack of coordinated resistance. Local leaders might resist quietly, delay, or maneuver for loopholes, but they did not have a unified mechanism to block papal action. In some places, papal authority was accepted almost by default. In one striking case, a bishop was appointed directly by papal decision with little sign of a major pushback. The French realm, divided by feudal rivalries, could not easily mobilize against an outsider who spoke in the language of moral reform. From France, the Pope moved into Germany. There, the reception was far stronger, in part because the Emperor gave public support, and because German bishops were more closely integrated into royal governance. The Pope's approach was also more diplomatic, less confrontational in tone, emphasizing shared principles and focusing disciplinary action on clear moral failures rather than on sweeping challenges to local privileges. Still, the underlying risk had become visible. A pope empowered by reform ideals could one day treat imperial influence as a problem, rather than a foundation. The emperor had restored the papacy's standing, but he had also helped raise a force that might outgrow its leash. Back in Rome, another major council reinforced the direction of policy. The papacy now stood openly at the head of the reform movement. The next step, not yet fully realized, would be to remove dependence on the empire and to claim freedom of action in elections, discipline, and appointments. The Pope's energy was relentless. He travelled constantly, held assemblies, issued judgments, and cultivated a popular image that resonated far beyond elite politics. Stories spread through Italy and the South that portrayed him almost as a saintly figure, and those legends are less important as facts than as evidence. They show a growing bond between the papacy and mass religious sentiment. This was a turning point. The papacy's natural opponents were beginning to look like kings and worldly church princes who benefited from the old compromises. Its natural allies were becoming reform monasteries, devout networks, and increasingly the urban populations that were starting to discover their own political strength. In that shift lies a clue to centuries of European conflict. The papacy would not rely only on treaties and crowns. It would learn to draw power from movements, from moral language, and from the ability to mobilize support against entrenched elites. The Middle Ages witnessed one of the most decisive struggles in European history: the contest between spiritual authority and secular power for control over the direction of society. To understand how this conflict emerged, it is necessary to consider the conditions that shaped Europe before the confrontation fully unfolded. Over centuries, European institutions had gradually developed along paths that prepared the ground for a major transformation. The medieval empire had grown in strength and influence, defining its role as a force that claimed to maintain divine order in worldly affairs. At different moments, it had intervened in church matters, even helping to restore the papacy from a narrow, local institution into a body with universal ambitions. Yet these periods of imperial strength did not arise from any unique moral superiority of the empire itself. Rather, they reflected broader changes within European society, as the entire social structure slowly became more organized and stable. As feudal society moved beyond its earlier stage of disorder, it began to form more regular systems of law and governance. Such legal traditions were essential for any lasting social order, and their development coincided with a wider cultural awakening. The interaction between northern and southern peoples spread new intellectual influences across the continent, gradually transforming even the most remote regions. The older political outlook of a society shaped almost entirely by warfare and agriculture was slowly influenced by the revival of trade and urban life, particularly in regions where ancient cities had never entirely disappeared. Italy, southern France, and the river regions of the Maas, Scheldt, and Rhine became centres of renewed economic and social energy. Political actions had once been driven mainly by the ambitions of emerging national powers seeking territorial expansion or struggling to manage relations between local and central authority. Now, however, signs began to appear of a more reflective society, one that sought to justify and defend its institutions through theory as well as practice. Both political and religious structures increasingly required intellectual explanations, suggesting that European society was beginning to develop a conscious understanding of its own nature. In searching for evidence of this growing self-awareness, attention naturally turns to the institution that had preserved a continuous sense of organizational identity through centuries of change: the papacy. Although the papal office had experienced long periods of weakness, during the 10th and 11th centuries, it had earlier asserted its claims to authority through legal and theological arguments that emphasized its supremacy. These ideas required only a renewed impulse to regain influence. That impulse emerged partly through imperial involvement in papal affairs and partly through cooperation between imperial power and popular religious reform movements. Yet the theory of absolute papal authority faced serious dangers. One risk was that local factions might seize control of the papacy and use it for their own interests, weakening its universal appeal. Strong imperial policies had recently protected the papacy from this threat, but this protection created another danger: the possibility that the papacy might become merely an instrument of imperial will, dependent on secular authority for its existence. Concern over this issue can be seen in the actions of Pope Leo IX, who refused to accept imperial appointment until his position had also been confirmed by the people of Rome. This decision affirmed a principle that would remain central to the identity of the Roman papacy. Its authority derived from its connection to the city of Rome and its claim of succession from the Apostle Peter. Recognition of any other source of legitimacy, even one offering immediate political advantage, would undermine the continuity that gave the papacy its unique standing. During Leo's rule, this principle was not extensively developed in theory. but he consistently asserted his supremacy over church institutions and demonstrated leadership in political and military matters, as well as religious affairs. After Leo's death in 1054, a new pope was chosen who strongly represented imperial interests. This figure, known as Victor II, had supported the independence of the German Church and maintained close cooperation between the papacy and the empire. His short rule was marked by general agreement between the two powers, and after the emperor's death in 1056, the pope even assumed responsibility for governing the empire as guardian of the young heir, Henry IV. At first glance, this arrangement might appear to represent the fulfillment of papal ambition, since the pope effectively exercised both spiritual and secular authority. In reality, however, such a situation raised concerns that the papacy might serve imperial priorities, rather than its own universal mission. Victor's early death and the temporary weakness of imperial authority created an opportunity for anti-imperial forces within Rome. Political rivalries quickly emerged, and powerful regional leaders sought to shape the future of the papacy. Through strategic alliances and careful negotiation, a new pope was elected, without direct imperial direction. This development marked a significant shift, demonstrating that the initiative in papal elections could originate from Rome itself, rather than from external authority. The election represented a coalition of Roman interests, reform-minded church leaders, and regional political powers, while imperial influence played little direct role. At this moment, a reform movement gained decisive influence, a movement determined to secure the independence of the papacy from all outside control. Later tradition often attributed this reforming policy to a single influential figure, the monk Hildebrand. Whether or not he personally directed events, there was a clear continuity in papal policy from this period onward. The central aim of the reform movement was to free the papacy from all external influence, whether imperial, national, or factional. The papacy was to be understood as a self-renewing institution, grounded entirely in its own spiritual authority, yet at the same time it claimed the right to intervene in all areas of human life. This vision reshaped the direction of church policy and laid the foundation for future conflicts. Political instability continued to affect papal succession. After another brief papal reign ended amid suspicion and intrigue, competing factions within Rome attempted to impose their own candidate. Rival claimants appeared, supported by different political and military forces, and power struggles determined the outcome. Eventually, a new pope emerged through the combined influence of regional rulers and reform leaders. This episode revealed how deeply political interests still shaped papal elections, and demonstrated the urgency of establishing clearer procedures. A major turning point came with a council held in Rome that sought to provide a constitutional framework for papal independence. The assembly established that the selection of a pope should rest primarily in the hands of leading church officials, known as cardinals. Until this time, the title of cardinal had referred simply to prominent clergy within the Roman Church, without forming a fixed or organized body. Their role had been largely advisory, assisting the Pope when consulted. The Council transformed this group into a more defined institution and assigned it a central role in papal elections. The cardinals were to initiate the choice of a new Pope. The people of Rome were to give their approval, and the emperor might grant confirmation. Although the exact procedure remained unclear and was not immediately implemented in practice, the principle was of enormous importance. If the papacy could claim to derive its authority from a clearly defined body of church leaders, external interference might be reduced and eventually eliminated. Even so, the decree did not end political manipulation. Influence could now be directed toward controlling the body of cardinals, rather than directly shaping the election itself. Papal politics entered a new phase, though the underlying struggles for power continued. The decree also addressed the role of the emperor, reflecting a compromise between those who wished to preserve imperial involvement and those seeking complete independence. Such arrangements did not establish permanent rules, but expressed the balance of power at a particular moment. Their effectiveness depended on future circumstances and the willingness of society to accept them. The reform movement soon extended its influence beyond Rome, seeking support in other regions of Europe. Northern Italy, particularly Lombardy, became a crucial arena in the contest between papal and imperial authority. Its importance derived partly from geography, since communication between Germany and Italy passed through this region, but political and social factors were equally significant. The city of Milan had long held a leading position in northern Italy. It had served as an imperial residence in earlier times and developed strong commercial and cultural traditions. Its church maintained distinctive practices and traditions rooted in its own history, fostering a sense of independence from Roman authority. Milan's political structure reflected a complex social hierarchy. The bishop stood at the head of the city, supported by powerful nobles whose lands extended into the surrounding countryside, while lesser knights and a growing population of artisans formed additional layers of society. The urban population was becoming increasingly aware of its political identity and began to demand greater participation in public affairs. Tensions emerged between traditional feudal authority and movements seeking a more popular form of government based on elected leadership. Similar developments occurred in other cities of the region, creating a broader movement toward urban independence that would later transform European political life. Within this environment, a religious movement arose that criticized the moral condition of the established clergy. Influenced by broader spiritual trends spreading across Europe, reformers denounced practices they considered corrupt, especially the marriage of priests. Some went further, rejecting all material attachments and advocating extreme forms of religious discipline. Although their ideas were controversial and often condemned, their criticism of clerical behavior reinforced the wider movement for church reform. The call for moral purity and institutional independence strengthened the position of those who sought to free the church from secular control and reshape its structure according to spiritual principles. Bishop Aribo responded to the spread of the new preaching with harsh discipline. He interrogated suspects, condemned many as heretics, and ordered public burnings meant to frighten others into silence. Yet the message still travelled beyond the reach of church courts. It moved through workshops, markets, and crowded streets, where ordinary people were already angry about the privileges of the powerful. The new religious zeal did not create that resentment, but it gave it a sharper edge and a simple target. In Milan, popular agitators appeared, figures who could turn a crowd with a speech and channel frustration into action. Their rallying cry was direct and explosive. Married priests were presented as the symbol of everything corrupt and compromised in the established order. Under that slogan, groups within the city organized themselves, trained and armed. The city militia, usually a tool of local authority, became a weapon in the hands of the streets. The bishop was forced out, and the movement gained a name from its enemies. Pataria, a sneering label that suggested a mob of nobodies. But the scale and discipline of the uprising showed it was not a trivial disturbance. Its greatest advantage came when reformers in Rome recognized how useful this force could be and chose to link their own cause to it. The events in Milan are unusually clear because they were recorded from several angles, including the writings of a man who embodied the most uncompromising side of the reform campaign. Peter Damiani rose from monastic life into the highest circles of the church, and he became the fiercest public advocate of clerical celibacy. He wrote with the tone of a prosecutor, convinced that moral collapse among clergy was not a side issue, but an existential threat to the Church's authority. In his view, religious communities that should have been models of discipline had become places of scandal and abuse. Yet his solution was never to question the rigid, ascetic ideal itself. He believed the remedy was stronger discipline, harsher supervision, and deeper submission to the monastic spirit. At a major reform council held in Rome, his influence helped push through severe measures against clerical marriage. Alongside that, the reformers promoted a plan to reorganize diocesan clergy so they would live together under shared rules, closer to the controlled life of a monastery. The goal was not mainly spiritual elegance, but practical control, a system that made oversight of private conduct more direct and relentless. Rome chose Damiani as its envoy for a delicate assignment, to calm Milan without surrendering reform principles. His own description of the Lombard clergy is striking. He could not deny their learning, dignity, or devotion, and he described many as capable and respected men. The charge he returned to again and again was not criminal behaviour, but the fact that they lived openly with lawful wives. That detail, meant to condemn them, also revealed the weakness of the reform message in the eyes of many locals. The outcome of Damiani's mission exposed the complexity of the moment. One wave of popular anger, fired by ascetic preaching, lashed out against the local clergy. Then another wave, sometimes the same people shifting mood, erupted against the intrusion of a Roman representative, defending Milan's traditions and independence. Violence flared, and Damiani barely escaped alive. He left behind a city still divided, still armed, and still uncertain whether it was fighting for purity, for autonomy, or for both at once. From then on, the Pataria remained a useful ingredient in the reform coalition, but only when its energy aligned with the broader direction of Milanese politics. The alliance also carried risk. The movement had roots in ideas the Church considered doctrinally suspect, and that was never a comfortable foundation for a campaign claiming moral authority. Still, the reform strategists were often willing to tolerate theological irregularities when they gained political leverage. Until this point, another force shaping Italy's future can be kept in the background, but it soon becomes unavoidable: the Normans. Long before they became a major Italian power, they had reshaped themselves in northern France. After generations of raiding, settlement in Normandy produced a population that absorbed local culture with surprising speed while keeping a sharp taste for war. Within a few generations, they were known for both discipline and aggression, shrewdness and endurance. Many stayed rooted, yet the old instinct for adventure did not disappear. Bands of Norman fighters continued to drift across Western and Southern Europe, offering their swords wherever profit, land, or reputation might be won. Southern Italy offered exactly the conditions that drew them. Early in the 11th century, a group returning from pilgrimage passed through the region near Salerno and entered local service against Muslim raiders. News travelled back north. Italy was rich, divided and vulnerable, with no stable government capable of enforcing order. In the years that followed, more Norman companies arrived, fighting for pay and plunder in the constant small wars that defined the area. The political landscape was fragmented. Along parts of the eastern coast and in the far south, the Byzantine Empire still claimed authority. But its rule was often oppressive and ineffective. It drained resources without developing the land and could not decisively repel pressures from rival powers. On the western side, Muslim influence had been strong, and Sicily had come under Muslim control. Elsewhere, a patchwork of small Lombard principalities survived, states that were the worn-down remnants of a once formidable kingdom. Their relationship to Byzantium shifted from submission to independence depending on the moment, and they were unreliable allies for any larger power. German rulers occasionally attempted to push Byzantine influence out of Italy, and these local princes sometimes offered support, but nothing like a coherent front existed. What southern Italy lacked was a single ruthless and energetic force willing to sweep aside the fragments and build a new order by conquest. The Normans proved capable of exactly that. Around 1041, a new and more coordinated Norman influx appeared, led by members of the Hauteville family. They arrived at the invitation of a Lombard adventurer promising them a share of conquered lands in campaigns against Byzantium in Apulia. The fighting that followed was brutal and opportunistic, driven more by personal gain than by any larger political vision. Success came quickly, and the Normans then sought legitimacy to stabilize their gains. They chose a leader from among themselves, William, known for his strength in battle, and he received a title from a local prince, reinforced by a marriage alliance. A group that had arrived as hired muscle was beginning to look like a recognized political power. When William died in 1046, his brother Drogo succeeded him and gained broader recognition, again strengthened by marriage ties to the southern princes. This coincided with a moment when the German emperor turned his attention south after intervening in Rome. He summoned southern rulers to his court and treated the region as if it were within his authority to distribute. Drogo received formal confirmation of his position, now framed as a vassal relationship. Through the convenient language of feudal politics, Norman warbands were transformed into respectable members of the European hierarchy. In a few years, they were no longer described as outsiders, but as legitimate lords. Legitimacy did not make them less dangerous. Once their leaders recognized that no local force could stop them, they pressed northward. That advance brought them into collision with a papacy that was rediscovering ambitions in temporal power. Under Pope Leo IX, the papal court began to act not only as a spiritual authority, but as a ruler defending territory. Norman expansion alarmed nearly everyone in Italy. It was a familiar pattern. Foreign fighters invited as helpers become masters. Yet the Italian powers could not muster the unity or strength to remove them. The Pope became the one figure around whom such resistance as existed might gather. Leo acted early. He sought allies wherever he could find them, travelling north to appeal for support from the empire and its leaders. He even explored cooperation with Byzantium, believing that the nearby Byzantine presence was less threatening than unchecked Norman power. The response was disappointing. Byzantium could offer little. German churchmen were hesitant. Northern Italian princes had other priorities, and local Greek communities in Italy could not be depended upon. Meanwhile, the Normans were ready to fight, and their scattered factions found common cause when faced with papal opposition. Leo eventually assembled a small force, including a hard core of Swabian troops, and as the army moved south, it attracted irregular fighters, drawn by the promise of loot. The Pope himself took command, leading the expedition through Benevento toward Apulia, where the Normans gathered. The decisive clash came in June 1053 near Civitate. The outcome was immediate and brutal. The Italian contingents in the papal army broke and fled, leaving the Swabians to face the Norman attack. They were cut down almost to the last man, and the Norman victory was complete. Then the scene shifted in a way that seemed almost theatrical. The papal supporters who had taken refuge in Civitate expected massacre. Instead, the Norman leaders approached with formal reverence, fell at the Pope's feet, and begged forgiveness. They escorted him to Benevento, where he remained for months, his presence perhaps restraining a direct Norman assault on the city. In that world, Piety and violence often appeared together, and gestures of devotion could follow acts of ruthless conquest without any sense of contradiction. Leo's role as a war leader did not please everyone among the strict reformers. An endless hostility to the papacy did not suit Norman interests either. After Leo's death, Norman power consolidated under younger, more ambitious figures, including Richard of Aversa and Robert of Apulia, remembered for cunning and boldness. At the same moment, the reform leadership in Rome, guided by Hildebrand's strategic instincts, recognized what could be gained from harnessing Norman force instead of fighting it. The offer was simple: recognition and legitimacy in exchange for loyalty to the papal throne. Richard accepted first, and Robert followed. At a gathering in southern Italy soon after the major Roman Reform Council of 1059, both men appeared before Pope Nicholas II and formally entered a feudal relationship with the papacy. They promised fidelity, protection, and obedience, while the Pope invested them with lofty titles that matched their ambitions more than the reality on the ground. This was one of the first times the papacy used feudal bonds as a practical tool to control large territories. The alliance did not always run smoothly, but it became a major pillar of papal strength, securing the southern flank of the reform movement. To the north, the papacy gained a different kind of support, less volatile and often more reliable, in Tuscany. The region formed a broad barrier between Rome and the routes of German armies. Its ruling women, Beatrice and her daughter Matilda, used marriage alliances to position themselves against imperial dominance, linking their house with the powerful family of Lorraine. Beyond politics, both were passionate supporters of the moral reform movement associated with Cluny. They combined intense religious commitment with hard, practical energy. Rome could count on their resources, their fortresses, and their willingness to act. In the long struggle that followed, Tuscany often blocked imperial expeditions and offered refuge when popes were threatened. As long as a pope could reach Matilda's territory, there was usually a place to regroup and survive. By the early 1070s, the Reform Party could draw on several key assets: a program centred on a disciplined clergy, opposition to buying church offices, and elections meant to be controlled by churchmen rather than by force or bribery, militant urban supporters in northern Italy, the wealth and protection of Tuscany in the centre, and Norman military power in the south, now tied by oath to Rome. Added to these were widespread resentments inside many kingdoms, anger against local rulers and church elites, which the papacy learned to encourage and redirect toward its own goals. These forces were soon coordinated by one of the most controversial personalities of the age, Hildebrand. He was praised as a saintly reformer by admirers and denounced as a ruthless schemer by enemies. The surviving portraits are shaped by passion and propaganda. His actions and his own letters offer a steadier guide, though even they must be read with caution. It is likely that papal policy from the downfall of an earlier reform-minded pope onward was strongly influenced by him. His origins are unclear, though he seems to have been connected to Rome. He lived with monastic ideals, believing that the world could be reshaped by the discipline and moral intensity of the cloister. Yet he was never the quiet monk of a cell. From the start, he appears as an administrator, active in councils, negotiations, and the financial recovery of the papal household. His talent for managing revenue brought accusations of corruption. But in an era of chaos, it also made him effective. He rose to the rank of archdeacon and held a central role in papal government until his election to the papacy in 1073. His harshest critics accused him of lacking scruples, a charge often levelled at powerful organisers. To him, methods mattered less than the goal. He was not a systematic theologian, and he could overlook doctrinal problems. if an alliance served the reform agenda. He worked with Milan's radical activists. He tried to shield controversial figures when he believed the larger cause required it. He even drew suspicion for statements that seemed to undermine sacramental certainty when clergy were corrupt. In practice, he gathered allies wherever they could be found and justified flexibility by the magnitude of the transformation he intended. Under Nicholas II and his successors, the reformed papacy pushed its principles outward across Europe. In southern Italy, a series of church gatherings backed by Norman power promoted stricter clerical discipline. In the north, Roman envoys tried to influence the turbulent Milanese situation with mixed results. In France, reform councils condemned corruption and clerical marriage, yet royal authority made clear it intended to control the national church. Deals were struck when useful, lifting penalties in exchange for visible acts of piety such as founding monasteries. In England, disputes over high church appointments tended to be settled in ways that protected local control. Again and again, the reform leadership showed a pattern: firmness about moral principles, but caution whenever strong national resistance made direct confrontation too costly. Germany, however, was the most delicate arena. The German king's claim over Italy made conflict almost unavoidable, and the papacy's ability to sanction an imperial coronation was a powerful lever. German politics were also unstable. After the death of Henry III, the empire was governed by his widow Agnes as regent for her young son Henry. She was educated and devout, but politically unprepared for the brutal realities of German power. She relied on advisors who lacked support among the major princes and bishops. In Germany, effective government depended on balancing the interests of great territorial lords with the leading churchmen. Local rulers could not be forced into obedience. They had to be managed through compromise and patronage. The monarchy did not command deep loyalty on its own. Unity came more from a shared interest among the powerful than from any fixed devotion to royal authority. The Reform Council of 1059 became a breaking point. One might expect the imperial government to resist its claims, but the strongest reaction came from the German clergy themselves, who framed the issue as a defense of national rights. Without clear evidence that the region approved, a German church assembly denounced the Roman decisions, treated the Pope's authority as invalid, and even ordered his name removed from public prayers. When a papal envoy arrived seeking an explanation, he was deliberately humiliated, kept away from court for days, and dismissed without an answer. The message was unmistakable. Rome's new rules would not be accepted quietly in Germany. The conflict sharpened when Nicholas II died. Roman leaders appealed to the German regent to nominate a successor, invoking the young king's traditional role in Roman affairs. The regent hesitated and delayed, suggesting a council might settle the question. The Reform Party did not wait. After months of uncertainty, it pushed through the election of Anselm of Lucca as Pope Alexander II, relying on the cardinal's moral authority and the physical support of Norman troops. Alexander was linked to Milan's reform movement and closely connected to Tuscany's ruling house, making him a living symbol of the coalition Rome was building. Germany answered with an open challenge. At an assembly in Basel, German leaders reaffirmed the king's traditional claims in Rome, rejected Alexander's election, and chose their own candidate, Cadalus of Parma, who took the name Honorius II. The lines were now drawn. The harmony that had once seemed possible between empire and papacy gave way to the underlying contradiction between two systems that both claimed supreme authority. Yet Germany's defiance lacked the hard force that earlier rulers had used to make their will effective. The new claimant was left largely to fend for himself. Only after many months, supported by Lombard weapons and money, did he feel strong enough to march on Rome. For a moment he seemed close to success, until he was confronted by Tuscan power and forced to withdraw. Both rivals were then ordered to await judgment from the king. That sudden reversal was driven by a dramatic upheaval inside Germany itself. The regency of Agnes had produced widespread dissatisfaction, and opposition gathered around Archbishop Hanno of Cologne. In a bold coup, Hanno arranged for the young king to board a boat on the Rhine, then had it rowed swiftly away under guard. The teenager tried to escape by jumping into the river and swimming for shore, but he was seized and brought back. With the king in his custody, Hanno displaced the regent and took control of government through a coalition of bishops. The episode revealed something important about German political structure. A formal regency, in the later sense of a hereditary monarchy, did not fit easily into German traditions. Authority was not anchored in a stable royal institution, but in the balance among princes. In that moment, the strongest representatives of shared national interest were the leading bishops. Instead of choosing a powerful adult king to restore order, the princes accepted a clerical management of the realm, likely because the higher clergy had grown enormously influential and several extraordinary men were available to lead. For a time, the government functioned through a rotating arrangement in which, whichever bishop hosted the king, became the effective manager of policy. It was a striking sign of the Church's political weight in the empire. Such a system could not last. Power soon concentrated in the hands of Hanno and Adalbert of Bremen. Under Hanno's influence, German policy shifted toward compromise with Rome. A church gathering at Augsburg adopted a tone so conciliatory it amounted to tacit recognition that the Roman electoral body had legitimate authority in papal elections. The following year, a larger council met at Mantua within Tuscan territory. Holding such a council under German influence ran against the Reform Party's instinct to keep papal matters entirely within the Church's control. But the results favoured Rome. Alexander defended the legitimacy of his election and was confirmed as Pope. The rival claimant's cause collapsed, and Germany retained a limited claim: the right to judge contested elections, even while accepting the candidate chosen by the Roman Reform coalition. While Hanno negotiated in Italy, Adalbert guided the young king's daily life and began to eclipse Hanno's influence. When Henry was declared of age at 15, Adalbert's hold over him grew stronger. Writers hostile to Henry later blamed Adalbert for indulging the king and corrupting his character, while presenting Hanno as a stern, moral disciplinarian. Such simple moral storytelling cannot fully explain the disasters that followed. Still, Adalbert's strong sense of national rights likely encouraged resistance to papal interference, and he was even suspected of imagining an independent Northern Church leadership that could challenge Rome's claims. In the decade before open war erupted between Henry and Hildebrand, the political ground hardened into the shape it would hold for years. A young king, clever but impulsive, found himself surrounded by controlling advisors and political traps. Marriage alliances arranged in childhood were enforced as tools of state. Enemies gathered inside his court and beyond it. In such conditions, a ruler with energy could easily swing between rebellion against restraint and dependence on whichever faction offered him freedom of action. Henry's reputation, like Hildebrand's, was distorted by extremes. Supporters portrayed him as a patient victim of conspiracies, surviving through personal integrity. Enemies painted him as monstrous, a destroyer of church and people. A colder view sees a capable man facing a crisis created by decades of structural tension. Without a stable party base to sustain him, threatened by betrayal even within his own household. yet able to resist and endure through a long reign. Meanwhile, in Italy, the same fault lines deepened. The fighting in Milan raised a question that could not be avoided. Where did the bishops of Lombard cities truly draw their authority? From the king and empire, or from Rome and reform? When Milan's archbishop died, one faction sought confirmation from Henry, while the Pataria, backed by Rome, supported its own candidate. Once again, Roman involvement sparked resistance, and the reform candidate was driven out. The imperial side continued to strengthen its network. The old rival claimant in Parma died, and his successor was aligned with German interests. A key administrative figure from the imperial system was placed in one of Italy's most influential sees. Across northern Italy, appointments and alliances increasingly favoured the imperial party. The stage was being set, piece by piece, for a confrontation that would no longer be limited to speeches, synods, and contested elections, but would test the meaning of authority itself in medieval Europe. The rebellion in Saxony gave the papacy an opportunity it could hardly ignore. The Saxon leaders presented their cause as a struggle against a ruler they described as unjust and oppressive. Such appeals had always attracted ambitious popes, who saw in them a chance to extend spiritual authority into political life. From this moment onward, Gregory worked steadily to preserve and strengthen the hostility between the Saxons and the German king. The changing fortunes of Henry IV would rise and fall according to the success or failure of this alliance against him. Even before Gregory assumed full control of papal policy, the groundwork had been laid. Several of Henry's advisors, whose influence opposed the reform movement, had already been excommunicated. The stage was prepared for a direct confrontation. At a moment when Henry faced growing unrest in Saxony and struggled to maintain control, Gregory moved decisively. He summoned the German clergy to attend a council under papal representatives, where all disputes between the crown and the church would be addressed. The king appeared willing to consider compromise, but the German clergy refused. Led by powerful archbishops, they rejected the idea of submitting to a council, organized by Rome or presided over by papal officials. Their resistance reflected a growing sense that the issue at stake was not simply religious discipline, but the independence of national authority. Supporters of the papal cause portrayed this refusal as evidence that German church leaders feared exposure of their corruption. Yet the real significance of Gregory's policy soon became clear. The central issue was not the moral character of individual clergy, but the very nature of clerical authority. At a major Roman assembly in 1075, Gregory introduced a decisive measure: the prohibition of lay investiture. This reform had been discussed before, but now it became the central aim of papal policy. The investiture of a bishop or abbot was the act by which a ruler granted the symbols of office and confirmed the appointment. Even if a candidate had been properly chosen by church authorities, receiving final authority from a secular ruler meant that the church's independence remained limited. Gregory recognized that this practice was the key reason why rulers across Europe resisted papal reform. Bishops, who owed their position to kings, were naturally loyal to them, and this loyalty obstructed efforts to impose church discipline from Rome. If the papacy could secure exclusive control over the appointment of high clergy, it would gain influence over political life throughout Christendom. The consequences of such a shift promised enormous power. Control of appointments would gradually eliminate the idea of a national church in each kingdom. Instead, the clergy of every land would form a network bound directly to Rome, loyal first to the papacy rather than to local rulers. This vision was not merely theoretical. A set of principles associated with Gregory's policy outlined an ambitious program for papal authority. These ideas asserted that the Roman Church derived its authority directly from divine origin, that the Pope alone possessed universal power within the Church, and that he could appoint or remove bishops at will. They declared that he stood above all earthly rulers, that no authority could judge him, and that he might even depose emperors. They also claimed that the Roman Church was incapable of error and that those who rejected its authority could not be considered true members of the Christian community. Most striking of all was the assertion that the Pope could release subjects from obedience to unjust rulers. Taken together, these principles reveal a political vision of extraordinary scope. The aim was nothing less than the submission of all earthly authority to the judgment of Rome. If fully realized, Europe would have been organized under a vast religious government, centered in the papacy and extending its influence into every kingdom. Supported by religious fear, legal tradition, and intellectual authority, such a system might have dominated medieval society. Yet, it was fundamentally opposed to emerging forces that valued local identity and political independence. National traditions and regional loyalties resisted uniform control, while individual thought and intellectual freedom posed an even greater threat to a system seeking universal obedience. This program was never openly proclaimed in its entirety, but it shaped Gregory's actions throughout his rule. His prohibition of lay investiture applied to all Christian lands, yet Germany became the primary target. Its claim to imperial authority made it a prize of exceptional importance, and its internal divisions offered the papacy an opportunity to exploit local opposition to royal power. When the decree reached Germany, however, the political situation did not favour papal ambitions. Henry had recently defeated the Saxon rebels in battle and secured the imprisonment of their leaders. Although new resentments had been created by this victory, the king's position was stronger than it had been for years. His letters to the Pope at this time were moderate in tone, suggesting a desire to avoid open conflict while maintaining traditional royal rights. He continued to appoint bishops and abbots, just as earlier emperors had done, selecting candidates of good reputation and avoiding accusations of corruption. In this respect, he followed established policy rather than introducing new abuses. The conflict over investiture, therefore, was rooted not in moral failings, but in a fundamental disagreement over authority. For a time, both sides delayed open confrontation, communicating through private correspondence while testing potential allies. The king sought support in northern Italy and even attempted to win over the Normans, urging them to shift their loyalty from the papacy to the empire. Meanwhile, factions within Rome that opposed papal dominance began to stir once more. Yet Gregory decided that further delay would weaken his position. Early in 1076, he sent envoys to Henry with a firm demand. The king must abandon the practice of investing bishops, dismiss his excommunicated advisors, and appear before the Pope to seek forgiveness for his offences. Compliance would restore peace. Refusal would bring excommunication. The papacy framed the conflict as a matter of moral discipline, focusing on the king's personal conduct rather than constitutional principles. This approach followed earlier precedents, presenting political intervention as a response to ethical failure. The German reaction was immediate and forceful. Royal advisors and church leaders alike treated the papal challenge as an attack on national authority. A council of German bishops was summoned, and in early 1076 they assembled in large numbers. The gathering condemned Gregory's conduct, accused him of abusing power and violating established procedures, and declared themselves released from obedience to him. The king endorsed their decision and addressed letters both to the Pope and to the Roman people, urging them to withdraw their allegiance. The arguments on both sides emphasized personal accusations rather than structural issues. Each party portrayed the other as morally corrupt and illegitimate. Yet beneath these charges lay a deeper conflict. The empire sought to preserve its traditional rights over local political and ecclesiastical affairs, while the papacy aimed to extend its authority over rulers and subjects alike. Moral language served as a convenient justification for a struggle over power. The papal response was swift and uncompromising. At a Roman assembly, Gregory pronounced the excommunication of Henry and declared his subjects released from their oath of loyalty. This action transformed the relationship between church and state. The ruler was no longer seen as a sovereign authority governing his realm, but as a subordinate, whose legitimacy depended upon papal approval. By dissolving the bond between king and subjects, the papacy asserted the right to intervene directly in political order. This theory drew strength from the feudal ideas of the age. Allegiance was often viewed as conditional, subject to change if obligations were not fulfilled. If subjects could be persuaded that their ruler had violated moral or legal duties, they might feel justified in withdrawing obedience. Gregory's policy applied this principle on a grand scale, using spiritual authority to reshape political loyalty. The effects of the excommunication were complex. Many supporters abandoned Henry, but their actions often reflected existing rivalries, rather than fear of spiritual punishment. Rebellion had long been a feature of German politics, and papal condemnation merely provided a convenient justification. In northern Italy, church leaders loyal to the empire responded by denouncing the Pope in return. Even within Rome, opposition to Gregory did not automatically translate into support for imperial control. A second German council later confirmed Gregory's deposition, but the king failed to secure decisive support for military action. This hesitation proved costly. While Henry delayed, opposition forces organized and prepared to replace him. Leading princes assembled and imposed strict conditions upon the king, demanding that he obtain absolution from the Pope within a fixed period or forfeit his throne. These negotiations weakened royal authority and revealed the growing independence of regional powers. Determined to regain his position, Henry undertook a dramatic journey across the Alps in the winter of 1076. Accompanied by only a small group, including his family, he crossed dangerous mountain passes and entered Italy. There, he found support among the Lombards, who urged him to lead an attack against the Pope. Instead, he declared his intention to seek reconciliation. Meanwhile, Gregory was travelling northward, hoping to preside over a council in Germany that would settle the dispute. Learning of the king's approach, he withdrew to a fortified castle in Tuscany. At this fortress, the two rivals finally met. Henry appeared as a penitent, seeking absolution from the papal ban. According to later accounts, he waited for days in humility before being admitted. Gregory eventually granted forgiveness, restoring him to communion in a ceremony marked by public emotion. This moment became one of the most famous episodes of medieval history, often interpreted as a dramatic victory of spiritual authority over royal power. Yet the consequences were ambiguous. By securing absolution, Henry removed the justification for rebellion and regained political leverage. The Pope, meanwhile, lost the opportunity to impose a settlement under his own conditions. The conflict was far from resolved. German opposition continued, and within a short time, rival factions elected a new king in defiance of Henry's restored status. The struggle now entered a new phase. Civil war divided Germany, and the papacy eventually recognized Henry's rival, though the conflict remained uncertain. Military campaigns followed, alliances shifted, and the contest between empire and papacy became a broader political struggle rather than a purely religious dispute. Opponents of Gregory responded by organizing their own resistance. Assemblies of bishops declared him deposed and elected a rival pope. The empire thus produced its own spiritual leader, mirroring the divisions that already existed within the kingdom. Electoral procedures for both church and state remained unclear, and these crises gradually forced institutions to develop more defined systems of governance. Henry eventually carried the conflict into Italy once more. Supported by loyal followers and welcomed by many northern cities, he advanced toward Rome. After years of negotiation and military pressure, he entered the city and secured recognition for his candidate as Pope. He was crowned emperor, achieving the goal denied to him for decades. Gregory, however, continued to resist from a fortified position, awaiting assistance from his Norman allies. Their arrival changed the course of events, but brought destruction as well as victory. The Norman forces entered Rome and subjected the city to brutal plunder, punishing its inhabitants for opposing the papacy. The devastation destroyed whatever support Gregory still possessed among the Roman population. Forced to leave the city, he departed with his allies into exile, ending his career far from the centre of the power he had struggled to build. The conflict between empire and papacy had transformed the political landscape of Europe. It revealed the limits of both spiritual and temporal authority, reshaped alliances, and set the stage for continuing struggles over power, legitimacy, and the relationship between church and state. Gregory's enemies expected exile to break him. Instead, Salerno became the stage for one last display of the same relentless confidence that had shaped his entire rule. Messages went out across Latin Christendom through trusted envoys. Not softened by defeat, not apologetic, and not cautious. The tone remained defiant, as if distance from Rome had changed nothing. He called on supporters to gather force, to raise an army, and to come to the aid of their embattled spiritual leader. In that final appeal, there was already something that later generations would recognize in the great expeditions to the east. A leader speaking as if the struggle itself was larger than any one life, insisting that the cause must pass forward without hesitation, without compromise, and without the slightest hint of doubt. Death was clearly approaching, and Gregory knew it. The men who had carried his program across Europe gathered around him, asking for guidance as if a storm was about to break, and only his voice could tell them where to stand. Yet he did not publicly name a successor or attempt to lock the future into a single choice. He died on May 15th, 1085. The words later remembered as his final summary were stark and unforgettable. He had pursued justice, he had opposed wrongdoing, and for that reason he was dying far from home. The line reads like a verdict, not merely on his own fate, but on the age that produced him. Only a short time after Gregory's death, the southern pillar of papal power also disappeared. Robert Guiscard, the figure who had turned a band of adventurers into the core of a new territorial state, died in the same year. His ambitions had stretched beyond Italy, toward the eastern Mediterranean, where the imagination of the West was already beginning to drift. His death, arriving before those larger dreams, could harden into a permanent obsession, may have saved the Norman realm from being pulled apart by overreach. Over the next century, that kingdom would develop with a steadiness that invites comparison to other Norman experiments in state building, even though the conditions were different. With such a strong beginning, it might seem natural that southern power would shape the entire peninsula. Yet the long road toward Italian unity would eventually run from the far north, not from the Norman south. The investiture conflict remains the clearest path through this complicated landscape because it ties together local quarrels and continental politics. For roughly 20 years after Gregory's death, Henry IV continued to survive against shifting coalitions that rose, collapsed, and reformed against him. Behind the personal insults and the religious slogans, a deeper tension can be traced. Older ideas of German kingship, inherited from earlier imperial traditions, colliding with a world increasingly shaped by feudal bonds and by the attempt to extend those bonds into church life. Once the surface drama is set aside, the outlines of change become easier to see. The king commonly stood alongside much of the higher clergy and found practical support in the growing city communities along the Rhine and the Danube. His opponents tended to gather among the lay nobility, especially in the southern regions, and they looked for allies wherever they could find them, among reform-minded churchmen and among the great rural population of the north, particularly in Saxony. One useful way to understand these alignments is to focus on two competing visions of order. Henry can be viewed as the defender of a royal peace, a strong central authority meant to impose law, restrain private violence, and enforce obedience. His enemies, by contrast, often leaned toward a different model, stability achieved not by one commanding power, but by a pact among rival lords, reinforced by religious pressure and collective vows. This perspective makes the endless disputes of Henry's later reign look less like petty squabbling and more like a struggle over what government was supposed to mean. Until 1088, discontented factions rallied around Hermann of Luxembourg, but the movement felt hollow, more a vehicle for opposition than a convincing alternative kingship. Hermann's death forced the anti-Henry camp to search again for a figure who could unite them. Around the same time, the Reform Party in Rome faced its own problem. Gregory's successor had never managed to dislodge Henry's rival pope from the city. The reformers then elevated a far stronger leader, a French monk shaped by the Cluniac world, who would become known as Urban II. He would later be remembered for the First Crusade, but at this stage his task was to rebuild the papal position in Italy and to revive the wider reform agenda. Urban's early moves were political as much as spiritual. He strengthened ties with the great Countess of Tuscany by arranging her marriage to a very young Welf prince from Bavaria, drawing into the papal orbit a family long associated with German opposition to Henry. The emperor answered with another Italian campaign and came close to breaking the Tuscan alliance and pulling Matilda's lands back under imperial control. Yet just as success seemed near, a fresh surge of reformist enthusiasm swept through northern Italy. Lombardy, which had often leaned toward the empire, swung dramatically toward the papal cause. A league of cities, led by Milan, committed itself for years against Henry, and the hardest blow fell inside the imperial household itself. Henry's son Conrad, raised largely in Lombardy and shaped by its politics, openly joined the papal side. Urban did not immediately gain full control of Rome. For years his faction struggled against the imperial-backed pope entrenched across the river. Only later did Urban reach the Lateran securely, and even then his position remained contested. In 1095 he left Italy on a journey that would display papal reach more vividly than anything since Gregory's peak. His first major gathering took place at Piacenza in the wide Lombard plain, a landscape that would host many such assemblies. There he again condemned Henry and, for the first time in this conflict, issued a public appeal for Western help to the Eastern Empire, which was under growing pressure. At Cremona, Conrad performed acts of submission designed to show that he was the Pope's chosen instrument in Italy. The Pope, in return, held out the glittering promise of the imperial crown, while firmly reserving papal claims over the appointment of bishops. A proposed marriage tie linking Conrad to the Norman power of Sicily appeared to complete an extraordinary coalition, connecting reform Rome, northern Italian cities, Tuscan strength, and southern arms into one aligned front. Milan offered an even more symbolic victory. The city's church traditions had long been proud and distinct, but now the archbishop publicly renounced the imperial connection that had shaped episcopal authority for generations. The Reform Party celebrated its own martyrs and elevated past urban agitators into heroic figures, presenting city struggle and religious purification as parts of the same sacred story. For the first time, the Milanese church world moved decisively into the orbit of Roman policy. By this point, the papacy could look across Italy and see a level of cooperation that earlier reformers could only have imagined. From Lombardy, the momentum carried westward through Burgundy into France. Moving up the Rhone, Urban acted with the confidence of a ruler rather than a guest. Granting privileges, deciding disputes, dedicating churches, and behaving as if papal authority was the most real sovereignty in the region. At Clermont, he presided over an assembly packed with the energies of southern Europe. Germany and England were largely absent, and the meeting reflected the Romanic world far more than the northern kingdoms. Even so, the council asserted papal moral authority with striking boldness, condemning the French king for personal misconduct, while stopping short of dissolving his people's political loyalty to him. The reform principles were restated with full force. Clergy were to be chosen properly, live in chastity, and remain free from secular control. Then came the appeal that transformed the atmosphere of the age. Urban redirected the violence of Western society away from local feuds and toward a distant goal: the recovery of Jerusalem. Modern explanations often emphasize material motives: land, wealth, adventure, social pressure. But the immediate power of the moment was its idealism. The demand was framed as something beyond ordinary politics, and the crowd responded as if swept into a different world. The famous cry that it was God's will captured the tone of the first wave, an emotion that overran practical calculation and made men believe they were stepping into sacred history. For Henry IV, this surge was less fatal than it appeared at first. The crusading movement took deepest hold among the Romanic peoples. The German lands were slower to ignite. If Clermont marked the final collapse of the old imperial ability to shape the papacy, it also opened a new period for Germany's internal development. With Rome's energy turned toward the crusade, pressure on Henry eased. Conrad's Italian kingship, tied together by fragile loyalties, proved unreliable, and many German nobles, never fully devoted to papal rule, drifted back toward their emperor out of habit and interest. Between 1095 and 1104, Henry experienced the rarest thing in his reign: a stretch of comparative calm. German princes formally cut Conrad out of the succession and crowned Henry's younger son as heir. When the imperial-backed pope died in 1100, Henry did not push hard to keep the schism alive. He seemed prepared to seek a negotiated settlement in Rome, perhaps believing the long conflict could finally be closed. Yet another rebellion was already forming, the last and the most personal. The younger Henry began to cultivate support among the lay nobility, the class that had often resisted his father's attempts to strengthen royal authority. The old issue returned in a new form: whether the kingdom would be governed by a central power claiming to protect order and restrain violence, or by a coalition of great lords who preferred a ruler that would not govern too strongly. Henry IV fought this final struggle first with some success, in regions where he still had loyal backing. Then, exhausted by years of conflict, he surrendered his crown to his son and withdrew. His supporters held on briefly, but his death at Liège in 1106 ended the last organised resistance to the new regime. The pattern that followed became one of the most revealing lessons of the entire era. Again and again, rulers who gained power with papal help discovered that the alliance became unworkable once real governance began. The papacy and the empire represented two visions that could not be permanently reconciled. Henry IV's reputation suffered heavily in later memory, for a simple reason. The social groups he defended had little control over written history, while the educated clergy and aristocratic circles he challenged dominated the record. In an age when learning belonged largely to church institutions, resistance to the organized church almost guaranteed a hostile portrait. Henry V's accession had been encouraged by papal policy under Pascal II, and the triumph of the First Crusade had raised papal prestige to new heights. Renewing the ban on lay investiture in 1106, Pascal signalled that the reform agenda would not retreat. Outside Germany, that policy had already achieved major successes, and the papacy expected obedience from a German king who owed so much to papal approval. The opposite occurred. Henry V quickly discovered that ruling Germany required the same kinds of support his father had relied on. He cultivated ties with the great Western cities, which were awakening to new political confidence. He also benefited from the growing pool of armed men produced by feudal society, fighters who wanted action, reward, and direction. Where crusading had offered an outlet elsewhere, Henry offered a more traditional one: a massive Italian expedition. In 1110, his summons drew an army said to number in the tens of thousands. Crossing the Alps in 2 columns, the force overwhelmed resistance. Northern Italian communes submitted and paid contributions. Cities that refused were punished harshly, and the mood of the campaign hinted at the hard edge that later imperial dynasties would bring to Italy. Even Matilda, the great Tuscan power, offered troops, and the offer was refused. From the borderlands near Rome, Henry opened negotiations with the Pope in a familiar way, privately, and with the hope of striking a bargain that would secure him against domestic rivals. The agreement the two sides outlined was astonishing in its ambition. It proposed that imperial church princes should give up the lands and temporal privileges they had accumulated over centuries and live only from tithes and voluntary gifts. In exchange, the emperor would abandon investiture and recognize papal authority fully, while the papacy would confirm its own rights and properties. If carried out, it would have removed the central cause of conflict. Bishops would no longer be political princes, and the king would have no reason to insist on controlling their appointments. The papacy would gain a clergy bound to Rome, and the empire would gain relief from the struggle, at least in theory. The flaw was obvious the moment the plan became public. It demanded sacrifice from a class unwilling to be sacrificed. Italian clergy, already pressured by rising cities, were less alarmed, but German bishops and abbots had spent generations building their princely status and refused to surrender it. They denounced the plan as intolerable and forced the emperor to abandon it. Henry then used his military advantage to impose a second settlement that restored the emperor's right of investiture. It looked like a decisive imperial victory, but it also revived the old fractures of German politics. Princes, both lay and clerical, wanted a ruler who would secure their position without limiting their independence. Opposition gathered again among territorial nobles, while the emperor found his most reliable backing in the urban and industrial communities along the Rhine. The settlement reached at Worms closed the opening act of the long struggle between spiritual authority and royal power. In that first phase, the German monarchy, first under Henry IV and then under Henry V, had been the one force able to slow down a program that pointed towards something much larger than church reform. Behind the arguments about bishops and ceremonies stood a claim that, if fully accepted, would place every secular ruler under the direction of a centralized clerical system based in Rome. For a brief moment earlier in the conflict, a radical solution had seemed possible. Separate the religious and the political completely. Let rulers govern the earth while the church focused strictly on souls. The attempt collapsed almost immediately, because it ignored how medieval society actually worked. Faith, law, family strategy, landholding, warfare, and legitimacy were woven together so tightly that cutting them apart was not a clean operation. The agreement at Worms did not untangle that knot. Instead, it admitted that the knot existed. A senior churchman would be treated as a figure with two public lives at once. One side of his authority, recognized by religious power, the other tied to the political world of offices, lands, and obligations. With that compromise on the table, European politics moved into a new stage where party lines harden and then keep reappearing in fresh forms. The rivalry between monarchy and territorial powers, already visible in the late Salian years and made clearer under Henry V, did not disappear. It became permanent. Over time, it collected names that would echo for generations. In the German lands, one label gathered the forces that resisted the policy later associated with the Hohenstaufen rulers, often clustering around a great noble house that became the natural rallying point for opposition. Another label came to mean loyalty to the older idea of kingship that reached back to Salian practice, adjusted to a changing world but still insisting that the realm was more than a loose coalition of princes. In Italy, those same names acquired additional meanings. One side aligned with the papacy, but also with the growing strength of city-based society, craftsmen, merchants, guild networks, and the politics that rose out of them. The other side became the banner for supporters of imperial authority in the peninsula and for older inherited interests that preferred the imperial idea as protection against both papal pressure and urban radicalism. The transformation becomes clearer when the map is imagined across 2.5 centuries. Around the year 1000, Central Europe was dominated by large territorial blocks: Saxony, Bavaria, Swabia, Franconia, Lorraine, each with its own sense of identity and a local aristocracy, eager to guard its autonomy. By the middle of the 13th century, those broad regions had been fragmented into a patchwork of smaller lordships. A new and often more disciplined aristocracy held these territories, no less jealous of privilege and usually better trained in extracting it. This change was driven largely by the spread of feudal habits of power. Step by step, rulers were forced to bargain away rights for money, troops, or political peace, especially whenever campaigns in Italy demanded resources the monarchy could not reliably raise on its own. Even more dramatic was the movement of the eastern frontier. Around 1000, the effective boundary ran along rivers and border marches, beyond which lay large Slav and Magyar populations, only loosely connected to German rule. By the middle of the 13th century, German settlement and influence had pushed deep into the Oder Basin and beyond, earlier lines along the Danube. Austria, once a border zone, had grown into a duchy with expanding reach, while northern expansion along the Baltic opened space for a strongly German cultural zone in lands that had previously been non-Christian and outside the old frontier. This was not only conquest or diplomacy, it was also migration, farming, town building, and the slow spread of institutions that followed settlers. The next task is to connect that expansion of population and production to high politics. Here, Italy returns as the critical problem. Communal independence in the peninsula, especially in Lombardy, had begun to show itself already in the era of Conrad II. Under Henry III, it was held in check because imperial resources were unusually strong. Under Henry IV, the cities sometimes offered support, but the Great Church conflict pulled many of them into the orbit of reformed politics. They helped raise an imperial prince when it suited them, then abandoned him when he no longer served their needs. By the time the Hohenstaufen came to the centre of the story, northern Italian city power had matured into a political force capable of balancing pope and emperor. While doing so, it drove a burst of cultural and economic energy that would shape Europe for centuries. The Hohenstaufen challenge was straightforward in outline and brutal in practice. The empire had to assert that its authority in Italy was real, not ceremonial, and it had to impose that claim not only with armies, but with law, especially the revived prestige of Roman legal thinking, which offered arguments for a single source of sovereignty and a single fountain of law. The Hohenstaufen era opens with an election that did not go the way the old imperial circle expected. Henry V left no children, but two close relatives, Conrad and Frederick of Swabia, had been his leading supporters and assumed they were next in line. Yet the princes moved cautiously, and the procedure showed a new level of organisation. Representatives from the main regional blocs were chosen to nominate candidates, and several names were put forward. In the end, the choice fell on Lothair of Saxony, supported by the coalition that favoured closer cooperation with the papacy. The Swabian brothers resisted, but most princes backed the Saxon candidate. Lothair's coronation came with a political bill attached. The price of clerical support was a new concession. The emperor loosened his grip on the process by which bishops were chosen, and accepted a rule that pushed him to recognise anyone who could demonstrate a valid election. In a major vacant see, he permitted the appointment of a reform-minded churchman closely tied to the Roman direction of the time. These choices signalled that the balance created at Worms could be interpreted in a way that strengthened papal influence without openly tearing up the settlement. At the same time, a dangerous ambiguity surfaced. What belonged to the ruler personally, and what belonged to the office he held. The Swabian princes claimed that as heirs of Henry V, they had a right not only to his private lands but also to territories acquired during his reign for the empire. In modern terms, the argument sounds absurd, yet it reveals how uncertain political ownership still was. Power was often treated as personal property. The state had weak institutional machinery. There could be long gaps when the imperial title was disputed or vacant. Even when people spoke of imperial possessions, it was not always clear who, exactly, embodied the empire and could legally receive the service of vassals and lands. This confusion made extreme claims possible and made legal certainty rare. Lothair moved quickly to crush this challenge. A gathering of princes sided with him, declared the Swabians under the empire's ban, and treated them as enemies of public order. Then came a strategic marriage. Lothair bound his dynasty to a rising northern power by marrying his daughter to a leading Welf prince. That union created a territorial giant. Through inheritance and grants, the Welf position in Saxony became the base for a long-term power block in the north, later linked to wider European developments. The size and geography of these holdings made the Welf interest a natural rival to the Hohenstaufen vision and, by extension, a natural partner for papal strategy whenever Rome sought leverage inside Germany. The Swabian resistance did not collapse instantly. Conrad was even put forward as a rival king for a time, and there were armed demonstrations in Italy. The larger current favoured the Saxon-Guelph papal alignment. Lothair reached Rome and received imperial coronation from the reigning pope after further bargaining. Questions that seemed settled returned immediately in new forms. When, exactly, should a bishop receive the rights of a temporal lord? What remained in imperial hands? What passed under papal influence? And how should disputed Italian lands be treated in a world where feudal language could be used to describe almost anything? In Tuscany, for example, arrangements were framed as if the region could be held for life under certain payments, and then revert, then be granted again, then revert again. contracts that make sense only in a political culture where lordship was imagined as a layered set of personal ties rather than a stable national sovereignty. By the mid-11th century, the pressure of the new northern power was so heavy that the Hohenstaufen princes chose reconciliation. They kept their family base and became supporters of the crown rather than open rebels. Soon after, Lothair turned south against the Norman kingdom in Sicily, a state with its own ambitions and a history of involvement in papal rivalries. The campaign looked like a crusade in tone, partly because the Sicilian rulers used a wide mix of subjects and soldiers, and governed with a hard practicality that alarmed neighbours. Lothair advanced with strong support, gathered funds from Lombard cities, pushed deep into southern Italy, and quickly controlled much of the mainland. The army refused to cross into Sicily, and the victory raised an awkward question. If the lands were, in feudal theory, tied to papal overlordship, who had the right to install the new ruler? The solution echoed the Worms Compromise. The symbol of political rule and the acknowledgement of higher authority were presented together, as if divided and unified at the same time. In practice, the conquest did not last. Within months, the Normans recovered what had been lost. The campaign's political harvest was thin. Far more lasting were the changes on Germany's northeastern edge. The reform appointment at Magdeburg became the starting point for an outward push that mixed missionary work with colonization. New monastic settlements were planted beyond the Elbe, not only as religious houses but as engines of agriculture and organization. Farmers and labourers moved into these zones from denser regions, and the commercial energy flowing from the west began to reach even these frontier lands. Town life took root, and new city communities appeared with surprising speed. Saxony, once viewed as backward compared with older centres, moved rapidly into a leading role. In that sense, Lothair's most enduring work was not in Rome or Apulia, but in the long-term construction of northern power. When Lothair died, it seemed logical that the vast Welf prince, his son-in-law, would inherit the crown. Yet German elections were often shaped by fear of allowing any single lord to become too dominant. A group of princes chose Conrad of Hohenstaufen instead. The decision hinted at something new. Not only rivalry between individuals, but rivalry between two recognizable political visions, each anchored in a family and able to survive across generations. One side aimed to protect the realm from being swallowed by a single overgrown territorial bloc. The other aimed to secure regional autonomy against a strong monarchy. The first major act of the new Hohenstaufen rule was to break the Welf territorial concentration. A decision declared that one prince should not hold multiple great duchies, and Saxony was reassigned to a different northern leader, Albert the Bear, whose earlier role on the Elbe marches foreshadowed the later rise of Brandenburg. Bavaria was also taken from the Welf and given to an Austrian relative of the king, reinforcing the growth of Austria as a southern counterweight. These moves changed offices more than private property. But in a world where offices brought real power, they were enormous blows. The Welf Duke died before he could mount a full response, leaving his young heir with a lifetime struggle ahead. By the early 1140s, the Hohenstaufen position looked secure. A general peace was proclaimed, and marriages braided rival houses together in an attempt to stabilize the realm. Observers close to the ruling family could even describe the moment as a final victory of church interest over imperial ambition. That confidence would not last. The relationship between papal policy, German factions, and dynastic strategy was too unstable to freeze in place. The next dramatic shift came through the Second Crusade. Preaching from the Reform movement carried crusading energy into Germany strongly enough to draw a Hohenstaufen king, into an expedition that seemed, at first glance, more useful to papal prestige than to imperial policy. The journey east followed the familiar hard road through Hungary to Constantinople and then into Syria. The attack on Damascus ended in failure and disarray, damaging the reputation of the crusading enterprise and weakening the aura of papal leadership that had seemed so irresistible after the First Crusade. Chroniclers spoke of peace in Europe during the absence of so many warriors, but it proved temporary. Old disputes were merely paused, not resolved. As soon as the crusading wave receded, the Welf heir, now an adult, returned to the family program with renewed force. Titles and claims were recovered, though the old duchies no longer meant what they had once meant. Parts had been carved away and reorganized, and rival lords held territories directly under the crown, independent of ducal authority. In Bavaria especially, Austrian power continued to grow, limiting what the ducal title could actually command. When King Conrad died in 1152, his house was strong enough to secure the election of Frederick, later called Barbarossa. He was presented as a figure who might reconcile rival forces because his family ties connected him to both camps. Yet that hope was quickly disappointed. In Germany, the Guelph-Staufen rivalry remained the central tension of his reign. For the larger European story, however, Frederick's real stage was Italy. With Barbarossa begins a renewed imperial attempt to make the empire's Roman inheritance feel real again. This time, the effort would not rely only on armies and symbolism. It would lean heavily on scholarship and legal tradition, especially the revived study of Roman law. The argument was ambitious. Imperial lands should recognize a single ultimate source of law and authority, and other political forms could exist only by imperial consent, and at a price. In Germany, this theory was easier to assert because the empire overlapped with a long-established kingship. In Italy, the ground was different. The kingdom there had never become a national institution. Earlier rulers, Lombards, Franks, and later claimants, had held titles without deep roots in a unified political community. Attempts by energetic Italians to build a real monarchy out of the peninsula's fragments had repeatedly failed because the principle of unity was missing. Even the Norman kingdom in the south, the one Italian power strong enough to attempt unification, chose a different path, strengthening itself and chasing ambitions overseas. The absence of a stable territorial monarchy in Italy was tied to economics. Germany's development was largely agricultural. Italy's remained heavily urban and industrial. The feudal system worked best in open countryside, where castles and rural lordship could enforce obedience through land control and armed retainers. In cities, that logic broke down. A count or bishop ruling inside a dense urban community faced pressures that a rural lord could avoid. Craftsmen and merchants lived close together, exchanged ideas quickly, formed collective identities, and learned to organize. When urban populations became determined, a city lord could not easily reduce them to permanent submission, and in northern Italy the idea of turning large city populations into slaves was simply unrealistic. Northern Italy's city politics had already been shaped by the earlier church conflicts. Struggles against episcopal rule taught a decisive lesson. United citizens could beat powers that looked overwhelming on paper. Repeated confrontations demanded leadership, strategy, discipline, and sacrifice, and those habits produced political competence. By Barbarossa's time, Lombardy had undergone something close to a revolution. Episcopal administration had been pushed aside across many cities, replaced by forms of civic government that feel strikingly modern compared with the surrounding feudal world. The term often used for these governments did not imply equal ownership of wealth. It simply meant the city acting as a corporate body, like a single legal person. the change did not happen overnight. It moved through stages: conflict, negotiation, compromise, and formal recognition, sometimes advancing quickly, sometimes pausing, but always trending toward greater autonomy. The earliest phase is visible in the era when religious reform sparked political confrontation. City communities began negotiating not only with bishops, but also with noble families above and below them, learning to play power against power and to speak the language of rights. That training, gained in the heat of moral conflict, would soon face a new challenge: an emperor determined to rebuild imperial control in Italy using both soldiers and law. By the early 12th century, many northern Italian cities had pushed the bishop out of the driver's seat, either stripping him of real authority or boxing him in behind new civic institutions that could speak and act for the community. Power did not vanish into chaos. It was reorganized. At the top stood a small executive group, commonly known as consuls. In some places, there were only two. In others, there could be many more, drawn from the most influential households and commercial circles. They served for short terms, typically a single year, and handled the daily business of governing: diplomacy, justice, public order, and the management of resources. Variations of these officers had existed earlier in scattered form, but the turning point came around the end of the 11th century and the opening decades of the 12th, when this consular style became a normal feature across Lombardy. These executives were never meant to rule alone. Around them grew broader bodies that limited and supervised their actions. At first, there could be an assembly of citizens, a general gathering that carried echoes of older traditions, both classical and Germanic. Over time, as cities grew and politics became more complex, this mass meeting lost practical influence. It did not disappear, but it was increasingly replaced by councils that could meet more regularly and make decisions more efficiently. A large council emerged as the most durable institution, representing the civic body in a more organized form. From within that larger group, narrower committees formed, often reflecting differences in wealth and status. One council tended to mirror the wider citizenry. Another leaned toward the urban elite, and in many cities an even tighter inner circle appeared. A small decision-making ring that could act quickly in moments of crisis. The pattern was familiar. Even where a city insisted it was broad-based and public-spirited, political gravity pulled influence toward a smaller group that had time, money, connections, and experience. Yet the urban majority that powered this system, merchants, craftsmen, guild networks, and the dense neighborhoods of producers, could not simply ignore the landholding class around them. Lombardy was not only streets, workshops, and markets. Beyond the walls, and sometimes within them, stood an older aristocratic world. Families with rural estates, private fortresses, armed followings, and habits formed in a feudal landscape. Those landowners faced a choice. They could resist the city's rise, treat the new commercial order as a threat, and ally with forces that wanted to keep trade and urban autonomy under control. Or they could accept that the city was becoming the engine of wealth and security, and try to ride that wave from the inside. The second path, after bitter friction, proved to be the more intelligent and more profitable one in many places. Over time, a great deal of the landed nobility made peace with the communes, entered civic life, took up citizenship, and, using wealth, military usefulness, and administrative skill, often climbed into leadership positions. The result was not a pure people versus nobles story. It became a blended ruling class, still tense and competitive, but capable of operating inside the civic framework rather than trying to smash it from outside. By the age of Frederick Barbarossa, this political machinery was largely in place across the Lombard plain. Many cities had reached something close to a republican constitution, even if each city's version looked slightly different and remained subject to sudden upheavals. They were solving their own problems within their own walls, but the longer the process continued, the clearer it became that no city could act as if it lived alone. Small communities discovered that autonomy was fragile without protection. The weaker the city, the more it needed the backing of a stronger neighbour when wars, trade disputes, or border raids threatened survival. That need created a second layer of politics: networks of dependency. Major cities, Milan, Pavia, Ravenna, and others, could present themselves as protectors, but protection often came with strings attached. Smaller places might gain security and leverage, yet pay for it through obedience, tribute, or political submission. In this environment, dominance was rarely gentle. Milan's conduct in particular became a symbol of how difficult the balance could be. Neighbouring towns needed Milan's muscle, but they also experienced its leadership as heavy-handed, sometimes humiliating, and at moments unbearable. Dependence could flip quickly into revolt. The most common spark for clashes between cities was the unresolved question of how they stood in relation to the empire. In theory, there remained an overarching imperial authority above the Italian political landscape. In practice, long stretches passed when that authority was distant, distracted, or absent. During those gaps, especially in periods when the imperial title was contested, or the ruler could not enforce his will in Italy, the communes grew with minimal interference. Even in the decades of the Great Church struggle, the cities were too valuable as allies for any side to alienate through constant pressure. During those years, nobody needed to deny the emperor's senior status in principle. The idea could even be useful. A city might invoke imperial overlordship as a shield against a rival, or one faction might appeal to the emperor against another. It was a flexible fiction that different players could pull off the shelf when convenient. The trouble began when the cities developed a stronger sense of collective identity and shared interests than the old umbrella theory could comfortably contain. Once a commune believed it held its rights by the strength of its own civic body, imperial claims stopped feeling like harmless tradition and started sounding like intrusion. That new confidence was strengthened by an intellectual change that quietly reshaped the political world: the revival of legal study. Roman law had not vanished from Italy. Elements of it survived in practice, living alongside the customs of later conquerors and local traditions. What had faded was systematic teaching, law as a disciplined field, argued from texts, principles, and definitions. Medieval society often treated law as inherited habit, something absorbed by belonging to a community, rather than learned in classrooms. But toward the end of the 11th century, a reaction set in. Written codes gained renewed relevance, and the needs of the rising communes made that relevance urgent. Cities were creating offices, negotiating treaties, regulating trade, defending jurisdiction, and organizing courts. They required sharper tools than inherited custom alone could provide. In that context, the structured study of Roman legal texts became a practical weapon as much as an academic pursuit. Bologna became the most famous centre of this movement, first through independent masters, then as a magnet for students, a place where a new kind of expertise could be acquired. The impact ran deep. Legal education offered an alternative path into public life for men who would otherwise have had few routes upward except through church careers. More importantly, it trained people to argue about rights in a new way. Claims were no longer supported only by memory, tradition, or sacred authority. They increasingly relied on reasoning, definitions, precedents, and the language of jurisdiction. As the habit spread, lay specialists began to appear in the councils of rulers and princes, gradually taking roles once dominated by clerics. This mattered because Roman law was born from a highly centralized state and from the logic of city governance extended over a vast territory. Its ideas naturally appealed to an age in which princes were trying to tighten control over restless vassals, and in which cities were seeking to escape older forms of feudal supervision. The change did not instantly remake Europe, but it altered the terrain of debate. Politics became more argumentative, more technical, and more self-conscious. That shift arrived at the worst possible moment for peaceful coexistence in northern Italy. Earlier emperors had relied on Lombard cities when facing papal pressure, often tolerating their independence because they needed their support. The Hohenstaufen came to power with a sharper sense of imperial entitlement at the very time the communes were most aware of their own strength. The new imperial policy aimed to revive ancient prerogatives, authority as a judge above all Italian powers, fiscal rights, oversight of public order, and the expectation of obedience, just as the cities were least inclined to accept new demands. Conflict was not a possibility. It was built into the timing. From the opening years of Barbarossa's reign until a final settlement decades later, northern Italy became the arena of a generational struggle. It would not be a simple duel of emperor versus city. It would tangle with church politics, local rivalries, and shifting alliances. The first signs appeared immediately in Frederick's initial descent into Italy. On a broad plain near Piacenza, an imperial assembly gathered in the old style. Delegations came from across the peninsula, bringing petitions and accusations as if appealing to a supreme court. Cities used the occasion to denounce one another. Broken agreements, raids, disputed boundaries, and violence dressed up as justice. Frederick listened, judged, and chose sides, aligning himself with some and moving against others. His action against a resisting neighbour of an imperial ally was meant as a demonstration. The destruction of that city sent a shock through the region. It was not simply punishment. It was a warning that imperial authority was returning in a more muscular form than Italy had seen for generations. Even Milan, accustomed to acting like a regional power, was forced to reassess. Conciliation suddenly looked wiser than defiance, at least for the moment. The message was clear. The empire intended to speak again, and it intended to be obeyed. As Frederick approached Rome, another set of tensions came into view. Older, more volatile, and charged with symbolism. The Pope at the time was a figure of discipline and will, ready to defend strong claims for the papacy. Yet the city he ruled locally was in revolt against the very idea of being governed as a papal possession. A democratic surge, already visible in Tuscany and northern communes, had reached Rome and found fuel in the city's obsession with its own past. Memories of the ancient republic were a powerful tool. The weaker the real link to that past, the easier it was to romanticize it, and the more intensely it could be used to rally crowds. Rome shared certain features with Lombard cities. Its executive head was also a bishop. Its elite classes could be divided into higher and lower nobles. It had guilds, trades, and a restless populace capable of sudden political clarity. It also stood at the centre of a wider district of dependent towns and tried to turn influence into control. But the similarities ended quickly. The Bishop of Rome carried a global role as leader of Western Christianity, and that universal position often pulled attention away from local governance. Rome's nobility lacked the steady civic pragmatism that had led many Lombard nobles to join communal life. And the Roman urban population, famous for quick enthusiasms and quicker disappointments, had not developed the disciplined persistence found in some northern cities. pride in ancient titles and institutions could coexist with corruption, faction, and political volatility. A local war in the early 1140s reveals the dynamic. Rome fought a nearby town in the same aggressive spirit seen elsewhere in Italy, treating it as a test of honour and dominance. The papacy, however, preferred compromise, and the Pope of that moment secured a settlement that seemed to favour Rome's opponent. That decision triggered a familiar reaction: resentment at papal interference and a surge of local nationalism. The population drove its bishop out, then moved beyond protest into construction. A communal government was organised in conscious imitation of northern models, but with deliberate gestures toward ancient Roman imagery, where possible. At the centre of this revolution stood a revived Senate. The name had never entirely disappeared from medieval memory, but now it was given a concrete form, representatives linked to districts, acting as the supreme civic authority. Alongside it appeared a new executive title, meant to sound ancient and sovereign, replacing earlier offices associated with papal control. The city also organised a militia under communal direction. For a moment, the symbolism and the machinery seemed to match. Rome was presenting itself not as a mere city like Milan, but as the natural capital of the world, reclaiming a political inheritance that had once ruled empires. Into this atmosphere arrived a figure whose reputation would become fused with the movement. A reform-minded cleric from Lombardy, shaped by the civic conflicts of the north and sharpened by exposure to the new intellectual currents of his age. He was not simply repeating older calls for stricter discipline. Earlier reform had often pursued purity by strengthening institutions, more monastic rigour to cleanse monasteries, more clerical authority to cleanse the clergy. This new voice argued the opposite, that the Church's moral failures were tied to worldly possessions and political power, and that the cleanest cure would be to separate spiritual life from temporal rule. It was a dangerous idea because it cut under the foundations of both episcopal lordship and papal government. The reformer's strength was not subtle scholarship but public persuasion. He spoke in clear, forceful terms that could turn religious critique into political energy. That made him useful to a Roman commune that needed not only institutions but justification, an argument that could defend rebellion as righteousness. Under these pressures, the Pope of the time found Rome nearly impossible to govern directly. Much of his pontificate was spent away from the city, negotiating from nearby strongholds or travelling beyond Italy, trying to enforce obedience with moral authority when he could not command it with local power. Success, however, bred overconfidence among the Romans. They began to speak as if restoring a city government meant restoring world rule. Messages were sent to the German king, inviting him to come to Rome and receive the imperial crown as if it were the gift of the Roman people alone. The letters promised a revived capital and a chance to reign like the great rulers of antiquity. Now that the city had supposedly cleared away the obstacles that had hindered earlier emperors, it was a grand invitation, heavy with nostalgia and theatrical confidence. Yet the German ruler did not take the bait. He understood that the Roman commune's claims were more performance than stable power, and that Italy's realities were not reshaped by slogans and antique titles. He stayed away, never received the imperial coronation, and left Rome's revolutionary experiment to collide, soon enough, with the returning weight of imperial ambition under Barbarossa. When Frederick finally reached the outskirts of Rome, he found a city that had spent a full decade practicing self-rule and growing bolder with every year it survived. The communal government no longer spoke like a nervous experiment, begging to be tolerated. It spoke like a restored power. Representatives came out to greet the emperor with polished ceremony and carefully chosen words, praising the rebirth of Rome's ancient greatness and presenting the commune as the living heir of that prestige. Then came the condition. The city would recognize Frederick as its military arm and executive protector, but only if he paid a large sum, confirmed their old privileges, and sealed the whole arrangement in writing with a sworn pledge. It was an offer shaped like loyalty, yet it sounded like a contract imposed on a ruler before he had even entered the city. Frederick's response, stripped of dramatic flourishes, revealed the real collision of principles. He refused to treat Rome's new Senate and civic titles as the source of imperial legitimacy. In his view, the emperor did not receive authority as a favour granted by a municipal assembly, nor did he arrive as a hired agent. He had marched into Italy with an army, not to purchase permission to rule, but to enforce an older claim of sovereignty that did not depend on Rome's current mood. The commune's attempt to bargain made clear how far the city had drifted from the political realities of the age. It spoke the language of ancient sovereignty, but it needed protection like any other vulnerable power. Frederick understood that accepting their terms would mean admitting that his crown was essentially a Roman civic grant, and he would not make that concession. Like the German ruler before him, he chose not to validate what he saw as a stage-set republic using antique symbols to disguise its weakness. Instead, he turned to the one authority in Rome that could still offer a workable partnership: the papacy. The Pope, at that moment, had every reason to negotiate. Restoring papal control over the city mattered more than defending the commune's pride, and the arrival of German force looked like a lifeline. The coronation took place at St. Peter's, but even that ceremony showed how unstable the situation remained. The route into the city proper was contested, and fighting erupted around the river crossing. Only after a determined struggle did Emperor and Pope manage to secure access and move with any confidence inside Rome. With the old order temporarily reinstalled by foreign arms, the papal government demanded a price. The reform preacher who had helped give the Roman movement its ideological bite was seized near the city and delivered into papal hands. He was condemned as a heretic and executed under the revived papal administration. It was not simply the removal of an inconvenient speaker. It was a message. Once again, church authority and imperial power appeared together, and once again the target was a figure who had challenged the fusion of spiritual office with worldly control. This pattern would repeat in later centuries whenever the two highest institutions found it useful to crush a dissenting movement. Cooperation at the summit, severity directed downward, and a public punishment meant to discourage imitation. The alliance, however, was never as stable as it looked in the glow of ritual and victory. The Pope still could not hold Rome securely for long, and Frederick's priorities lay elsewhere. The emperor had pressing business in northern Italy, where the city communes were growing stronger, richer, and more confident each year. The brief harmony between imperial and papal interests was quickly broken by the reappearance of the same unresolved question that had haunted earlier generations. Who stood above whom, and by what right? A minor diplomatic incident ignited the conflict. Papal envoys delivered a message that included a word carrying two meanings: one harmless, one explosive. It could mean a favour granted, but it could also suggest a feudal grant, implying that the empire itself was held as a dependency from the Pope. Frederick's supporters reacted instantly. Tempers flared, voices rose, and the atmosphere turned dangerous. The papal representatives responded in a way that only deepened suspicion, implying that the imperial title depended on papal bestowal. Whether the Pope intended to push the claim that far or not Frederick heard the insult clearly, a hint that the emperor was, in essence, a papal vassal. For a ruler determined to revive imperial authority, that suggestion could not be allowed to stand. At the same time, another conflict was ripening in Lombardy. The emperor wanted his rights in Italy defined not as vague tradition, but as a legal system, written down and enforceable. He summoned a major assembly on the plain, near Piacenza, announcing his intention to clarify the laws of his realms and fix them in written form. The timing was deliberate. Milan had already shown that agreements meant little when power shifted, and Frederick had been forced to pressure the city militarily into a temporary peace. He now aimed to do something more permanent, define exactly what the empire could demand from the communes. The work was handed to leading legal specialists from the Italian law schools, men trained in the revived methods of Roman legal reasoning. Representatives from the cities were also involved, but the direction of the inquiry favoured the emperor. The central question was the scope of the emperor's reserved rights, those claims inherited, in his view, from earlier kings of Italy. A detailed list was drawn up. Tolls, fines, confiscations, burdens placed on trade routes, and a heavy obligation to sustain the emperor and his forces whenever he appeared in the region. The most sensitive point concerned local government. The emperor asserted the right to shape the appointment of key officials, even if the commune's consent was still formally acknowledged. On paper, the cities recognized these demands. In reality, the list amounted to a reversal of much of what the communes had achieved through decades of struggle. It was difficult to imagine them accepting such limits, once the decree was tested by daily administration. Up to that moment, Frederick had still maintained the appearance of workable relations with the Pope. But the new legal definition of imperial rights was not aimed only at Lombardy. It applied to all territories considered part of the imperial sphere, and that included lands the papacy treated as its own. The Pope could not ignore what was being implied. If the emperor's rights were defined in sweeping terms, then papal claims to independent temporal rule were automatically threatened. The papacy, therefore, drifted toward the Lombard cities, not because it had become sympathetic to urban democracy, but because it needed allies against a revived imperial program. The Pope answered Frederick's legal language with legal language of his own, restating older principles about papal supremacy and reinforcing them with increasingly sophisticated appeals to tradition and doctrine. Frederick replied in the same elevated style, presenting the empire as a continuation of Roman authority, reshaped by centuries of Frankish dominance and German kingship. The debate among lawyers sounded abstract, but behind it stood armies, taxes, sieges, and political survival. The struggle intensified rather than cooled. The Pope died in the middle of the confrontation, and his successor was a determined opponent of imperial pressure. Under him, resistance hardened into a long-term campaign. For more than 2 decades, the papacy became the organizing center of opposition to the Hohenstaufen vision, enduring years of division and rival claimants, while refusing to yield. The alliance between Rome and the Lombard communes was practical, not sentimental. Papal rule over its own cities could be harsh and controlling, just like imperial rule. Yet, when confronted by a stronger threat, the papacy did what it had often done in European politics. It partnered with forces it did not fully trust, because they were useful at the moment. The real test came when imperial policy moved from declarations to enforcement. Frederick tried to implement the clause that allowed him to shape or nominate municipal officials. Smaller towns, often intimidated by their stronger neighbours, sometimes accepted imperial supervision, half relieved to have an outside counterweight against Milan's dominance. Milan refused. It claimed earlier agreements outweighed the new legal settlement and treated imperial intervention as an attack on civic freedom. Moderates urged restraint, but the political energy of the city pushed toward open defiance. Imperial officials were expelled. Preparations were made for siege. Frederick concluded that law alone would not decide the issue. He raised funds, exploited rivalries among the cities, assembled a large force, and tightened the noose around Milan. The siege became a test of endurance and identity. Milan resisted not merely to save its walls, but to defend the principle that its government could not be appointed from outside. Hunger did what weapons could not. After prolonged suffering and negotiations, the city surrendered. The punishment was designed to make future resistance impossible. Milan's buildings were torn down, its defences levelled, much of its civic life scattered. Churches and a few public structures were spared, but the goal was humiliation and disablement rather than massacre. Neighbouring towns that had long chafed under Milan's dominance took part in the destruction with the enthusiasm of revenge. Some later stories describe symbolic acts of total ruin, but the more important reality was political. Milan was meant to be erased as a leader. The apparent victory quickly proved short-sighted. Milan had been oppressive at times, but it had also served as a shield for the wider communal movement. With Milan crippled, the imperial administration no longer feared resistance and revealed its true character in Lombardy. Heavy exactions, relentless demands, and an approach aimed at breaking the spirit that made the communes prosperous and self-governing. The smaller cities which had celebrated Milan's fall began to understand what they had helped unleash. Discontent spread, and papal agents skilled in turning frustration into coalition fed it carefully, linking the cause of the communes to the cause of the Pope, who was himself under pressure from imperial policy. Within a few years, the cities turned toward a solution they had previously avoided: federation. Earlier, each town had fought for itself. Now, experience taught a harder lesson. Security could not be maintained in isolation. Quiet meetings brought city leaders together in secrecy. What began as mutual defense started to grow into a political structure. One of the earliest and most revealing decisions was the agreement to rebuild Milan. That was more than charity. It was an admission that Milan's survival mattered to everyone. The speed of Milan's return showed that its destruction had not extinguished its capacity, and it also showed how quickly civic energy could reappear when people believed their future depended on it. As more cities joined, the alliance became more sophisticated. Membership was negotiated through practical terms designed to protect each city's autonomy while binding it to a collective purpose. Trade privileges were debated alongside military obligations. Rules were created for compensation after raids and for shared responsibility in emergencies. River crossings, toll exemptions, and mutual repair of damages became part of the political language. These details might look small compared with royal drama, yet they reveal something larger taking shape: the early habits of intercity cooperation, reciprocity, and a rough sense of shared legal expectation between distinct political units. The alliance spread and deepened. Parallel groupings formed in other regions, connecting maritime and inland powers with neighbouring towns. To Frederick, all of this was rebellion and oath-breaking. He responded with bans and preparations for war. The cities replied by widening coordination and creating common rules for collective defence. A key step was the formation of a federal executive committee, chosen from the leading officials of member cities, empowered to act beyond the slow rhythms of separate councils. The League was still fragile. Old grudges did not vanish, and each city remained jealous of its rights. But the fact that the coalition endured at all under pressure showed how strong the communal instinct had become. The League also made a strategic decision that turned symbolism into geography. Near hostile territory, it founded a new fortified city at remarkable speed, laying out walls, streets, and temporary housing for defenders and settlers. The place drew colonists, many from imperial lands, and it was named to honour the Pope, signalling openly that the communal cause and the papal cause were now intertwined. The city's very existence was a challenge. A fortress built by coalition, planted in a sensitive corridor, intended to block imperial movement and serve as a rallying point. Frederick returned after years of building strength in Germany, determined to crush the alliance. He aimed first at the new fortress city, investing it with a stubborn, personal intensity that marked his campaigns. For months, the defenders held out with minimal help, proving that the League's strategy had been sound. Eventually, the Allied cities assembled a relief force and arrived ready for battle. Yet even then, they leaned toward negotiation. They were fighting to preserve liberties, not for conquest, and they offered recognition of imperial sovereignty if their rights could be settled by a binding commission. It was a last attempt to keep the conflict within diplomatic boundaries. That effort failed for the simplest reason. The core demands were incompatible. The communes needed guarantees that would protect their self-rule. The emperor could not accept those guarantees without surrendering the very claim he had come to enforce. The papacy, with its own interests, had no desire to see a compromise that strengthened imperial authority. Skirmishes resumed. The cities renewed oaths publicly, turning League membership into a shared civic faith. Frederick, in turn, struggled to gather enough support from his vassals, a problem that revealed the limits of medieval monarchy. The dramatic stories of emperors pleading with powerful princes reflect a real dependency. Kings could command only as far as their followers found it useful to obey. When Frederick crossed the Alps for the decisive effort, his force was far smaller than the grand armies of earlier campaigns. He aimed directly at Milan, the symbol and engine of the League. The Allied cities were ready. The confrontation came on the plain north of Milan. At first, the Imperial Knights struck hard, scattering the Lombard cavalry. Then, the battle tightened around the communal standard and the infantry that refused to break. The city soldiers held their ground, absorbed repeated attacks, and gradually threw the imperial forces into disorder. By evening, the emperor ordered retreat, which turned into a rout. For hours he vanished from sight, and rumours spread that he had been killed until he reappeared with a small escort in his loyal stronghold. This clash mattered because it was not simply a raid or a feud. It was a rare medieval battle fought over competing political visions. Centralized imperial authority, grounded in legal tradition, versus communal self-government, defended as a lived right. It had been approached through years of negotiation, compromise, and sacrifice, and it ended with a result that could not be ignored. The League, led again by Milan, refused to accept half measures. The emperor recognized he needed to separate his enemies. He moved toward reconciliation with the papacy, because peace with Rome offered the only way to reduce the coalition against him. A major diplomatic conference was arranged in a maritime city that could host both powers with safety and prestige. The Pope arrived first and managed the process with careful advantage. The emperor waited outside until the ground was prepared for his entry, and the final agreement favoured the papacy. The Pope had survived decades of struggle against rival claimants, and had built strong support across northern Europe. The communes, fresh from victory, demanded security for their autonomy. Frederick's priority was to end isolation and prevent a unified front of enemies, even if it meant conceding ground. Beneath the ceremony, the settlement marked a shift. The empire's theoretical claims remained grand, but Italian political reality had become too strong to be governed by theory alone. The most immediate beneficiaries were the Lombard cities, who gained a long truce while details were left for later settlement. Frederick used the breathing space to address problems in Germany, especially the challenge posed by a powerful duke whose vast holdings made him a rival rather than a subordinate. With the support of other princes who envied that concentration of power, the emperor moved against him through repeated summons and legal condemnation, then exile. Publicly, it looked like a victory for central authority. In practice, it reflected the interests of many princes using the emperor as an instrument to break a single, overgrown competitor. The duchies were fragmented and redistributed. Large territorial units shrank. A new political landscape emerged. Not great tribal duchies, but a patchwork of personal holdings and competing lords. The king's strength depended less on permanent institutions and more on his ability to buy loyalty through concessions and rewards. That weakness became visible again when the Lombard truce expired. After the fall of his German rival, Frederick might have tried to punish the Italian cities with a renewed campaign. Instead, he negotiated. The result was a landmark peace agreement that formally reaffirmed imperial overlordship while, in practical terms, recognizing the communes as self-governing. Cities that had long chosen their own officials could continue to do so. Payments to the emperor were regulated, rather than left to arbitrary exaction. Local administration was largely secured, with only limited channels left for imperial appeal in major legal disputes. On the surface, monarchy still shone with feudal splendor, grand assemblies, tournaments, ceremony, and declarations of unity. But the cost of that splendor was clear. In both Germany and Italy, royal power survived by granting away the very instruments that would have made it an effective state. At the height of his prestige, the emperor staged a magnificent gathering in Germany, a festival of chivalry, literature, devotion, and public loyalty. Even the response to his call for a crusade showed that the people who resisted Italian campaigns were not simply unwilling to fight. They resisted because Italy was politically costly and offered little shared purpose, while an expedition to the east could be framed as a universal cause. The final arc of Frederick's career would end far from Germany, and his death would belong to the story of crusading rather than to the administration of empire. Yet the broader meaning of his reign becomes clearest in comparison with Western monarchies that were developing different solutions. The medieval imperial experiment reached its most dramatic height under him, and at the same time revealed the limits that would shape the future of Europe. After the death of Frederick Barbarossa, the balance of power in Europe shifted noticeably in favour of the papacy. The Roman Church had successfully aligned itself with the strongest political and social forces shaping the future. It had emerged from its long struggle with the empire in a position of clear advantage, securing the outcomes that mattered most for its authority. By placing itself at the forefront of the crusading movement, it captured the imagination of a deeply religious age that responded strongly to ideals of sacred warfare and spiritual mission. At the same time, the Church was preparing to confront and eliminate religious dissent within Europe, which it increasingly viewed as a serious threat to its universal authority. This period of papal strength is closely associated with the leadership of Innocent III, one of the most influential figures ever to occupy the papal throne. Yet before examining his rule, it is necessary to observe one final attempt by the empire to establish lasting control over Italy. Earlier agreements had preserved the emperor's theoretical supremacy in the peninsula, but they had also guaranteed such extensive freedoms to local authorities that imperial authority existed largely in name. The emperor's position in Italy had always suffered from a fundamental weakness. Unlike in Germany, where loyalty to royal tradition helped sustain his power. He possessed very little land that he could claim directly as his own. Without a strong territorial base, imperial claims lacked practical force. A possible solution appeared when the inheritance of the Kingdom of Naples and Sicily passed into the hands of a single female heir. This development offered the imperial house a rare opportunity. The future Emperor Henry, son of Frederick Barbarossa, had already married Constance, a princess of the Norman royal family. When the reigning king died, without heirs, she became the rightful successor. Henry quickly moved to assert his claim, leading an army into southern Italy and seizing the crown by force. His imperial title did not strengthen this claim, since the Norman kingdom had never truly recognized imperial authority. Its political system had developed along different lines, and its people remained fiercely loyal to their own dynasty while deeply suspicious of foreign rule. Resistance quickly emerged under a rival claimant who represented native opposition to German control. Only after years of bitter warfare did Henry succeed in securing the throne. At the moment of his triumph in Sicily, his wife gave birth to a son who would later become one of the most remarkable rulers of the Middle Ages. The strategic aim behind this conquest had been clear. If the empire controlled territories both north and south of the papal lands, the papacy would be surrounded and forced to accept imperial supremacy. This vision of a unified political order, dominated by the emperor, appeared close to realization. Yet unforeseen events disrupted the plan. Henry died only a few years after securing his new kingdom, leaving behind a legacy of resentment among his southern subjects, who saw him as a harsh foreign conqueror. Shortly afterward, the papacy itself passed into the hands of a leader uniquely capable of turning circumstances to its advantage. When Innocent III became pope, conditions seemed more favourable to papal authority than at any previous moment. Earlier compromises between empire and church had not seriously weakened papal influence. Respect for the papacy was widespread across Europe, and its claims had become deeply embedded in religious thought. Its support of popular movements and its leadership of the Crusades had strengthened its political influence, while the dominant intellectual traditions of the age provided powerful theoretical justifications for its authority. The papacy was no longer merely a religious institution. It was becoming a central force in European politics. In Italy, the central driving force in political life had become the growing independence of the cities. Each sought to preserve as much autonomy as possible. Imperial officials appointed during Henry's rule had attempted to restore feudal control over many regions, placing heavy burdens on local populations. Even in Lombardy, where cooperation among the cities had once produced a strong sense of unity, rivalry and suspicion remained constant obstacles. Innocent recognized an opportunity in this situation. He encouraged resistance to imperial authority, presenting himself as a defender of Italian freedom against foreign domination. By appealing to widespread dissatisfaction and promising protection, he gradually succeeded in removing German control from much of central Italy and replacing it with papal influence. Through these efforts, Innocent effectively laid the foundations of a territorial papal state. For the first time in centuries, papal claims to direct political sovereignty approached full realization. Several cities in Tuscany formed alliances that expressed loyalty to the Pope and rejected imperial officials. Although the strongest urban centres preserved their independence, other regions accepted papal authority. In territory stretching across central Italy, imperial structures collapsed, and papal protection took their place. Agreements with rival rulers confirmed these arrangements, granting the Pope control over extensive lands and establishing a political domain that would endure for generations. This expansion of papal territory also served as a counterbalance to the union of imperial and southern Italian power. Additional security seemed possible when the widow of Henry entrusted her young son's future to papal protection. Before her death, she reaffirmed the kingdom's subordinate relationship to the papacy and appointed the Pope as guardian of the child who represented the continuation of imperial ambitions. Despite the long-standing hostility between the papacy and the imperial house, Innocent carried out this responsibility with apparent sincerity. He believed that strong papal control in central Italy would prevent any dangerous concentration of power in the north and south of the peninsula. Meanwhile, events in Germany created further complications. After Henry's death, the German princes refused to accept a child ruler, fearing the instability that minority rule might bring. They had previously rejected attempts to make the empire hereditary, insisting that only an elective monarchy could protect them from tyranny. Although the young heir had been formally recognised, the princes declined to place him on the throne. Instead, they persuaded his uncle Philip to accept election as king. His support came largely from those who feared the growing influence of rival noble families. A competing faction soon emerged. A group of princes led by a powerful archbishop promoted another candidate, Otto of Brunswick, who belonged to a rival political house and enjoyed strong connections with England. This dispute between two German claimants quickly expanded into a wider European conflict. Foreign rulers saw opportunities to advance their own interests by supporting one side or the other. Alliances formed across national boundaries, transforming a succession dispute into a broader political struggle. Papal support became a decisive factor. Innocent carefully examined the claims of each candidate and justified his decision through elaborate reasoning. He rejected the young heir on technical grounds and dismissed the claims of Philip, arguing that his character and circumstances made him unsuitable. Otto, though supported by fewer princes, appeared more favourable to papal interests and was therefore recognised. The decision revealed the underlying principle guiding papal policy. The Pope would support the ruler, most likely to advance the Church's authority. Despite papal backing, the conflict in Germany continued. Philip eventually gained widespread recognition before his sudden assassination ended his cause. Otto then secured the throne without serious opposition, attempting to unite rival factions through marriage alliances. Yet political divisions proved too deep to overcome. Germany, exhausted by years of conflict, accepted his rule without enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in southern Italy, the young Frederick grew to maturity in a cultural environment unlike any other in Europe. Sicily exposed him to diverse traditions, languages, and intellectual influences. Poetry, philosophy, and new forms of artistic expression flourished around him, shaping a personality of remarkable energy and originality. By the time he reached adulthood, he had gained a reputation for exceptional ability and ambition. Eventually, dissatisfaction with Otto's rule led German princes to invite Frederick to claim the crown. Encouraged by the possibility of uniting imperial authority with his southern kingdom, he accepted the challenge despite the risks. Travelling with only a small following, he gradually gathered support across Germany, strengthened by alliances with powerful rulers and by papal approval. His rise culminated in a decisive victory over Otto's supporters, aided by a major international conflict that reshaped the balance of power in Europe. The turning point came with a great battle in northern France, where opposing coalitions clashed in a struggle that displayed early signs of national warfare. Armies, composed of both feudal knights and urban militias, fought with unprecedented scale and organisation. The victory strengthened centralized monarchy and demonstrated the growing power of unified states over traditional feudal alliances. Frederick's position in Germany was secured by these developments. His rival withdrew from public life, and imperial authority passed firmly into his hands. Yet his success owed much to papal support, and he soon faced demands to limit his power in Italy to protect papal interests. These tensions would shape the next phase of European politics. During the same period, the papacy also confronted powerful rulers in France and England. In France, the Pope intervened in a royal marriage dispute, asserting the Church's exclusive authority over such matters. When the king resisted, the Pope imposed severe religious sanctions on the entire kingdom. Religious life was suspended, public worship ceased, and the population faced immense spiritual pressure. Although resistance continued for some time, public opinion eventually forced the king to comply. In England, conflict arose over the appointment of a leading church official. The Pope insisted on his own candidate, while the king refused to accept external interference in national affairs. Once again, the papacy responded with sweeping sanctions, cutting off religious services throughout the country. Despite years of hardship, political opposition to the king remained limited, demonstrating both the strength of royal authority and the complex balance between national loyalty and religious power. These struggles revealed the extraordinary reach of papal influence at the height of its power. Through diplomacy, alliances, and spiritual authority, the papacy shaped the politics of Europe, confronting kings and emperors alike. Yet the same conflicts also exposed the limits of universal authority in a continent increasingly defined by emerging national identities and competing political ambitions. John eventually surrendered, and he did so in the most dramatic way possible. He accepted his crown as a kind of dependent holding from the Pope, placing the English kingdom under Roman overlordship in exchange for protection and legitimacy. That submission shocked many in England. It helped accelerate a new idea, that there were rights of the realm that stood apart from the king's personal will. Out of that pressure came the settlement associated with Magna Carta. Yet the most revealing twist came after the king gave Rome what it demanded. Once John had yielded, the Pope turned into his strongest ally, denouncing the barons as disloyal agitators simply because they refused to accept relentless and irregular financial demands. Medieval political logic could be strangely durable. The men who confronted the king did not make England's new dependency on the Holy See their main battlefield, and the annual payment that symbolized that relationship continued for generations before it was openly rejected much later, when critics finally treated it as intolerable. Beyond England and France, the same papal strategy spread across the smaller monarchies of Europe, often with even clearer results. On the Iberian Peninsula, Rome found repeated openings to interfere in the disputes of the Christian kingdoms that had formed as Muslim power slowly retreated southward. Kings and princes in Portugal, Leon, Castile, and Aragon were locked into constant warfare, shifting alliances and rival claims, and this instability created opportunities for an outside referee. One ruler went further than the rest, travelling to Rome in person and receiving his crown under papal authority, effectively making his kingship a papal-dependent grant. In the tangle of negotiations and conflicts among the Spanish states, the Pope repeatedly positioned himself as final judge. Spiritual pressure backed the policy. The threat was simple and blunt: comply or face condemnation. The same interventionist energy reached into Central and Eastern Europe as well, shaping disputes and successions in regions that stretched from Bohemia and Hungary toward the Adriatic coast, and even influencing politics in distant Christian borderlands further east. Taken together, these actions show the papacy operating according to a consistent governing concept. Rome's decisions were not driven by a neutral desire to uphold justice in every case, but by the practical needs of papal power. Moral language was used freely and at times sincerely, yet the pattern remained constant. The papacy chose the stance that strengthened its authority. Under this system, any ruler who tried to act as the independent manager of his own country's wealth and policy eventually collided with Rome. Allies of the Pope remained allies only as long as they were weak, dependent, or politically useful. The moment a sovereign tried to govern with full freedom, papal friendship became pressure, and pressure became conflict. Kings such as those in England and France were drawn into this dynamic through domestic unrest as well. When public resistance rose against royal abuse, Rome could tighten the screws. When it wanted cooperation, it could ease the pressure. The deeper question facing Europe was how long emerging national communities could carry a political burden that treated sovereignty as conditional on papal approval. While Innocent's political reach expanded, another challenge grew inside European society itself. Across different regions, movements appeared that rejected parts of the dominant religious order. Some were accused of holding speculative beliefs about good and evil that clashed with orthodox teaching. Others were less concerned with abstract theology and more focused on how the Church actually lived. Its wealth, its hierarchy, and the distance between official religion and everyday moral life. These currents had surfaced earlier in scattered forms and under many names. They could be found in Italy among reform-minded urban groups, in northern Italy around earlier communal conflicts, and in parts of France where charismatic preachers called for a simpler faith. Suppression could be harsh, leaders could be executed, and yet the underlying discontent kept returning, growing quietly among ordinary people. Even modern observers struggle to map a neat family tree for these ideas, because sources are often written by enemies, and because local movements did not always share a single origin. One major strand emphasized personal devotion and the belief that a Christian life did not require a heavy institutional machine. A movement associated with a preacher from the region around Lyon developed this approach into a durable community. Its message was straightforward. Scripture contained enough guidance for believers, and the model of the early apostles was sufficient for the Church's basic life. Because reading the Bible mattered, translations of biblical texts began circulating outside official control. The strongest criticism targeted the clergy's wealth and behaviour, a complaint that was common at the time. But the decisive break came when these believers formed independent structures of preaching and discipline without the Church's permission. They did not build their identity around political rebellion. Many were peasants and artisans living in mountain regions, lacking powerful patrons. Yet the movement proved resilient, surviving waves of persecution and reappearing openly when later conditions allowed religious diversity to take root. Another challenge was different in character and far more alarming to Rome because it struck at the foundations of Christian teaching about God, creation, and salvation. In southern France, a dualist view of the universe spread widely, arguing that the existence of evil could not be explained under a single, all-powerful divine rule. The solution offered was stark. Two opposing powers governed reality. One, good and perfect, the other flawed and responsible for the material world's misery. From this flowed a set of conclusions that clashed directly with orthodox doctrine. The older Hebrew scriptures were rejected as the work of the lower power. Matter itself was treated as corrupt by nature, and human life became a struggle between spiritual longing and bodily limitation. Marriage was viewed with suspicion because it multiplied physical existence, and redemption was imagined as a long process of the soul shedding material bonds over time. The idea that God could truly become human was treated as impossible. Christ was described as appearing in form rather than fully sharing human nature, and sacramental teaching that involved material transformation was dismissed as crude and irrational. These teachings found their strongest footing in one of the most urbanized and commercially active regions in Europe. Towns in southern France were socially confident and intellectually quick, and many residents used these ideas as a protest against the moral emptiness they perceived in local religious life. In many places, there was no violent uprising. Instead, communities simply withdrew their loyalty from orthodox institutions. Local rulers often tolerated them, not seeing their beliefs as a threat to public order, and some even protected them. Under such conditions, the movement expanded rapidly, and in certain districts, the church's normal tools of persuasion and discipline proved powerless. Reports from the time present a complicated picture of these believers. Enemies described them as dangerously deceptive. Supporters emphasized their seriousness and moral discipline. Predictably, rumors also circulated, stories of secret crimes and obscene rites. Such accusations were common in religious conflicts and often reveal more about fear and propaganda than about reality. What made these communities truly intolerable to Rome was not primarily their private morals, but their refusal to conform. In a system that linked salvation to obedience, public divergence itself was treated as a gateway to chaos. Non-compliance became the ultimate offense. Religious alarm was not the only force at work. Political opportunity shaped events just as powerfully. Northern and southern France remained culturally divided, and the great lord of the south held territories that looked tempting to both the French crown and ambitious northern nobles. If that regional power could be broken, the monarchy's reach would expand. A campaign in the south promised rich rewards and fewer risks than an expedition to the distant east. At the same time, crusading energy had begun to fade after recent disasters and disappointments overseas. A war closer to home, justified as a holy mission, could revive zeal while serving practical ambitions. Innocent did not rush immediately to armed force. At first, the papacy tried argument, preaching, and persuasion. Envoys were sent, local clergy were urged to act, and public debates were encouraged, yet toleration had already taken root in many communities. Local churchmen often hesitated to attack neighbours they knew personally, especially when those neighbours appeared honest and disciplined. Outside missionaries, largely from northern monastic circles, took over the work of persuasion. But the more debate continued, the more the movement spread. Rome interpreted this as proof of spiritual deception rather than as evidence that its methods were failing. The crisis escalated when a papal envoy was murdered, and suspicion fell on powerful southern leadership. Whether or not high-level complicity existed, the event shattered remaining restraint. After that, the papacy moved decisively. A crusade was proclaimed with the same spiritual rewards promised for campaigns in the Holy Land. Recruitment surged from across Europe, driven by piety, ambition, fear, greed, and the intoxicating sense that violence could be sanctified when authorized from above. The southern ruler at the center of suspicion attempted a last-minute submission, swearing obedience. But the machinery of war was already turning. The conflict quickly became a full-scale conquest. Major towns fell, fortresses were taken, and then the practical question emerged. Who would rule the captured lands? A northern noble with a reputation for ruthless determination rose as the leading military figure, combining sincere belief in the Crusade's purpose with a clear hunger for territorial power. From a strong base, he expanded control over vast parts of the south, while local rulers vacillated, sometimes resisting, sometimes negotiating, often trying to save their people from annihilation, but unable to match the organized power arriving from the north. In religious terms, the papacy could claim success. It had demonstrated that doctrinal defiance could be confronted not only with preaching but with armies, provided political allies were available. Out of this victory came one of the most consequential institutional developments in medieval Europe, a permanent system for hunting down heresy through specialized tribunals. The Church concluded that bishops were too entangled in local interests to conduct an aggressive purge. Papal envoys faced limited cooperation. The answer was to create a new machinery staffed by men whose identity and career depended entirely on enforcement. The new preaching orders supplied exactly that type of personnel. Over time, the role of these specialists hardened into a standing institution, feared for its reach and persistence, even where local clergy resisted its presence. Politically, the Crusade transformed France. The great southern principality was cut down, its autonomy dismantled piece by piece, and the region was slowly drawn into the orbit of the crown. Even when local dynastic rule returned in reduced form, marriage alliances ensured that the monarchy would eventually inherit the remaining claims. By the later 13th century, the south was absorbed into royal control, a development that might have taken far longer without the religious conflict that opened the door. At the peak of his authority, Innocent sought to seal these achievements with a vast church council in Rome. Representatives arrived in enormous numbers, and the gathering projected the image of a unified Christian world under papal leadership. The council focused heavily on defining and combating heresy, tightening control over preaching, and regulating doctrine and discipline. It also confirmed the rising importance of the new religious orders and renewed the call for another crusade, setting plans in motion and offering spiritual incentives to revive fading enthusiasm. For the papacy, it was a moment of triumph, an image of command, coherence, and universal reach. Not long after, Innocent died suddenly while still attempting to coordinate European powers for a renewed campaign toward the east. His death did not erase his impact. The papacy that followed bore the imprint of his methods and ambitions. Yet the decades after him did not bring calm. The conflict between empire and papacy continued with new intensity, shaped increasingly by the personality of the emperor who would dominate the next generation, Frederick II. Frederick was young, brilliant, and dangerously adaptable. He could be bold when force was needed and subtle when diplomacy offered a better route. During Innocent's lifetime, earlier bonds of guardianship had restrained open war, and Frederick also had to secure his own position within the empire. Innocent's successor was a calmer figure, more inclined to negotiation, but unwilling to surrender the gains Rome had secured. An agreement was reached, and Frederick received the imperial crown in Rome, presenting himself as a loyal son of the Church. The real flashpoint remained northern Italy. The cities of Lombardy had continued to develop their own political life. Imperial authority existed mostly on paper, and the towns had learned to thrive without meaningful imperial oversight. Any attempt to tighten control threatened the independence they had come to see as normal. Frederick, however, treated Italian sovereignty as the core of his imperial vision. Tension rose, alliances revived, and the old League traditions returned when the cities sensed danger. For a moment, mediation prevented open war, but the situation hardened when a more aggressive pope took power and treated Frederick's success in northern Italy as an existential threat. If the emperor controlled both north and south, the papacy would be trapped in the middle. To weaken Frederick, Rome pushed him toward a crusade. He had promised to go, delayed repeatedly, and was punished. When he finally departed without first repairing relations with the Pope, he was punished again. The contradiction was not accidental, it reflected the deeper struggle. A crusade that removed the emperor from Italy could protect papal interests, but an emperor acting independently could not be allowed to claim moral victory abroad. In the East, Frederick chose negotiation over mass warfare, securing an outcome that, from a practical perspective, was unusually favourable for Christian interests. Yet this very pragmatism enraged his enemies. A ruler who bargained with Muslim powers rather than destroying them could be painted as spiritually suspect. Frederick responded with fierce propaganda of his own, insisting he was no heretic and portraying the papacy as the true danger to European governments. By this stage, excommunication was treated less as a mystical terror and more as a weapon in a political war. A temporary peace followed. Emperor and Pope met, declared mutual goodwill and publicly reconciled. Frederick used the breathing space to reshape his southern kingdom with a degree of administrative discipline that stood far ahead of most European states. He built centralized courts, a professional bureaucracy, systematic taxation, and a standing military apparatus. The goal was clear: to crush any private rights, whether noble or clerical, that prevented direct royal control over justice and revenue. It was government by deliberate design, built to function efficiently and sharply hostile to the loose compromises of feudal society. He did not impose the same model on Germany, where political tradition and noble independence made such centralization nearly impossible. There, his authority still depended on bargaining with princes and buying cooperation through concessions. Even so, attempts to strengthen public order appeared, including declarations meant to restrain private warfare and encourage stability. Meanwhile, legal thought in the German lands developed in its own direction, producing influential summaries of customary law and triggering anxieties in Rome that such traditions might strengthen rulers and weaken papal leverage. War returned in Italy. Frederick moved with greater force than before, blending different military elements, including mercenary-style troops that gave him flexibility and speed. The Lombard coalition tried to avoid battle but was outmaneuvered. A sudden reversal turned an apparent imperial retreat into a trap, and the city forces fought hard but were defeated. Milan again bore the heaviest cost, submitting under harsh terms. Frederick then sought to build a counterweight to the cities by empowering regional nobles and aggressive local strongmen. Figures associated with ruthless political violence rose under his protection, becoming early examples of the brutal urban tyranny that would later appear across the peninsula. The papacy could not accept this trajectory. A renewed excommunication followed, framed this time as a release of subjects from loyalty to the emperor. Frederick replied by appealing beyond Italy, warning Europe's rulers that papal policy threatened every government that wished to act independently. The conflict escalated toward a showdown. The Pope attempted to gather church leaders for a council in Rome, hoping to unite Christendom against the emperor. Frederick aimed to prevent the council from meeting at all. A fleet battle at sea ended with captured clergy carried off as prisoners, a stunning humiliation for papal authority. Rome itself faced direct pressure, and only internal resolve within the city prevented an immediate collapse. Then, at the height of the crisis, the Pope, still the driving force behind Rome's resistance, died suddenly, leaving the struggle unresolved and the next phase of the contest ready to begin. The balance between emperor and papacy remained unchanged. A newly elected pope died within weeks, leaving the church in uncertainty once again. The cardinals delayed their next decision for a long time, caught between the pressure of imperial influence and the demands of those hostile to it. Eventually they chose a candidate from Genoa, a man whose family background had traditionally been sympathetic to imperial interests. At first glance, the outcome seemed favourable to Frederick. Yet he understood the deeper reality and remarked that no pope could truly serve the imperial cause. The appearance of reconciliation followed, with ceremonies and promises suggesting a renewed harmony. But the peace proved as fragile as earlier agreements. Behind the formal gestures, conflict continued to shape every decision. The new pope soon pursued a strategy already attempted by his predecessors. He sought support from the wider Christian world against the emperor. Escaping from Rome, he travelled first to Genoa and then to France, a land that had repeatedly provided refuge for embattled popes, and would continue to do so for generations. From the city of Lyons, he summoned a grand council, presenting it as an assembly concerned with the welfare of all Christendom, though the struggle with the empire stood at its centre. Frederick sent representatives trained in the emerging discipline of legal scholarship, and they defended his position with impressive skill. Their arguments framed the emperor's cause as the cause of all rulers who wished to protect their independence. Yet Europe's princes were not prepared to risk open confrontation. The council ultimately supported the pope and declared Frederick removed from imperial authority. The remaining years of Frederick's life were consumed by efforts to gather allies across Europe. Many political forces had reason to fear the growing power of the papacy, but uniting them proved nearly impossible. The empire had never exercised more than symbolic leadership over the kingdoms of Europe, and now each state was increasingly conscious of its own sovereignty. Even where Frederick's fierce criticism of papal ambition a sympathetic audience, it did not translate into practical cooperation. France and England, rather than joining his cause, simply strengthened their own defences against outside interference. Meanwhile, the papacy pursued a clear objective: the destruction of the imperial house that had long challenged its authority. In Germany, it encouraged the election of a rival king to undermine Frederick's dynasty. In Italy, it continued to support all territories and cities opposed to imperial control. The old party labels took on new meaning. Those who resisted the emperor were described collectively as opponents of imperial power, regardless of whether their motives were loyalty to the pope, commitment to civic independence, or simple political calculation. Attention also turned towards southern Italy, where the papacy sought to remove the ruling dynasty and replace it with one more favourable to its interests. The political traditions of the peninsula encouraged such manoeuvring. Italian powers often preferred divided authority, believing that competing masters could be balanced against one another. The situation seemed to offer an opportunity to weaken imperial influence permanently. Frederick died without reconciliation, leaving his heirs to inherit the long struggle. His son Conrad held authority in Germany, despite repeated challenges from rival claimants. He also inherited the crown of Sicily, though real power in that kingdom increasingly rested with Manfred, an energetic and charismatic, illegitimate son of Frederick. Manfred quickly became a central figure in the region, admired by the population and surrounded by an aura of legend that blurred the line between history and myth. When Conrad died suddenly, the question of succession reopened. The papacy had never forgotten its claim that the Sicilian kingdom was held under its authority, and it moved to enforce this claim. Military preparations began, and negotiations were opened with Manfred. Lacking a secure legal claim to the throne, he initially sought papal recognition in hopes of legitimizing his rule. The Pope, however, had no intention of strengthening the imperial line in Italy. His death soon afterward encouraged resistance among those who favoured independence. A young heir from the imperial family still existed, but he was a child and the connection with Germany had never been popular in the south. Manfred, by contrast, embodied the qualities admired by the local population. Acting first as regent, he eventually secured election as king, having successfully defended the kingdom against its enemies and restored order within its borders. Under Manfred's leadership, the kingdom revived quickly. The administrative reforms introduced earlier had strengthened government, improved stability, and promised a prosperous future. At the same time, a new plan was taking shape. The papacy began negotiations with France, seeking to bring a foreign ruler into southern Italy. This alliance would have lasting consequences for the peninsula's political history. A French pope persuaded the French king to allow his brother, Charles of Anjou, to claim the Sicilian throne. The campaign was presented as a religious undertaking, even though the targeted kingdom was peaceful, governed by its own laws, and not guilty of doctrinal rebellion. Opposition to papal authority itself had become sufficient justification for war. Charles of Anjou proved a determined and ambitious leader. Landing in Italy, he received political authority in Rome and was formally invested with the southern crown. Manfred moved to confront him, and the decisive battle was fought near Benevento. After prolonged delay, the invader finally secured victory. The defeat of Manfred marked a turning point, though the struggle was not yet complete. The papacy soon discovered that its chosen champion could not easily be controlled. Charles pursued his own ambitions with relentless energy, showing little concern for local traditions or interests. He emerged as the dominant figure among those opposed to the imperial cause and exercised authority across the peninsula with remarkable independence. Cities placed their trust in him, granting him extraordinary powers, and for a time no effective rival remained. Yet resistance soon found a new leader. The young Conrad, heir of the imperial line, came of age and inspired renewed hope among supporters of the old dynasty. Courageous and energetic, he attracted the loyalty of those who opposed foreign domination. He entered Italy with considerable support, and even Rome, briefly under sympathetic leadership, welcomed him. His campaign gathered strength, fueled by dissatisfaction in the south. The decisive confrontation came in southern Italy. At first, victory seemed within his grasp, but a sudden counterattack by Charles reversed the outcome. The young leader was forced to flee, but was eventually captured. His execution, carried out without mercy, ended the imperial dynasty's claim in Italy. The long conflict that had begun decades earlier with dynastic ambitions in the south reached its tragic conclusion. The elimination of the imperial line marked a decisive moment in European history. The empire ceased to assert meaningful authority in Italy, and its influence in Germany weakened significantly. The decades that followed were marked by political fragmentation, with rulers bearing royal titles, but exercising limited, effective power. Yet the triumph of the papacy also revealed its own limitations. The same forces that had enabled its rise would soon challenge its dominance. National monarchies were strengthening, and their rulers increasingly resisted external control. The later 13th century witnessed profound transformation across Europe. In England, representative institutions began to take permanent form, giving broader segments of society a role in government. In Germany, the ruling house shifted its ambitions toward regional consolidation, abandoning dreams of universal authority. In France, the monarchy expanded its control over the kingdom and confronted papal power directly, relying on domestic support rather than fearing ecclesiastical sanctions. In Italy, the decline of imperial influence did not lead to papal supremacy, but instead encouraged the rise of local political factions focused on regional interests. Urban republics developed stable political systems that would shape their future. In one major city, political authority shifted to the wealthy commercial classes, reflecting the growing power of industry and trade. In another, control became firmly concentrated in the hands of a hereditary aristocracy that dominated Mediterranean commerce. In both cases, there was no room for the universal authority once claimed by medieval emperors. The ideals that had shaped earlier centuries were gradually giving way to new forms of political organization. Against this backdrop, attention turns to another defining feature of the medieval world: the movement commonly known as the Crusades. The centuries between the 11th and 13th centuries are often described as an age defined by these campaigns. Yet they should be understood not as the sole explanation for social change, but as one powerful expression of the religious and political forces of the time. Rather than a series of isolated events, the crusading spirit represented a continuous flow of enthusiasm, sometimes surging into large military expeditions, and at other times persisting through smaller ventures and individual journeys. The idea of uniting the Christian world to secure Jerusalem and the sacred places of the faith had deep roots. Early proposals reflected concern that these holy sites were under non-Christian control. Yet, for a long time, conditions in the region did not produce widespread alarm. Earlier, Muslim rulers had governed territories that included many Christian populations, and relations were often shaped by coexistence rather than intense hostility. The situation changed when new powers emerged in the Near East. Warrior groups from Central Asia advanced into the region, transforming political conditions and creating new tensions with Christian communities. Their expansion threatened established powers and disrupted long-standing patterns of pilgrimage. Faced with growing danger, the Eastern Christian Empire appealed to the West for assistance. This request offered the papacy an opportunity to expand its influence and perhaps strengthen its authority over the divided Christian world. Plans for a major military expedition were considered, but delayed by other political conflicts. The idea, however, continued to gain support. As the authority of the papacy grew and a sense of shared religious identity spread across Europe, conditions became favourable for a unified response. The decisive moment came when a powerful appeal was made to defend the sacred places and aid fellow Christians. Large assemblies gathered, and the call to arms ignited extraordinary enthusiasm. Religious emotion swept through crowds of nobles, clergy, and ordinary people alike. The cause was framed as a sacred duty, and the belief spread that participation would bring spiritual reward. The movement quickly took on two distinct forms. On one side stood the organized military forces of European nobility, preparing carefully for a campaign in distant lands. On the other appeared vast popular movements composed of peasants and townspeople, driven by intense faith but lacking discipline or resources. These groups set out in great numbers, often without planning or leadership, and many suffered terribly along the way. Their journeys revealed both the idealism and the chaos of the early crusading impulse. Meanwhile, the military expedition gathered strength. Prominent leaders from across Europe assembled their forces and began the long journey eastward. Their cooperation was loose and often unstable, shaped by personal ambition as much as by shared purpose. Each commander sought glory and advantage, and unity existed only when circumstances required it. Upon reaching the Eastern Empire, tensions quickly emerged. The emperor who had requested assistance needed the Crusaders' strength but feared their ambitions. He required them to swear loyalty and promise that conquered lands would be returned to imperial control. The arrangement reflected mutual suspicion rather than genuine partnership. Despite these difficulties, the crusading armies advanced into enemy territory, capturing strategic cities after long and difficult campaigns. Victories demonstrated the effectiveness of their military organization, yet disputes over conquered lands revealed deep divisions among the leaders. Eventually, the armies reached their ultimate objective. After intense fighting, Jerusalem fell to the Crusaders, fulfilling the central aim of the expedition. The conquest raised immediate questions about governance. Various possibilities were debated, including rule by the church or by secular princes. A compromise emerged. Spiritual authority would be held by ecclesiastical leadership, while temporal power would rest with a lay ruler responsible for defence. A new political order was established, modelled on familiar European institutions. The territories gained during the campaign were divided into several independent states, rather than unified under a single authority. This fragmentation reflected the personal ambitions of the leaders and limited the long-term strength of the new order. Many crusaders soon returned home, their obligations fulfilled, leaving a small number of settlers to maintain control over vast and unfamiliar lands. In the years that followed, migration from Europe slowly increased the population of these eastern territories. Pilgrims travelled regularly to the holy places, and commercial cities organised transport across the Mediterranean. What began as military conquest gradually took on the character of colonisation. Settlers cultivated the land, trade expanded, and local populations reappeared, creating a complex society shaped by coexistence and tension. From this point onward, the history of the crusading era followed two separate paths. One involved continued military expeditions from Europe, driven by renewed waves of religious enthusiasm. The other concerned the daily realities of governing and defending the territories established in the East. Together, these parallel developments shaped a defining chapter in the transformation of medieval Europe. In a newly conquered land far from Europe, there was little debate about what kind of government should be established. The settlers naturally brought with them the political system they knew best. By this time, feudalism had become deeply rooted in the European mindset. It was flexible, adaptable, and seemed especially suited to organising relationships between rulers and warriors in unfamiliar territories. For leaders attempting to build authority in distant lands, it offered a ready-made structure. Yet its central weakness also followed it wherever it went. The bonds connecting the ruler to his subordinates were often fragile, making unity difficult to maintain. Two striking examples show how feudalism could be deliberately imposed rather than gradually developed. One was Norman England after the conquest of William, and the other was the kingdom established by the Crusaders in Jerusalem during the early 12th century. In most parts of Europe, feudalism had grown slowly out of local military and economic needs, adjusting itself over time to changing political pressures. In these two cases, however, it was consciously introduced as a complete system. Its structure and consequences were clearly understood from the beginning, and different elements of the system were emphasized depending on local circumstances. In England, the conqueror imposed a strong centralized version of feudal rule. William had behind him a loyal group of followers already bound to him by personal loyalty and expectation of reward. As a result, the system placed heavy emphasis on the obligations of subjects to the king and reinforced royal authority. In Jerusalem, the situation was entirely different. The Crusader leaders were individuals from various lands, each seeking fortune and advancement. They chose a king from among themselves, but he depended on their support rather than commanding their obedience. Consequently, feudal practices in Jerusalem favoured the independence of powerful nobles and limited the authority of the crown as much as possible. Tradition later credited Godfrey of Bouillon, the early ruler of Jerusalem, with establishing a written legal code that defined this Eastern feudal order. Modern scholarship suggests that the code was compiled decades after his time. Known as the Assizes of Jerusalem, it served as a guide for courts dealing with property disputes and public order. The system it described effectively legalized a condition of political fragmentation. It weakened border defenses, wasted resources, and ignored the importance of merchants and farmers who formed the economic foundation of a stable society. The kingdom's laws ensured that authority remained divided and ineffective. Considering these internal weaknesses, it is remarkable that the Crusader states in Syria survived as long as they did. Their endurance can partly be explained by the fear inspired by their early military successes. In open battle, heavily armed Christian forces often defeated much larger Muslim armies. Their skill in siege warfare and fortress defense surpassed that of their opponents. Control of fortified coastal cities and strategic strongholds gave them a firm hold on key regions. The coastal lands also held particular importance for European settlers because of their commercial value, even if they were less significant to their enemies. Another crucial factor in their survival was the steady arrival of reinforcements from Europe. Many who travelled east were motivated by religious devotion, but the promise of combat also attracted warriors eager for adventure. Over time, a permanent class of professional defenders emerged. These were members of military religious orders who vowed to remain in the region and dedicate their lives to protecting Christian territories. During the period between the First and Second Crusades, three major military orders took shape. These organizations combined two ideas that had once seemed incompatible: the religious life of monks and the warrior ideals of knights. The Knights of St. John began as caretakers for wounded soldiers and sick pilgrims. Providing medical care soon required armed protection, and the group gradually evolved into a military organization. As their reputation grew, they acquired property throughout Europe to support their activities, eventually rivaling traditional monastic institutions in wealth and influence. The Order of the Temple emerged with a more direct military purpose. Its members were tasked with defending pilgrimage routes and protecting frontier regions. They were given quarters near the site of the ancient temple in Jerusalem, from which they took their name. The Teutonic Order originated when a German merchant in Jerusalem provided assistance to pilgrims from his homeland. What began as a charitable effort soon developed into a military force devoted to defending Christian territories. These military orders became the backbone of the Crusader states. Their permanent presence in the region allowed them to master local conditions and adapt their strategies accordingly. Over time, their close contact with Muslim societies led them to develop a more nuanced understanding of their opponents. This familiarity sometimes softened the intense hostility that had originally inspired the crusading movement, and contributed to later criticism of their loyalty and purpose. Their development closely mirrored that of traditional monastic institutions. Like monks in cloisters, they lived apart from ordinary society and accumulated large estates across Europe. Gradually, many lost sight of their founding mission and became increasingly concerned with wealth and influence. After the decline of the crusading movement, the Teutonic Order established a powerful territorial state in northeastern Europe, while the Templars, surrounded by suspicion and envied for their riches, were eventually suppressed by European rulers, eager to seize their wealth. The Order of St. John endured longer than the others, relocating its base first to Rhodes and later to Malta, where it continued to exist in altered form. The 50 years following the First Crusade saw these developments unfold while the political situation in the East appeared relatively stable. That stability was shattered when the city of Edessa, a key Christian outpost, fell to Muslim forces in the mid-12th century. News of its capture shocked Europe and sparked renewed enthusiasm for another crusade. The society that responded to this call differed significantly from that which had supported the earlier expedition. Religious reform movements were flourishing, and influential spiritual leaders encouraged rulers to view participation in the crusade as the highest form of service. Kings of major European powers took up the cause. Louis VII of France and Conrad of Germany led large armies toward the east. Despite their size and preparation, these forces suffered from poor coordination and lack of understanding of local conditions. Many perished before reaching their destination. The campaign achieved no lasting success, and the enormous expenditure of lives and resources produced little benefit for the Christian territories. A generation later, the balance of power shifted again. Muslim forces under the leadership of Saladin unified Egypt and Syria, creating a formidable challenge to the Crusader states. Known for his intelligence and discipline, Saladin initially sought peaceful coexistence, but repeated violations of agreements by Christian forces led to open conflict. His decisive victory near Tiberias resulted in the capture of Jerusalem and the collapse of most Christian holdings in the region, leaving only a narrow coastal territory under their control. The loss of Jerusalem provoked another massive response from Europe. Powerful monarchs, including the rulers of Germany, France, and England, launched a new campaign. Despite displays of courage and occasional victories, internal rivalries and poor coordination again undermined the effort. A negotiated settlement eventually allowed Christian pilgrims access to Jerusalem while leaving the city under Muslim control. By the time of the Fourth Crusade, the original religious purpose of the movement had been overshadowed by political and economic interests. Instead of attacking Muslim territories, crusading forces were diverted toward Constantinople. Influenced by commercial ambitions and political intrigue, they captured the city and established a Latin empire. This event transformed relations between Eastern and Western Christianity and reshaped the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Later, expeditions continued to pursue control of the Holy Land, but their objectives were increasingly shaped by practical considerations. Frederick II, a ruler of unusual intellect and pragmatism, chose negotiation over warfare. Through diplomacy, he secured control of Jerusalem without bloodshed, demonstrating a new approach to relations between Christian and Muslim powers. His methods, however, clashed with prevailing religious attitudes and provoked fierce opposition. The final major crusading efforts, led by Louis IX of France, revived the earlier spirit of religious enthusiasm but repeated the same strategic failures. By the mid-13th century, Muslim powers had regained dominance, and Christian territories in the east gradually disappeared. The era of large-scale crusading campaigns came to an end, leaving behind a legacy that reshaped European society in unexpected ways. The crusading movement reflected a powerful idealism characteristic of the medieval world. It expressed a willingness to pursue religious goals, regardless of practical consequences. This spirit influenced many aspects of European life, from philosophy and politics to religious organization. It also contributed to outbreaks of persecution against religious minorities and reinforced demands for religious conformity. The period even witnessed extraordinary events such as popular movements of children and peasants who believed they were divinely called to recover the Holy Land. Though many of these efforts ended in tragedy, they revealed the depth of religious emotion that shaped medieval society. The Crusades also encouraged expansion and conquest beyond the Eastern Mediterranean. European powers extended their influence into new regions, including parts of Spain, Eastern Europe, and the Baltic lands. German settlers moved eastward, establishing new communities and strengthening frontier territories. Military orders played a central role in these expansions, spreading European political and cultural structures into previously independent regions. Rather than uniting Europe, however, the Crusades often strengthened national identities. Armies, composed of different peoples, frequently clashed over leadership and priorities. Distinct languages and cultural traditions remained strong, and cooperation was temporary rather than permanent. Among the settlers in the East, French language and culture became dominant, shaping the character of the Crusader states. In the end, the crusading era produced consequences far beyond its original goals. It stimulated trade, encouraged cultural exchange and intensified contact between distant regions. It reshaped political institutions, transformed economic relationships, and altered the balance of power across Europe and the Mediterranean world. What began as a religious movement evolved into a complex historical process that influenced nearly every aspect of medieval civilization. Within Europe itself, developments during the age of the Crusades followed a different path from those in the Eastern territories. Rather than producing a unified political structure, this period witnessed the gradual awakening of national identity. The most prominent figures associated with the crusading movement were also powerful champions of emerging national authority. Rulers such as Richard of England, Frederick Barbarossa, Philip Augustus of France, Louis IX and Frederick II left lasting marks on their own kingdoms by strengthening centralized rule and challenging the loose loyalties of feudal society. Their policies and ambitions contributed to the growing sense that political power should be tied to a defined realm and its people rather than to shifting personal alliances. At the same time, the institution that had once provided the strongest unifying influence across Europe began to lose its commanding position. The Roman papacy, which had played a decisive role in launching the early Crusades, gradually found itself unable to control the forces it had helped unleash. By the beginning of the 13th century, its authority no longer carried unquestioned weight. Powerful political actors pursued their own interests, regardless of papal opinion. The commercial leaders of Venice openly ignored ecclesiastical warnings when it suited their ambitions, while rulers such as Frederick II adopted policies shaped by practical concerns rather than religious directives. The later crusading efforts, often conducted under strong papal influence, ended in costly failures that revealed the limits of papal leadership in political and military affairs. Instead of suppressing national feeling, the crusading movement ultimately encouraged its growth. At the same time, a different development was taking shape alongside this strengthening of national identity. Increasing contact between regions fostered new forms of cooperation and mutual recognition among different peoples. This early sense of international conduct emerged most clearly in the trading cities of Italy, whose economic activity expanded rapidly during the crusading era. Their competition for commercial advantage gradually led to agreements and practices that regulated relations between states and merchants. In the diplomacy of Frederick II, both with Italian cities and with Muslim rulers, a similar spirit can be observed. Though far from reflecting modern ideas of equality among nations, these interactions reveal the beginnings of more balanced and practical relations across political and religious boundaries. The concept that different societies might coexist and negotiate their interests had begun to take root. The influence of the Crusades on intellectual life presents a more complex question. Muslim societies possessed advanced learning in fields such as science and philosophy, and European contact with them coincided with a period of growing intellectual development in the West. Yet it would be misleading to attribute this transformation entirely to crusading encounters. Long before these expeditions, Europe had already been undergoing gradual cultural and educational change. The preservation and transmission of ancient Greek knowledge by Arabic scholars contributed to this process. But the decisive turning point came from a renewed interest in classical Greek and Roman civilization itself. This intellectual revival developed largely through internal European forces, though contact with other cultures may have accelerated its progress. The impact of the Crusades is more visible in the field of literature. The movement provided an immense store of new themes and heroic narratives. The Crusader became the central figure of medieval storytelling, celebrated as the embodiment of courage, adventure, and religious devotion. Poets and chroniclers transformed real events into dramatic tales that shaped the early development of European languages. The journey to distant lands exposed participants to unfamiliar cultures and experiences, offering young nobles opportunities to explore the world beyond their homelands. These encounters often challenged traditional assumptions and broadened perspectives. Such experiences gradually encouraged a new outlook on human life. Participants discovered that other societies possessed their own forms of wisdom, morality, and religious devotion. These observations weakened the belief that European Christianity alone represented the entirety of civilization. The exposure to diverse ways of living encouraged reflection on human experience itself, helping to prepare the intellectual climate that would later give rise to renewed interest in classical learning and the dignity of human achievement. Although the Crusades were not the sole cause of this transformation, they contributed to the gradual shift toward a more human-centered understanding of culture and knowledge. Economic and commercial changes resulting from the Crusades are more clearly measurable. As long as Christian powers controlled sections of the Syrian coast, trade routes connected the markets of the East with the expanding economies of Europe. The Crusader states themselves never developed strong agricultural or industrial systems, largely because their rulers focused on immediate gain rather than long-term development. Instead, the commercial cities of Italy made the greatest use of these connections, establishing trading networks that linked Eastern products with Western demand. European markets were enriched by the arrival of luxury goods from the East. Spices, textiles, glassware, dyes, fruits, and other valuable items entered Western commerce in increasing quantities. In return, European traders supplied weapons, horses, clothing, and grain to sustain the settlers in the East. The regular import of food supplies revealed the limited agricultural productivity of the Crusader territories and demonstrated their dependence on European support. This expansion of trade required a more sophisticated economic system than medieval Europe had previously known. Before the Crusades, money had played only a limited role in daily life. Feudal society had relied largely on land-based rewards rather than monetary payment. Public officials, soldiers, and administrators were compensated through rights to property rather than through wages. The demands of long-distance expeditions, however, made ready cash essential. Crusaders needed funds to equip themselves and to sustain their journeys across unfamiliar lands. As a result, financial practices developed rapidly. Money lending, once widely condemned as immoral, became increasingly common. The risks of travel and warfare encouraged high interest rates, but the need for financial services outweighed moral objections. Italian merchants pioneered new methods of credit and exchange, allowing travelers to conduct transactions across vast distances. A variety of currencies circulated in the Eastern Mediterranean, and traders even introduced coins designed to be accepted by both Christian and Muslim markets. Economic necessity thus encouraged practical cooperation across religious divisions. Taken together, these developments show that the crusading era brought profound changes to European life. Many of the transformations associated with this period had begun earlier, but the movement intensified and accelerated them. Constant travel and cultural exchange expanded Europe's awareness of the wider world. Political structures evolved, economic systems grew more complex, and intellectual horizons broadened. The original religious objective of controlling sacred territory gradually lost importance beside these wider consequences. Meanwhile, the political landscape of Europe itself continued to evolve. In Germany and Italy, local powers remained the primary centres of authority. Regional leaders governed territories shaped by long-standing traditions and loyalties, while larger political units emerged as loose federations formed for defence and cooperation. In Germany, these regional entities often reflected distinct ethnic identities. and loyalty to local rulers rested upon shared cultural heritage. In Italy, political authority depended less on ethnicity and more on privileges granted by successive rulers. In both regions, monarchy remained weak. Kings were chosen through election rather than hereditary succession, and their authority depended on negotiation with powerful nobles. Efforts by ambitious families to secure permanent royal power often failed, leading to the acceptance of external rulers as a compromise solution. France, at the end of the Carolingian period, displayed similar conditions. The territory that would eventually become the French kingdom consisted of diverse regions marked by distinct cultural traditions and political structures. Differences between northern and southern populations reflected deep historical divisions. In the south, Roman cultural influence remained strong, and local independence persisted, despite attempts at centralized control. In the north, feudal principalities developed around local leaders who exercised considerable autonomy. Various regions maintained their own identities and political ambitions. Aquitaine, Gascony, Burgundy, Flanders, and other territories functioned largely as independent powers, each pursuing its own interests. In the centre of northern France, however, a small domain around Paris gradually became the foundation of a future monarchy. From this region emerged a ruling family whose persistence and political skill eventually allowed it to dominate French politics. The struggles of early French rulers reveal the fragile nature of royal authority. Kings depended on the support of powerful nobles and faced constant challenges to their legitimacy. Rival claimants, shifting alliances and regional conflicts shaped the political landscape. The monarchy survived not through absolute power, but through careful negotiation and compromise with local elites. External threats also influenced political developments. Viking incursions along the western coasts forced rulers to adopt pragmatic solutions, including granting land to invading leaders in exchange for loyalty and conversion to Christianity. The establishment of Normandy under such arrangements demonstrated the effectiveness of practical governance over traditional claims of legitimacy. Conflicts between kings and nobles often reflected deeper tensions about the nature of authority. Efforts by rulers to assert independence or to rely on new advisors frequently provoked resistance from aristocratic elites, determined to preserve their privileges. The balance between royal power and feudal autonomy remained unstable, with political outcomes shaped by shifting alliances and military strength. Throughout this period, Europe was characterized by a complex interplay of local loyalties, emerging national identities, and evolving political institutions. The crusading age, while driven by religious ideals, ultimately contributed to broader transformations in governance, economy, and culture. Its legacy was not the permanent control of distant lands, but the reshaping of European society itself, preparing the way for the political and intellectual developments of the centuries that followed. At first sight, the political landscape of early medieval Europe can appear chaotic and unstable. Authority seemed fragmented, rival powers competed constantly, and no clear constitutional system guided political decisions. If disorder is defined as the absence of established principles for governing public life, then both sides of the Rhine experienced such a condition. Yet beneath this apparent confusion, deeper forces were reshaping society. What looked like disorder was in reality a transitional phase, as older structures gave way to new forms of political organization. In the case of France, later historical interpretations often distort this process. Because the principle of hereditary monarchy eventually triumphed, historians sometimes describe the struggles of the period as a simple conflict between a sacred royal dynasty and rebellious challengers. In reality, the situation was more complex. The established Carolingian tradition was weakening, while new political realities were emerging. The central force behind this transformation was the consistent policy pursued by the powerful dukes of Francia, who gradually shaped a new political order. When King Raoul died without an heir, Hugh, son of Robert, supported the claim of Louis, the young son of Charles the Simple, who had grown up in England. The leading nobles accepted this arrangement and invited the young prince to assume the French crown. Unlike rulers elsewhere in Europe, however, this Carolingian king possessed almost no territorial base. He did not represent a strong regional power tied to ancestral lands. His position depended entirely on the loyalty of supporters, which had to be maintained through careful distribution of favours and alliances. The clergy, in particular, looked to him for protection against the growing influence of secular lords, and their support became one of his few reliable resources. For nearly 2 decades, the French monarchy remained in the hands of this energetic and capable ruler, yet he achieved little lasting success. He struggled to defend the kingdom against external threats from Norse raiders in the west and Hungarian incursions in the east. The princes who had pledged loyalty to him proved unreliable. Even his marriage alliances failed to secure stable political support, as rival factions formed shifting partnerships. Meanwhile, the German king maintained relations with different French leaders according to his own interests, treating the French crown as only one factor among many in regional politics. When Louis died, he left no real power behind him, only unresolved conflicts and financial weakness. In contrast, the German monarchy during the same period gradually strengthened its authority and achieved greater unity. In France, however, the monarchy remained fragile, overshadowed by powerful regional lords. Louis was succeeded by his son Lothair, whose long reign continued the same pattern of struggle. He sought to establish a territorial foundation strong enough to resist the growing influence of the feudal nobility. One of his main strategies was to use his connections with the Eastern Kingdom to counterbalance his domestic rivals. At one point, he attempted to reclaim Lorraine and briefly forced the German ruler to retreat. Yet such campaigns produced little lasting change. Military actions often consisted more of symbolic displays of strength than decisive battles. Regional princes defended their independence but resisted foreign domination, particularly from the German Empire. After Lothair's death, his son Louis briefly inherited the crown, but died soon afterward. The final Carolingian rulers of France were energetic and capable men, yet they confronted forces beyond their control. The age of kings without real power had ended. Political authority increasingly depended on tangible resources, such as land, wealth, and loyal followers, rather than inherited claims alone. This situation opened the way for the rise of Hugh Capet. With the Carolingian line weakened and no claimant commanding strong national support, the leading nobles faced a crucial decision. The only remaining Carolingian candidate held lands under German authority, which made him unacceptable to many. At the same time, the feudal princes preferred a ruler who would respect their independence rather than challenge it. Hugh of Francia appeared to offer the ideal solution. He was a major landholder, connected by family ties to many powerful nobles, and closely associated with the church. He seemed strong enough to rule, yet unlikely to threaten the feudal order. At an assembly of nobles and church leaders, it was declared that the crown should not pass automatically by inheritance, but should belong to the individual most capable of governing. Hugh was chosen and crowned king. His election marked the beginning of a new political era. The monarchy now rested not on ancient tradition, but on the support of the leading powers of the realm. The kingship that emerged under Hugh possessed a dual character. On one hand, the king stood at the top of the feudal hierarchy as the supreme lord of vassals. On the other hand, he also represented a broader idea of sovereignty, associated with religious authority and the administration of justice. This second concept portrayed the king as a figure invested with sacred responsibility, standing above ordinary political relationships. Throughout French history, these two ideas coexisted and often competed. The development of the French monarchy can be understood as a gradual effort to strengthen the second aspect of kingship. The king sought to transform his role from that of a feudal overlord among many to that of a sovereign ruler with direct authority over all subjects. During the early centuries, this transformation proceeded slowly. Yet the foundations laid during this period proved decisive for the future. Several factors contributed to the consolidation of royal power. One of the most important was the establishment of hereditary succession. Although the monarchy remained technically elective, kings increasingly secured recognition of their heirs during their own lifetimes. Over time, this practice created a stable line of succession and reduced disputes over the crown. Another crucial development was the adoption of primogeniture. Earlier dynasties had divided their territories among multiple heirs, weakening royal authority and encouraging conflict. The Capetian rulers gradually established the principle that the eldest son alone would inherit the crown. This practice prevented fragmentation and strengthened continuity. Equally significant was the steady expansion of the royal domain. At the beginning of Capetian rule, the crown possessed little independent wealth. The new dynasty therefore relied on its own family lands and gradually increased its holdings through inheritance, marriage, and political opportunity. Rather than pursuing risky military expansion, early Capetian rulers followed a cautious strategy, preserving their resources and waiting for favorable circumstances to enlarge their territories. Over time, this policy produced substantial gains. Territories were added when local rulers died without heirs or when strategic marriages brought lands under royal control. Although many of these acquisitions were small, together they strengthened the economic and political foundations of the monarchy. By the 13th century, the French king controlled a vast collection of territories, giving him a decisive advantage over rival nobles. As royal power expanded, the monarchy developed new methods of administration. Like other medieval rulers, the king governed through officials who served as personal agents. These officers handled financial, judicial, and administrative duties, forming the core of the royal government. Their authority derived directly from the king, and their growing importance helped to centralize political power. At the same time, the monarchy faced constant challenges in enforcing its authority beyond its own lands. Powerful vassals often ignored royal commands unless compliance served their interests. The king, therefore, relied heavily on church leaders, whose authority and resources made them valuable allies against secular rivals. To improve administration, the monarchy gradually created new offices responsible for local governance. Officials were appointed to collect revenues, administer justice, and represent royal authority in the provinces. Although these positions sometimes became hereditary and independent, further reforms introduced new officials whose loyalty to the crown was carefully maintained through regular supervision and financial compensation. These administrative innovations strengthened the monarchy's ability to collect taxes, enforce laws, and maintain order. Royal agents extended the reach of central authority into regions that had previously been dominated by local powers. Through this process, the monarchy developed the institutional structure necessary for effective governance. The king's authority also depended on councils and assemblies that advised him and approved his decisions. Medieval rulers rarely acted alone, and public acts required the consent of leading nobles and church officials. Over time, these assemblies became more organized, eventually giving rise to permanent institutions responsible for administration, justice, and financial management. By the late Middle Ages, the French monarchy had evolved into a powerful centralized state. The king commanded the loyalty of his subjects, controlled substantial financial resources, and maintained a professional administration. He possessed the means to enforce his authority and defend his realm against both internal and external threats. This transformation marked the emergence of a new political order. What had begun as a fragmented system of feudal relationships gradually developed into a unified monarchy with strong institutions and centralized authority. The long process of transition from medieval fragmentation to modern statehood had reached a decisive stage, shaping the future of France and influencing the broader development of European political life.